Hello and welcome to Dicebreakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, Purdy, Mark, and Joe, my wonderful players. How is everybody doing today? You said for the last time. This isn't for the last time. The intro isn't the last time.
For this specific thing, C2.
For C2.
This is the last C2 thing that will ever
Greg,
happen.
I've put makeup on today because I'm determined not to cry, so please stop.
Unless we do a sort of like a callback like we did with The Lost Prince, because we obviously did a one-shot to do with those.
It's going to be a lot harder, though. It's going to be a lot harder since the next campaign has like a definitive start point. So like,
yeah, it does, but it doesn't mean it's impossible.
One or two of the characters are still going to be around.
A little bit of an explanation, because I'm not doing a last time on, or in fact, the entire episode is going to be a last time on, because it's in fact us talking about the entire of the campaign. Now, we've had
how many times?
Well, so this is the thing. If I open up my my thing here, we have had in series 1 49 episodes, and in series 2 28, including the prologue, which is at 4 hours each on average. You can on 4 hours each on average, you can work out how many hours that is. It's quite a lot of content, but there's one important question before we get to anything else that I'm going to hit to you before we go into the what was your favorite parts, or any of that kind of stuff. The most important and pressing question is, hey Joe, what's up with your naming convention?
Oh yeah.
Are we starting with that, are we?
yeah.
I looked it up.
But before we do that, can you go through the names one last time, just to see if anybody has any idea, or at least so people have context?
So, Barty's name
is
Bartlett Desavere. His mother and father are tailors. His father is Gifford, and his mother is Farrell. And he has a younger sister who is younger by 5 years called Corella. His simulacrum, who became his twin, was called Williams. The restaurant that he opened was called D'Anjou.
D'Anjou is...
That's about it.
D'Anjou was the queen... Henry... which one? Henry II's queen?
Look at that, he's discovered nothing.
Hold on.
Elizabeth D'Anjou.
That's much cooler than what it actually is, Mark.
I'm about to be upset.
And I told Alex right at the beginning, I was like, I'm just going to do this thing, and it was super minor, and if anyone gets it, then it'll be really funny.
I don't get it.
Greg is currently looking at something to see if he's in the right direction.
No, I don't think that.
Corella Entertainer, Bartlett Holmes.
In which case, do you want to let everyone out of their pain and explain?
Sure. So the surname is so Desavere. And I was looking at character because I'm really bad at character names, so this is how I did all of these together into the same scheme. Comes from, I think, the French word for dessert or pudding, basically.
Yeah.
And all of the first names of them are different kinds of pears. So Bartlett and his family are all pear puddings. But what I thought was especially funny was when I was trying to come up with Bartu's name, I was like, right, well, I could just go with Barty and Bartu, but if we're doing a thing of he's kind of his own person, then he should have his own name. But the Bartlett pear is also known as the Williams pear.
I love and hate that all at the same time.
It's so dumb.
His mother, his father, his sister, and his restaurant, as well as him and his twin, are all named after pears, and him and his twin are named after the same pears. It's just known as different things in different parts of the world.
And the Bartlett pear is the best-selling pear variety in the world.
And they are also now a pair.
A pair?
I think so. So now that we've got that out of the way.
Yeah, that was all that was.
Did you enjoy C2? I know some of you aren't happy with it, but did you enjoy C2?
Did you want to know why Tav...
Well, hang on, we'll get to this.
He just asked a question, though.
We'll get to this. Did you enjoy the campaign?
Yeah, it's terrible.
It sucked, yeah.
It was rubbish.
I haven't caught up yet, so no spoilers, please.
I've wasted 200 and something hours of my life.
Hey, I said it sucked, yeah. So I enjoyed it.
No, I absolutely loved it.
It was brilliant.
Yeah.
It's amazing to think how long it's been going on for.
Year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a long time since we had that first meeting.
It's
in the
weird.
little
It
house
feels like
with the
it's been a long
mediator.
time, but at the same time, it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Well, if you
it
think
doesn't.
back,
And then
yeah.
you start thinking back to some of the stuff we've done.
Yeah.
You think, God, that was a long time ago.
You
So
think
the
back,
mediator.
Yeah.
My original notes on the mediator. Who remembers what the mediator looked like?
Yeah, I got my notes literally right here.
I have.
It looked like this.
Yeah.
6 foot tall, green-eyed, grey hair, grey-white hair.
Yeah, that's it.
I just have
Green
deep
waistcoat.
gray skin, white hair, shaved cut.
Green waistcoat.
Yeah.
I think I went through at some point. I definitely might have told you about the mediator. He does have a little bit of a
Yeah, you did.
sort of a backstory.
Yeah, it's pretty much it.
He was the intro MacGuffin.
Yeah, well, so he's a changeling. So I can confirm at the point when another dude came in to check on you, it was just the same guy.
Yes.
Mhm.
Which I think I've confirmed before.
Yep.
But I do have that they grew up in a boarding school for sorcerers called King Harold V's School of Magic, where they learnt the basics of magic. There you go. So that's a thing that exists in the world.
Yeah.
Don't know where it is.
my
They were left there as a young child, so don't know their true parents. In their final year, approached by a man who said he would pay them if they burned down the school, no questions asked, and they did, and were paid more than they'd seen before, and walked away, keeping walking until they'd crossed the continent. So basically, he's a little bit psychotic, but also, just into a little bit of blackmail. That's fine.
yeah, exactly. And then he got killed by some random person he'd blackmailed before.
Yeah, there was no real context in that other than yes, it's someone who's blackmailed before who's managed to find them. Kind of, I kind of put it in there, although you went much further than that. It's kind of like the end campaign of another character that you've never seen, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Them finishing off their thing, which is the beginning of your thing, which is quite amusing.
And the first time we arrived in Corsia.
Yeah, but that was such a long time ago. It was a year and a half ago when you all started up with that. I mean, Joe, of course, you weren't there. You were no spirit, but you
There.
you weren't there.
We've got a twinkle in the DM's eye.
Exactly. And that's when I think it was almost right from the beginning that Flint was making tea with his. He had this flame hand thing, and I thought he isn't really using that for his fighting. I say, what can I use it for? I know, I'll use it to boil a kettle. So from then on, he was just boiling kettles on his hand all the time.
So the stressed out edge, the hot-headed, both literally and figuratively. I almost said Tav, God, Flint. Elsie, who was at that point probably more meek. I mean, I still remember.
She was just chaotic as fuck back then.
There was a link between Etch and
plans.
as well,
I remember plans, lots and lots of plans.
Yeah, she had a thing about plans.
Which I think was my fault.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It was my fault, but it was exaggerated by the rest of y'all because it was like you were away, buddy. So I was like, oh, it's fine. She's in her room making a plan.
I think you should have a plan anyway.
But because exactly. But because
he kept you in the room for days.
Exactly, in game.
So we were like,
it's easier to just
what the fuck is she planning?
keep her away. I don't really think about the fact that she's been there for days making the plan, which then made her like slightly psychotic, and then it's sort of that. It's fine.
But thing is, it was one of those themes that never completely went away. Because if you actually think about it the whole time, there's always been that slight underline of everything's got to have a plan.
Yeah, exactly. You got to think it through, sort it out. Yeah, exactly. But the tiger thing went away. The cat that's a tiger, that went away.
Mm.
Yeah, the cat was actually her tiger that she caught with a pebble.
Made it all the way to level 20 thinking that cats are tigers.
I'm pretty sure Elsie had a psychotic break at the beginning of the cat.
Oh, I think she did. I generally think she did.
Just lost it.
Oh,
just
yeah.
a little bit there.
Yeah. Oh,
she wasn't actually stable at all at the beginning. I mean, neither at the end, but definitely at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then Unit, of course.
And then murdered her father. Unit, I mean, obviously I won't bring it up too much without Simon here, whoever they are, but Unit was an interesting one, for sure.
Yeah.
Emotionless, discovering the world, saving his own people.
And I've never come across a Formicid before.
Well, Formicids aren't a standard D&D thing. They are homebrew.
Is it a thing in Pathfinder?
They're homebrew for D&D. They're not like a new concept at all. But they aren't in like 5e's rule set. I think they're an enemy. Actually.
They might be being added this year from an Earth Arcana that was playtested.
Yeah, because we're just that popular that we introduced the idea.
Yeah,
of
exactly.
I think under the name like the Thrikeen or the Thrikeen or something, where basically you are an insect person.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, are there any points of the campaign that stick into your mind in particular?
Oh, many, many. Ripping a doctor to pieces and putting him in a bag.
Yeah.
Springs to mind.
Special moment. Again, Joe, you weren't there. This is when Elsie was a werewolf.
Early on, yeah.
Yeah, I have a question about that because my first session I joined and we fought you, Mark, and we kept trying to trap you in the bubble and drag you down.
Yeah.
And it was a real struggle. And I don't know if it was in that Elsie had a wild magic that then caused some effect, or if it was on.
Was that when I got the goat legs?
No, it was previous to that. I think that happened while Ray
Goat
was
legs
alive.
happened in Elezduin, or right after Elezduin. One of those.
And
two.
this was like I think it was like my second or third session with you guys. And I cast Remove Curse to try and get rid of whatever it was. And then Alex was like, all curses are removed. And you were like, what? It was like, all curses are removed from the text of the spell. And you were like, oh, I'm not a werewolf anymore. And I had purposely put myself in the dark about what you guys have been up to in the campaign because I didn't want to be like, oh, I know that they've been and done this and all this. So I was like, what?
So what's your question?
But the body was still in there.
Because you clearly were not expecting to no longer be a werewolf.
Yeah.
Just out of the blue. So what was your experience on the other end of that?
It was kind of like I was just starting to get used to like having the fact that she was a werewolf. Because like when it first happened, I got the message because I was away, and Alex sent me the message saying, "Hey, look, because of this has happened to via wild magic, we're gonna make it do this." And I'm like, "Oh right, yeah, okay, whatever." Like I'm not overly happy about it, but hey, it was my wild magic, yeah. Like it happened right at the end of the episode, so like I didn't really find out until I was away, and I thought, oh well, I guess that's fine, whatever. And just as you came along, I was getting used to having her as a werewolf, and I was really starting to like really, really enjoy it. And then you went, "You're no longer it." And I'm like, "Oh, okay."
There's quite a prominent story. There's quite a prominent story as well because Velka, which hasn't really come up because it's a very controlled and taken back thing. Velka has a sort of bestial spirit type, can turn into a werewolf at will, which now is a little bit different. Which had a relation for Elsie and Velka both being like, "Hey, look, werewolf buddies." And I hadn't said at any point that it was a curse. It just because how often do you just randomly remove curse? But for that exact situation, it's hilarious that you were just like, "I'm going to remove that curse," and another one's gone as well. Oh, interesting. So, yeah.
But I mean, Joe, are you aware that when she was a werewolf, she tore her father to pieces?
Yes. So that came up.
Yeah, that came up a lot later on.
And it was like.
And the school bully, because that's still part of the storyline was quite fun. So we were getting up in the morning. I think there was reports of somebody getting torn to pieces. I think it's 3 different people, wasn't it?
No, there's 2 different people. So it was just as Elsie had become a werewolf when she wasn't really aware of it, and she sort of in the night in sort of like a blackout. She didn't realize she was doing it. She went out and she had an abusive father who she just went and tore to pieces. Or at least like during the late evening or whatever, and then woke up in the morning covered in blood and was like, "Oh, what the hell's this?" And then later on, yes, there was a second attack, which was like a childhood bully before it came under control. But yeah, so there's the whole like joke of she brutally murdered her own father. It was just entirely a thing that she just did,
which her whole family still to the end of the campaign.
They still have
don't know about exactly.
The door's just opening. But yeah, the doctor's body was still in the bag when you turned up, wasn't it?
Oh, that's right. We had him in there for ages, didn't we?
Yeah.
Where did we dump him?
We buried him.
We dumped him over the edge of the ship, didn't we?
I thought we did. I thought we dumped the soup in the water.
We did, yeah. I think we did.
I can't.
Nice.
I think it was over the side of the airship.
The forbidden soup, yeah.
Where we the doctor's body.
Yeah, it was. Yes, I think you put it on the airship, which was exploding, or something like that. You sort of dumped it at a certain point.
Yeah.
Oh, was it when we went onto that other?
Yeah.
So you went onto the other
pirate.
ship.
Yeah.
So you went onto the other ship, which had precious
Another
cargo.
time when I wasn't around.
I'm going to release something to you, which I think might slightly change your perspective of how I am. But like that entire ship interaction was completely improv from a random table. So I had like random interactions of what's going to happen whilst you're on an airship, because it was like the first few times. Nowadays you just across to a different place because that's boring, but it was like a random interaction with another ship, like a ghost ship, and like drifts past where everyone's already dead, and I was like, okay, fine. And I was like, oh, there's a big crate in it, and I thought it'd be amusing to have a big crate in it that has stuff in it. And at that point I was like, oh, another stone, fine, let's have another thing in there, which was all being improv, which is effectively like the main campaign of C2.
Yeah, I was like,
stones.
wasn't that integral to the story? I thought
So
that was...
initially there was the two stones, which are on the two different islands, either side of Forth. And I had it in my notes, and it never really been brought up that they had been stolen. You heard that they'd been stolen, but I had a thing that was like, oh, someone came in the night. That was something. That's a think about it later kind of thing. And then from the point where there was a third one, I started developing that story where it was the idea of, okay, they're actually special stones from the gods, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. But like the amount of time before I came up with that was quite large, to be honest with you. I'm trying to think in terms of the overarching story. I imagine I'm trying to look for one of the campaigns and when was it made. So this was created on the 23rd of June 21, which is blah blah blah. Where's my somewhere in here? I have the recording and the dates that we did the recordings. So in terms of C2, we started on the that's series 1. Getting to the right series. We started on the oh no, that can't be right then because I must have created that much earlier. 10th of July 21. So obviously I created that earlier than that. I know for a fact though, but that was when I started actually creating that story. There was a long time before any of that stuff was properly thought out anymore. Just... No, I tell you exactly what it is. The ghost ship was series 1, I think.
That was probably episode 40, taking flight.
And then it was series 2 that we did it. So yes. Either way, the fun point is that that entire ship part was completely improv and kind of the main outlying story of campaign 2. So, I mean, series 2. So, fun there.
Gosh,
Greg shaking his head disappointedly.
Just before you came in, Simon, we were talking about unit and with the kind of the former Seared race. I was wondering why you went in that kind of the direction of the kind of the almost the start of like the classic hero's journey of go out, discover the world, find the thing that saves the people. What was it about that kind of appealed to you, along with going with like a homebrew race?
I don't really know. I mean, it kind of came from a few points of inspiration, which I probably did mention at the end of C1 anyway, but like there's a game that I played, well, that I was playing quite a lot of at the time, that I have played quite a lot of, called Sunless Skies, that is a sort of half text-based exploration kind of game, and there's one of the islands that you can visit in that is called Hybris, and it's full of fungi, and then so I thought that was kind of already a cool idea, and then of course there's the what's it called, Cordyceps fungus, that is the thing that takes the control of the ants.
Oh, that's like the
yes,
zombie
yeah. So that was the zombie inspiration, and then because ants, I was like, oh well, there isn't really an ant insect race, so that's where the kind of Formicid came from. And then just based on that and based on the location, that it was kind of, I think Alex had basically said, here are the places where I haven't decided where things are yet, of which one was very far to the south. And then it just kind of extended from there, and the assumption that if it was a relatively isolated region, and if the Formicid population were kind of secluded and didn't have very much interaction with the outside world, what would they do if there was this kind of infection or kind of infestation or whatever? Yeah, it just kind of came about naturally, to be honest. I was quite pleased with the storyline that I developed from that as a backstory, which was my kind of first exploration of having a character with an actual backstory rather than just here's this person and that's it. Which is kind of how I previously did things. So yeah,
I think it worked. I liked.
That really answered your question at all, but there we go.
I don't know, but the whole of the unit's story arc worked really well there.
Yeah,
right. And the ending was
yeah,
well.
And then I guess there was also the kind of I knew that there would be some interactions with like the kind of cross-cultural aspects of kind of imagining what it would be like if you had previously only existed in a kind of hive mind setting and then suddenly were kind of extricated from that. And yeah, I mean, it was kind of partly something I'd already decided on and partly not, that like he would start having like doubts about like whether he wanted to go back into the hive mind situation or like kind of developing quote unquote like kind of developing free will or whatever or kind of individuality and stuff like that. I think Alex prompted me on that a bit as well.
Well, we had quite an in-depth conversation because I remember at a certain point you were saying it's hard to play a character that's meant to be completely emotionless because trying to it borders on the edge of boring. So we had a long discussion about like direction of story coming into, well, why don't he start having emotions? Which is why there's that sort of like underlying.
Oh yeah, I don't know if this was ever mentioned at the end of C. Was this still C1?
This is all C1. He left at the end of C1.
Yeah, there was an episode. It never really persisted because basically it was just really difficult to keep remembering to do and kind of emotionally taxing. But Alex kind of DM'd me at some point and said like he's developed telepathy.
Yes.
So there was like a couple of episodes where like every time we got into an argument, Una got really angry. And everyone was like, what the hell is going on with Una? And then eventually it just became difficult to become angry or sad or happy whenever somebody else was becoming angry or sad or happy. So I just stopped doing it basically. And it just became a normal person. So I guess in the kind of grand scheme of things, you can imagine that was him kind of developing and exploring what emotions were like, and then eventually being able to kind of use them in his normal life without such a kind of drastic swing.
I loved the bit of like him learning emotions and everything. It was like one of my favourite bits of Unit was like it started off as this like very robot-y type thing, which is quite funny because you end up being a robot.
Yeah, that's true actually.
He started off as like this very robotic, like just do what I'm supposed to do sort of thing, and slowly turned into like this, like just had his own personality and like was really fun to like play with.
Yeah, there were definitely moments where Unit introduced a kind of like unknown variable in situations, which was definitely fun to play against sometimes.
Yeah, bringing Unit to meet the king or talk to the king. That was a very unforeseen variable.
Unit being disrespectful to the king was just like a bruh.
I just think everyone meeting the king, all of them have their own like special little bits. Like when we first bought Barty, and Barty wanted like an autograph sort of thing.
I love King Bragan purely from the fact that King Bragan is just like the king that just doesn't want to be the king. Like the reason he's so jovial with all of you when you come around, or at least so like down to earth with you, is because when he's around the strangelings, as it would be, but like actually
we don't treat him like a king.
It's not that. It's just he kind of just likes this idea of just being a part of an adventuring group and none of these responsibilities, but then has to keep remembering that I'm in charge of an entire country. You know, like I have the lives of so many people under my charge, and that's why he's always just like so forgiving to all of your bullshit.
Yeah, I always thought he was
And that's
So we
a lot
have
of
given him some
bullshit.
bullshit.
I mean,
Yeah.
patient. He was a really patient king, a very patient guy.
Exactly.
That is
It's
so-
funny. It's funny.
Leads me to another question that I had, if that's okay.
Mm.
No.
No, how
and
dare
it
you?
was- And
Absolutely.
it was on that trip that you just mentioned, Purdy, about when we went to go see the king, and it was Barty's first time going. Unit handed over to like the Grand Cleric or something an orb of soul something.
Oh yeah.
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 Then when you were kind of hesitant to give it over, and as soon as the cleric kind of had it in hand, they were like, I'm not giving you this back.
I know.
What was that? What was it?
I can't remember where you got that. It was an item.
It
It
you
was from the
picked up.
Perwelven Temple behind a
It
secret
was, yeah. It's
wall.
Permanent
It was,
Temple.
yeah.
Perwelven
Yeah.
Temple, yes.
It was the same place
So-
you got the gold skull from.
The
Yeah.
idea behind that was it's effectively a dark.
Focus.
It's a type of magic. Yeah, it's a
elixir
focus, but it's a type of
of souls.
magic that like you guys haven't really looked into because why would you? It's like dark magic of using death and souls to charge up like and create like a magical focus. And the point was effectively it's an orb that has thousands of souls inside it, which would give you a lot of power, but at the same time you're effectively torturing souls to cast magic. Which I never really developed much because it's one of these, well, if you start looking into it, I'll develop that more because there's no point in me writing thousands and thousands of things for something you wouldn't want. But yeah, when you ended up handing it over, they were just like, this is an extremely evil and horrid thing. But there would have been a storyline in there for releasing the souls if you had
But
wanted to.
also very powerful. So the reason is that there was a reluctance was it was. I mean, I remember when
It was like a
Unit-
+3,
yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was
very
like
powerful.
it had a huge amount of power, and it was like, but it's for the soul. So you could
Yeah,
use it to have
exactly.
a fantastic increase in your power, but that doesn't mean you've got 1,000 souls.
And that was
No,
the
you-
entire
that'd be-
point. The entire point
Yeah.
was, of course, like a moral conundrum alongside, like, well, is this going to have a negative effect on your character?
yeah.
You know, using this as a thing. So yeah, it's an interesting point, which kind of faded itself because realistically, like the king took it and it was like, I'm not getting, never get that back. Which you could have tried to steal back or do something.
Because
about.
it was also the implication was quite addictive.
Hmm.
But that was the same temple where Flint picked up that golden skull,
Yeah, the skull.
which was also
And the wine.
cursed.
Was it the wine or the whiskey?
We got the
The
whiskey.
whiskies,
whiskey.
which you
That
the whiskies which you
funded
sold.
the guild hall.
Yep.
Yeah,
which is the
yeah.
fund of the guild hall.
Yeah. 160. How much was it? About 12 bottles, 160,000.
Yeah, it was a large amount, like 160 or something like that. When you went to the vineyard man,
Yeah.
which I cannot remember the name of,
Okay.
who you sold it to. It's like the big fat asshole who's in charge of the vineyard in. I need to bring up the map, but in Carmanthia.
But I don't know if you came across the golden skull bit, Joe. I think I might.
It was.
Yeah, that was when
yeah,
My
when he joined.
first episode was us trying to restrain you.
Yeah,
And it
yeah.
was-
You in
I
the
think that
bubble
was
and
how
everything.
the remove curse came about first, because it was me that removed it from you, I think.
It was
Yeah, I think
in
it might be
Purtis. Alex.
But I mean, luckily, the only curse
Yes.
I think was that I didn't want to give up the skull. Apart from that, it didn't do anything. I don't think particularly. But
Didn't you go kind of vigilante on us?
Yes.
that was
Like kind
separate.
of nighttime excursions.
Yeah, that wasn't because of the skull. That was because he liked the idea of
That was
what
him
was
becoming
the-
a rogue.
Yeah, because that
yeah.
was.
What's his name? The
Yeah,
Batman character.
Fang?
Yeah,
Oh,
Fang.
Fang.
Bang.
who
Yeah.
met,
And I like
Terminus.
That elf
Hellthorn.
he really hated.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And but
was a big
Flint loved the idea because he was all about helping people, and he was by that time he'd got much better at fighting and so on. So he's like, "This is a great idea. I'll go out at night and help people." But I never really got the chance to do it very much because the way
I
we
really thought that was
stay in
because of the
cities.
skull.
No, it
I
wasn't.
really
no,
thought it was because of the skull.
no. But he liked he used the symbol of the skull because at that time he had it and loved it. He used the symbol. He became the skull. He had that skull mask, golden skull mask. But I didn't really develop that side of the character very much because we didn't stay in cities very much for him to do. He did occasionally, but we weren't in cities that he could do that. We'd have to have stayed somewhere for a while to to really work. And
And he stuck
out
around,
and
he would
about-
have had more opportunities.
Yeah,
with
as
the
it
guild
turns
hall.
out,
Would have had a
Yeah,
base of operation.
yeah, but yeah, that was fun. That was after he got changed to a halfling, of course.
And then he went to go and be a member of his own cult.
Yes. This cult got created around him. I was going to say, actually, speaking of him becoming a halfling, that was an interesting moment for Flint, for me as Flint, was when he'd been killed. And it was like, okay, so we're going to reincarnate him now. And then Alex threw in, oh yeah, so your spirit is now. You find that you can see Helm, but you can't talk to him because you're in the wrong heaven, effectively. And suddenly, you're with your parent. Your parent, this flame being, and they had that conversation again.
It was fucked up, Alex.
I mean,
yeah,
I will admit
was,
it was, but I mean, it's the kind of thing.
It was brilliant. It was like, and it was,
brings effect.
That was
probably put in like a choice.
It was a huge, because it suddenly turned something which was really simple into a huge dilemma. Because it's like, okay, so Flint's one of his driving things was trying to find out where he came from, trying to get back to his parent or parents or whatever. And suddenly there they are. I can stay here now. It's fine, or I can get back to the fight. It's like and you've got.
I was actually really upset that I missed that episode.
That was powerful. I think that's like one of the most powerful like decisions or like moments of all of it. Was just like that small moment of like you either stay or you go back.
And I was seesawing for a minute there. I was seesawing about which way you go.
You made us take off our headphones as well, and I knew you were doing something shitty, and I remember sitting there fuming at the camera the whole fucking time.
You know when the headphones come off that he's like doing something.
I remember coming back and being like, I swear to God, Mark, if you don't come back into this damn body, I'm going to be so upset.
I was close. It was very close for moments.
It really pushes the line, doesn't it? A willing soul to be brought back. It's like, are you willing? That's a genuine question. But interestingly, we did have a character prepared in case, which kind of was Tavel, wasn't it? It was more of like a hunter rogue type rather than the sort of militia style Tav, which it developed a lot from there. But it was an ASMR, and that was it was in the wings.
He was sort of but he wasn't really ready. I wasn't really ready for it yet. I wasn't expecting to come back at that point, and it was like and then of course because the idea was here's your parent finally. And they're saying, but I'm not going to, because of the way we exist, I'm not going to exist for that long. So,
well, no, it was more because of the way we exist. I don't know how long I'll exist for. It could be tomorrow that I flame out. It could be 30 years. Who knows?
So if you leave now, that's fine. But I may not be here when you come back. It's like, so that was a really interesting moment.
I think it's so funny and speaks a little bit to the kind of almost circular nature of a lot of like D&D campaigns, is that the person who would be able now to help Flint is Flint's replacement, is the guy who can now go between the different realms.
Well, he can't go between. He can only go between the empty and the zone. But there is obviously more help.
Yeah.
Ability.
Much more. I mean, the whole planes thing is much more developed now than it was when. At that point in the process.
There's a reason for that, because at that point there was I hadn't even thought about it.
Well, the whole thing about the empty planes was a clever idea, and that developed really well into a sort of basis of the whole thing. Really,
we kind of forced you to develop that, didn't we? Because we kept looking into it.
This is the thing. I love it when that happens, though. As much as it puts a little more strain on my ability, really. Like you really focused in on it. I was like, right, so that's what we're developing, and it does mean that every now and again there's some inconsistencies across, like 270 hours of campaign. But like, I'd rather that and be having a good time. Then be like, oh no, that can't happen because of this. Your fun is not allowed because of one sentence I said, 600 hours ago. I know sometimes I get a little particular on things, but that's just how my brain is. But in that case, I brought up Zegeth Bolin at some point. It'll be in here somewhere.
It was
just like the creator of the book.
The library.
I was about to say, the first one mentioned him. He's barely even mentioned in my notes.
Yeah.
Like Elsa
I feel like
not...
it was Lord that mentioned him, maybe.
I think there was a reference, like likely to a book, which was because you were looking at the planes. You were like, I want to find. This was for Flint.
First mentioned on December 12th, 2020. It was
December 12th, 2020. That's obviously.
I think it was Lord's Place. It was either Lord's Place or the library in Corsia that mentioned him.
You said December 12th.
Yep, December 12th, 2020.
Okay, yeah, so there's 26 episodes. That's halfway through the first
pre-pandemic, jeez.
Campaign. That's session 26.
That was right before the council was formed.
It was
in the same. It was actually that was in the same episode the council was formed.
my
that
session
was in
my-
the episode called Back Home.
My session 26 is when when Flint became the skull.
Yep.
That was a groundbreaking
the
episode
whole-
for us.
The whole Zegeth
Apparently,
Bolin thing. The whole Zegeth Bolin thing was, of course, that it was a book to do with the plane stuff, and I was thinking, oh, it'll probably help you to at some point go and open a portal yourself. But you were really interested, and you put, I think it was great, putting this idea of let's find Zegeth Bolin. He exists. He's an author. You said that he's alive.
He's the only noted author on this subject with any
Exactly.
credible information.
And this was after you'd gone
What do you
through Loru, the university.
Oh, that's right. And he was in Esmond, wasn't he?
I don't
Yeah,
even have him written down in my notes.
And so I
at
was
that
like,
point.
God,
like,
he's the
okay,
boyfriend,
fine. Let's
jeez.
make something up. There's a tear in Elesduin, because that's how Flint was made. Just so all of you are aware, the context of Flint was a flame elemental that was born at the same time as the elves of Elesduin tried to open up a portal. They had found a tear, so they tried to use powerful magic to open it, but it went wrong, pulled Flint through, and forced a hybrid of human and flame elemental.
Yeah.
This
So
sort of
Gone wrong.
combination.
On clickbait.
blew up half the building at the same time.
Yeah, he is Hellboy essentially.
Kind of.
Yes.
But anyway, so when there was this sort of like loose tear, and of course you're going to go back, you're going to open up, and I was like, well, fine. Zegeth, interested in these things, would have gone there. He'd have heard these reports and been like, okay, I'm going to see if I can open this. Snuck in, tried to sneak up, got arrested, ended up in the jail cell. Hence why you had to go and save him.
No surprise at how he
but
was
even at that
then
point,
either.
But even at that point, I had no clue what Zegeth was going to become. I was like, oh, it's just some nerdy shithead who's just like, oh, I know about planes, and you'd ask him questions, that'd be fine. But he kind of stuck around a bit.
I like planes.
And then there was like, oh, there's another tear in the Macoris that you guys were going to go to. Of course, he'd come along and he'd be really, oh, I'm not used to this and stuff. And the decision for him to go into the portal and then come back as jacked happened whilst the decision was being made as to who's going to go into the portal. So like the whole he was there for 3 days thing, completely off the cuff. I was just like, yeah, fine, whatever. He's in there for 3 days. It happens to be 3 years. He comes back and he's riding the back of a dragon. That'd be fun. Yeah. Holding back trauma of being alone for 3 years or 2.5 years.
Bless him.
Poor Rock, sick.
Alex, I must know,
Mhm.
and you'll probably say yes to this now just because it's convenient. In Etch's,
Yeah.
I can't remember if it's in Etch's backstory or in one of the notes that you had in Etch piecing together his backstory. At some point, his father had opened a portal in that
Mhm.
cave underneath the castle,
Oh, yeah.
and they saw a giant creature heading towards the portal.
yes. I've forgotten
Nightwalker?
that.
To be honest, nothing.
No idea.
But to be contextually rounding, it would make sense. I think I imagine more it to be like like a devil or something from a different world that is huge but never managed to make it through. And I think if you had explored that and tried to reopen it, I would have pushed that more. It's unlikely you're going to, but there was never any like specific relation back to anything else in the campaign. I mean, it could have been Nightwalker. It could be
Because
Bexler.
now in hindsight, now
Yeah.
the Nightwalker seeing someone trying to force open a tear and being like,
Yeah,
"Bitch,
it would
no."
make sense. Yeah, at the time, obviously, that wasn't a thing, but that would also make sense. Although in that time, I had explained it more as like something the other side of the portal rather than something appearing.
Yeah.
But realistically, the Nightwalker wouldn't have had to appear because,
Yeah.
So with the Nightwalker as well, a bit more context because we're talking about it. The Nightwalker helped out because, as you obviously now know, the Nightwalker at some point was a person who, over thousands of years, is like deformed, transformed, and turned into this huge, thing that's no longer really got any humanity left. It's just a creature. But with you begging and pleading and convincing, there's like that little spark was just like, okay, fine, I'll help one last time, knowing that if they went in to help, they would be fighting to their death. They'd be fighting the dragons because they're not supposed to do that. But they were like, fuck it, done. It's been so long. I'm done. So, yeah,
But when
Katniss
did you decide that Zegith were going to become a Nightwalker?
He didn't.
not the point. It was one. I can't remember. There was just a certain point when it's likely that one of you had made like an off-the-cuff remark. You'd be surprised how much of it is like, oh yeah. I don't necessarily go, oh, I'll take that exact idea, but like you say things, and I'm like, oh, that sparks a thing in my brain to be like, that'd be a really
Aha!
cool path.
I'm justified.
No, not the stupid jokes that interrupt people's conversation.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But
I've got
at a certain point, yeah, exactly.
I've got the dad jokes open over here just in case.
The whole
No.
Zagith being the Nightwalker thing really had come into my brain properly, and I was going to introduce it, but then I can't remember what it was. One of you did something that kind of pushed it a little bit further forwards, like you said something or did something, or I did the whole old friend from Schnell.
Yeah.
Side of things, but I can't remember what it was that it just naturally sort of appeared, and I was like, okay, yeah, I can bring that into the forefront.
We were given a sudden choice of somebody has to go. Only one person can go with them.
Oh no, I'm talking much later when it was decided. With him going with the Nightwalker, if Elsie had forced it, Elsie would have been the one to go, and I'm sure things would be completely different. Because who knows, at that point the branching trees would change.
Gotta make Elsie buff.
The thing is, I'm not sure if I would have done that, because then it would have forced Purdy to play a character who's had 3 years of loneliness and not actually having an opportunity to RP that. Just like, oh hey, now you have to have this as a part of your character. Like, fuck. Okay.
Elsie comes back as an East Germany Olympic weightlifter.
A sorcerer barbarian.
Elsie would not have survived if she had to do 3 years on her own.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
I wonder, with you guys, did you have a plan for the ending if we had not been able to get Zegith back through Hesag? Because Alex sent me a message, I'm sure he sent one to you guys, being like, oh, what kind of sunsetting are you planning for your character, that kind of thing. And I had like 3 different routes to depending on what happened. So I was wondering, what were your guys' plans, if you had any, of if we didn't get Zegith back that way? Was there something you were going to do or not do, or what would have happened in our kind of like alternate timeline?
I think
So like, my alternate timeline had a hell of a lot more information than if Zegith came back, because I had to kind of work out what Elsie would actually do without having him ever being back. And like, Alex sent me the message of like, can you let me know like what would happen if he came back and what would happen like if he didn't. I'm like, I actually don't know what would happen if he did come back, because I'd got so used to that point that he wasn't around anymore, and that we were ending the campaign and that she was going to end it without him. That I had this massive like thing for like what I wanted her to do when like that he's not around, and then like hardly anything for when he like if he was around. And I was kind of like, I actually don't know what she would do if he was around.
Or like Infinite is like the end of a Marvel Endgame. Like everyone's moved on after 3 years, and then all of the friends come back.
Yeah, no, I did go through and ask everybody what sort of like, because there was a few alternatives of like, if you
And some of us
back, if you trust. One thing I did do, which Puddy you didn't play with, and I really wish you had, at the very end there, I had Bexlan, when you all took off your headphones, I had Bexlan talk to Elsie and say,
yeah, I was going to ask what that was.
Eventually it was Bexlan coming through and saying, you know that not Eldath, Hesag, you know that Hesag is lying, like they can't do anything, they haven't done anything for you so far, they've just been all words, why do you believe them? But you sort of just passed it off. I was like, that's sad, because at least a discussion on that would have been fun. Because realistically, Hesag had done nothing for you. Like,
yeah,
they claimed that they brought you back, which I can tell you they did. But like, to your perspectives, they claimed they brought you back. They claim they can help you out, and they claim that, you know, it's all going to be fine. But there's been no proof this entire time. It's all
that was why
based on
Felix was
trust
so resistant
and a comfort feeling
to returning.
This is the thing, like, my head was going, do I play with that? Do I, like, dip my toe into that a little bit? And then I'm like, but Elsie wouldn't. Because in Elsie's
We already know
head...
Bexlan's steel.
Yeah, like, in Elsie's head, Hesag has brought her back to life. She comes in and talks to her every now and then, makes her feel comfortable, and all Bexlan's done is just basically fucked her over.
Good to know for the
Elsie
future
would
that all I
die
have to do to
first in
manipulate
a-
your characters
Yeah.
is say the phrase, you feel comfortable in their presence.
Yeah, Elsie would die first in a horror movie, no questions asked.
It was more so Bexlin has actively worked against us the entire
Well, I mean,
time
that's
and started a world war. So why
much as that
even
is true.
humor him?
I wasn't expecting you to be like, hey, we should do the Bexland thing, but I was expecting you to be like, maybe we shouldn't trust Hesag. Like, not switch sides, just don't trust either. But
We
That
already
was-
know we
I mean-
didn't,
Oh,
but we
no.
didn't have any other option,
Exactly.
really.
Exactly.
Yeah, and in
I
Elsie's
think-
head,
Well-
nothing I don't think was ever going to stop her believing that Hesag would do this for her.
yeah,
But
exactly.
at the same time, I didn't
Well, that's
want it
like
to be
a
like
good
everyone
response.
put their headphone back on and like nothing is said about it. So that's why I just had to go, yeah, not going to happen, and walk off.
some fun moments.
I found I think I discussed this a little bit at the end of C1, but like I wouldn't say it was like uncomfortable, but I was really like I had questions about the whole like resurrection thing. In maybe it's in this world, maybe it's in D&D more generally, but it was just like maybe when people die, we could just let them pass on and not
Yeah.
bring them back every
Yeah.
time.
There is a
Yeah.
genuine thought for that.
Well-
and this is why, of course, it comes to a willing soul.
'Cause
Like, you cannot resurrect a soul that doesn't want to be.
Because obviously with Felix's background as well, of kind of unwillingly resurrected, he was
Yes.
more than happy for Zegeth. Zegeth is dead now. He's not coming back because that's not what souls normally do. He didn't express any particular desire to come back. Let's just leave him there.
It's one of those funny warp perspectives for characters, of course, being like level 15 and above, or like really powerful adventurers. You have this option for, we have money, we can buy diamonds, we can bring people back. The average person, someone dies, they die.
Yeah.
There's nothing they're doing about that. They can't afford to get someone to bring it back. That's never happening. Whereas viewers, like, yeah, we'll just bring another one back. Because at the
Yeah.
point, it's necessary. You need these people to be back.
I
You're
thought,
starting
I
to
thought
level
that you
one
might
again.
at some point.
I don't think we're going to be getting better as we have been.
What do you say?
Starting at level 1 again, I don't think our character will be getting better as we have been.
Yeah.
Not in the
I-
same way.
I thought that you were at some point going to introduce a kind of tax on resurrection like you had with teleporting.
Death tax.
I'd
So
already done it
teleporting
to one of
is
you,
this
now.
kind of like
yeah.
kind of like greenhouse gases pollution esque kind of thing.
I just love how that, like, the fact that we did keep bringing people back, it basically became the underlying thing for Strange Link, and that's
Yeah.
where We Get Better came from.
Yeah.
And I absolutely love that. Like, one of my favourite things about it all is just the Strange Link. We get better because
I like
nothing
we were just
can do
acknowledging
anything
plot
to us.
armor, basically.
It's not
That came
plot armor.
from-
That's the thing,
that
because
came
like
from,
Oh, yeah.
you're at a point where you could bring people back, but if you run out of diamonds, or if they've been unwilling, or like the situation had presented itself, like the bodies had been eviscerated and stuff, like it's not plot armor. I didn't throw that at you, but it was possible.
No,
Yeah.
but
It's,
more armor than other
This
yeah,
characters
I
in
understand what
this
you
world
mean
had.
because it's like with what you said, Alex. It's that kind of warped perspective of, you know, we have the power to do this and we can do it, and so aside that was introducing the fact that like whoever held the title of Nightwalker could not be brought back. Changed the stakes very much in that we were considering just not taking Zegeth places, who we knew was able to dish out a crapload of damage and was very good in a fight, and also was like a big source of information for us, and it massively changed the stakes.
Yeah, you're right on that,
but
actually.
it's also part of why I don't know if you guys remember this, the questions that I think it was Greg, I think you asked me this when we were doing the kind of the truth or dare thing before the Kraken fight, because this is part of what I was rewatching. You asked, does Barty resent you guys? And I'd said about yes, because he's become a lot more callous since kind of meeting you guys. I think part of that came from the kind of the anxiety over being the one responsible for keeping you alive / bringing you back to life. But also, if you think about not even just if you can do that, if you're just in a group where that just happens and you can be like, okay, you die and you come back to life, it is that whole thing of like playing God a little bit, and life, the value of a life would just diminish to 300 diamonds or
because it's kind of replaceable.
Yeah, it is. It's putting a price on one's life, which is this really weird thing.
And then
Yeah, there
there's
is
the choice of
definitely
like
questions on that.
not saving everyone. Like you save the strangelings, but if like some random person had died in front of you, you just let them stay dead. Do you have why do you get the
Yeah,
choice
exactly.
to
Yeah.
bring them back instead of your friends?
That was why I tried to use regenerate anytime I could, because even though it's a 7th level spell and you only get one of those a day, it doesn't cost anything. All you need is your like magical focus, and you can, restore basically anything that isn't fatal. Because it is just that weird kind of that is super good healing. It's not, bringing someone back from the dead.
Yeah.
But out of all of this, Barty still offered to bring Elsie's dad back from the dead after she'd ripped him apart.
Yes.
Yeah,
I still remember that. Where Barty just went, "Try to bring him back to life," and I'm kind of like, "No, Elsie killed him for a reason."
I think they offered to bring back Dugnack as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
And you were like,
It's like, no,
Oh,
he died a
yeah.
natural
You're like,
death.
how did he
He was
die?
happy. Just let him.
only because I was kind of thinking it out loud that I think I made the offer rather than just going and doing it. And I would have just turned up with him had he kind of been the willing soul. I would have just turned up with him and be like, "Hey, I got you a present."
Yeah,
That's great. The dad I killed. That nobody knows I killed him within Strangelings.
I think with the granddad as well. I think that it would have been, you could bring back someone who died from old age, but they probably wouldn't survive very long at all because they're still dying of old age. Like it's not like you've cured a disease that they had. It's just their time has come. They can't really just bring that back forever.
Out of interest, with I can't remember the spell is the one that Unit used on Flint to bring him back as a different race.
Reincarnation.
Reincarnation. Yeah. Does that also reset the age, or would you reincarnate as like a
Reincarnation does.
dwarf?
Reincarnation would be like a reset of age, yes.
Yeah.
But it is, of course, a completely new body, and that's why the mind is the same, but the body's completely
Does the person choose the age of the body that they
It's all random.
No, it's all randomized.
It's completely random.
Yeah.
I don't think
Wow.
the age. I don't know if the age.
God, wouldn't that suck if you died
Yeah.
as you died at like age 18 as a half elf, and then you are reincarnated as a 95-year-old grandpa human?
What a crazy thing of you could be this 99-year-old human male, and you get reincarnated into a 98-year-old human female, and you're about to die of old age anyway. But you could be like a 25-year-old adventurer, out on your first mission. You die, some passing druid reincarnates you, and suddenly you are still 25, but you're now an elf, and you're going to live for 1,000 years.
Well, or in some, or you are
Opposite with
yeah.
or you're a
friend.
16-year-old with muscular dystrophy, and then you die, and then suddenly you're a house for 200 years.
Yes.
But,
Which is incidentally based off a webcomic that I read.
Is it? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I got to say, I've always wondered how you created your characters.
Me?
Yeah.
Some of them are based off books or webcomics or games that I've read. Some of them just kind of
Yeah,
pop out of thin air, to be honest.
Your C3 character isn't based on any.
Not that I'm aware of, no. There are a few ideas.
I would hope you would be aware of it if it was based on something.
I mean, no. Well, sometimes you think of a
You
really
never know
cool
where the
idea, and you're like,
inspiration
"Oh, that
comes
would be
from.
really cool," and then you see something in the
nothing's
next day, and you're like,
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
"Oh, actually."
The number of
that's
times
not
I
a
point
really
out
cool idea.
to Alex the stuff that lines up with
Yeah.
other
Critical
campaigns
Role.
or shows.
Mm.
It's like,
the
I've
amount of
never
times you've
seen
gone,
that.
that's
How did I
Critical
do
Role
that?
thing, and it's like, but Alex is so far behind. It's not gonna matter.
Just good ideas overlap.
Yeah.
Great minds think alike.
I was trying to think how I came up with Flint, and I think I can't. I
Flint's
fancy
an
doing
old character of yours.
Flint. The
Yeah, I
name
thought
is
so, yeah.
no. The name is an odd character. The original Flint
Oh.
was a weapon master. He was effectively a fighter who specialised in a thing called a spin sword. He was nothing like the Flint that we played. He was just an ordinary fighter. So I wanted to use the name, and the same with Whitebane. Whitebane the original White Bane was a druid, who died, funnily enough, and was reincarnated as a dark cleric, an evil cleric.
I just always thought your characters were just reusing your old ones.
No, just the names. Just the names.
Okay.
So Flint, the character that I created, I wanted to do. I've never done a monk, and I liked the idea, so I created this idea of this monk. And then I needed a backstory, so I started. And I think the character just came from. I was thinking, okay, he's a monk. Alex had said, "Oh, he's going to come from this monastery in the Lesduin over here."
No, I think I gave you free reign as to where they were from.
Did you? I can't remember.
No, yeah, because I said to you in what area you said you were gonna. You sort of took over Kugaram.
That's true.
And then you sort of decided that you're actually from
a
tiny little bit called a Lesduin.
And I said that it was surrounded by dwarves and the elves had been pushed into this monastery and all that stuff. And then I had to have some reason, since he'd been brought up in a monastery, of why did he leave then? And I thought, well, okay, you either leave because you're going off adventuring, but that's not really very likely for a monk, or he could have gone off on trying to convert people. I didn't really want to play somebody that ultra religious.
Plus, we just had Minim.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I still, to this day, love Minim though.
Yeah, Minim was brilliant. So I didn't want to. I didn't want to do that. So I ended up with. Well, in that case, he had left because he had to. So I ended up with this backstory of him having sort of got involved with the killing the. I mean, basically, if you think about it, it's this. If you've ever seen the original Kung Fu series with,
Bruce Lee.
Is that like an old people thing?
It's a
think so.
1970s, 80s
Yes,
series.
Yeah, so way before any of us were even born.
Which is why I thought
We're
I
all
was
90s babies.
David Carradine. David Carradine, he was in Kill Bill. He was Bill in Kill Bill.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
And there was a series where, when Kung Fu was suddenly became really, really popular in the 1970s, and there was a series called Kung Fu, and his idea was this guy was, let's see how much you sounds familiar. So this guy was half American and half Chinese baby, abandoned at a monastery in China, and brought up by the Shaolin monks as a fighting monk. And then one of his masters was who became his sort of father figure, who was blind, raised him up, and then one of the princes of the royal family turned up, and there was some, I can't remember. I mean, it's a long time ago. I can't remember the exact story, but there was something happened. There was a big fight, and his father figure monk was killed on the orders of this prince, who's in like a sort of one of these carrying chairs, I think, palanquins or whatever. And so our friend Kane, he was called, grabbed a spear, threw the back of the thing, and killed the prince, and then had to go on the run. I ran off to America to try and track down his father, and that's where the story.
Does indeed sound fairly familiar.
Yeah.
Use that as
Familiar
just-
sounding. Yeah.
Just to clarify, what story is this supposed to be close to?
So I used that. So I took that as a starting point. Well, that's a great way of sort of having to be on the run, and a monk as well. So I used that and twisted it and tricked it.
And of all the characters to be on the run, that's definitely the one that can do it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you're not
yes.
wrong.
There was that
You
one
wouldn't
where
have had to be on the run for that long, surely.
There was the moment where you realised you can run 100 feet up.
You were able to catch up with the
Oh,
carriage
yeah.
going full
That's what it
speed.
was, yeah. You caught up with the carriage.
Yeah.
But I remember you doing the vertical run up pillar or something as well.
I think that was the moment where I was like, "Oh fuck that!"
You had to exhaust this man because he was going too fast.
Yes. I mean,
I can't
I love the fact that in the fight situations, I was able to I'll hit him, then I'll run right across the other side of the area.
The worst thing is, Mark takes forever to take a round anyway, but
Yeah.
then he always plays characters that have like 10
Eight
million
attacks.
different
I
things
said
to
that,
do
yeah.
in a round.
Ah, dear. That was good.
in level 1, that's unlikely. I was going to say, Simon, I feel like you always feel as though you've picked the wrong characters.
Me? Well,
Yeah, well, whenever you look at how Joe's playing the characters, any of them are just playing the characters and doing really powerful things, it always seems as though you sit there going, "Why can't I do
yeah,
that?"
I don't know. I think I have a tendency to resist min-maxing.
It's not just that. I think that
I
the thing
really
is
struggle
you
to
don't.
commit to a thing.
Well, you don't really look in depth at your character. I mean, with fighters, it's easy. You just keep attacking. No, you look about as much as I probably would look into it. Whereas
I don't.
Joe and Greg,
Yeah,
You
yeah.
guys really look at how you can. You don't even do it on purpose, guys. You can really look at how you can play a character and maximize their ability, especially you, Joe, like with a cleric. Not many people play a cleric and then are able to output as much efficiency as you do. That's because you're just like, I really know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I will say
I have no idea what I'm doing the most. I just sort of make it up, and it just happens to work.
I will say, with me, I will say I do have a total bias towards making characters that can be skill monkeys. I love having high numbers when it comes to skills, but we actually don't roll all that many skill checks, so it doesn't matter all that often. I'm noting that for my next character. But
Passives, though.
I like to. I think that I like to distinguish between min-maxing and optimizing for something. So, and this, there's 100 different ways you could do this. To me, min-maxing is maximizing one thing at the expense of others, and once you do that, you are doing it to such a high level that you're kind of negating other characters and stuff. And if you're in a game where everyone is doing that, fine, whatever, but I don't think it's great. So what I try and do is, if I've got a concept for a character, I try and maximize for the concept. So it's something that I'm doing for the next one, and it's actively a detriment in some aspects. But for Artler, it was the kind of the chef thing that I decided on first. And that was why he had high numbers for like the social skills and kind of some of the ranger stuff of being able to go out and like get food. And then the cleric stuff came from wanting to kind of open up like a community pub or something. So with Miss Mary's Mistake that we went to, that describing that kind of hole in the wall that every kind of place has, where the locals go, it was kind of, I couldn't really think of a domain for the cleric that would let me do that very much, because a lot of the cleric stuff is either focus on healing or fighting in some way. So it was kind of that one I thought would do the best, just to let me be more supportive than kind of focusing on big spells or fighting or whatever.
Being a support cleric is extremely powerful. Like, if you're happy to be support, as shown by Barty, you can out of a party and really, like, instead of trying to do damage, like, let's be honest, average fight, how much damage does Barty do?
Not a lot.
Yeah.
But then how much damage?
How many times does he accidentally stop Elsie from accidentally dying to things?
How much damage is coming out as a result of Barty? Almost all of it, because you're healing people, you're helping people, you're holding, you're stopping, you're all those kind of things.
Some of it comes from power creep that hasn't yet been addressed in terms of like, so the Peace Cleric with the ability with emboldening bond, the additional D4, that is a powerful ability, and especially it didn't end up coming up, but for the level 17 kind of upgrade to that is that when you do the thing where you teleport and you take damage for someone, that damage is just halved. And what it essentially means is that the party shares a health pool, because it could be that Elsie with the lowest HP is about to take 70 damage or something, and I teleport in, having been 30 feet away, and I take, what that damage would have been to 35. Massive difference. But if Tav was 30 feet away from me, you could argue that it gets halved each time, but I think that would be a dumb thing to do. But, 35 damage to Tav is nowhere near as impactful as it would be for me, which is nowhere as impactful as it would be for Elsie.
That fight with Orm, where like three of us teleported and taking hits for Elsie because he's being such a dickhead.
Yeah,
that was great.
Some of it comes from the power creep, but I think that will be addressed in the kind of quote unquote 5.5 update.
I mean, you say power creep, but also, I don't know. It seems like there are specific subclasses in specific classes that are really like have power creep, and then there are things like the like the gunslinger fighter, which is like a cool thing, and like at like mid level is quite powerful, but like there's no like massive like ability, game changing ability.
You keep forgetting like the bullets are meant to be explosive, which does damage in a sort of AOE effect. And there's a few other things like to do with your like special bullets.
But the problem is though that we were always fighting in
Close range.
Within range of the explosive. Like I couldn't use them because I would hurt my teammates.
Yes.
Which is something I learned not to do from a unit, and that one time.
One time you nearly killed Maya.
Accidentally, yeah.
I mean,
Right,
when I built Whitebane, his attacking stuff was mostly area effect, and I never got to use. I mean, the fireball, the good old fireball. I never got to use it because whenever we went into a fighting situation, everybody all charged up to the enemies. It's like
that was actually a problem with the unit as well.
That's what I struggled with Elsie at first. Was like everyone all rushed in, and Elsie was kind of like left out on the edge, going, "Well, I can't go in because I can't do damage if I go in."
Yeah, and if you try and do rage effect damage, it hits everybody. So,
yeah.
So it was very frustrating. So that's one reason I switched to a monk and then a fighter. Because those are much easier. You can actually just rush in and punch them. And the reason with Tav, the reason I went for the Echo Knight was just because it sounded like fun. I like the idea of having this Echo.
Yeah, please no more characters where you get more.
Yeah, please.
It's incredible.
Honestly, can we put a cap on Mark's characters?
How else I didn't do that. I think you need to play the Mischief Cleric. No, Trickery Cleric. So that you get your illusory duplicate.
No!
Yeah.
Well, no,
you don't need any more of that stuff. You need like the most simplest of like classes.
Can you imagine the round length if you had made the simulacrum duplicate?
Oh my god.
Duplicate.
I did think about that because that would have meant.
Honestly, at that point, I would have left. Just got you to text me when it was my go.
Or imagine if he was a dual class Echo Knight and Monk.
Oh no!
Hey, now there's a good idea. Wow.
We would have like a 4-hour episode, and we would all get to talk once, and then the rest of it is just be Mark doing his
It would be hi, welcome to Dicebreakers D&D podcast. With my lovely streamers Mark.
No, I can confirm. Not just because you're level 1 C3. He's not going to be taking a million years per round.
No, I mean, I've enjoyed it, but I'm not going to do that again.
He'll be taking a million rounds per minute instead.
I didn't realise because I looked at, unlike Greg and Joe, who are much more into this stuff, I didn't really look that hard. I like the idea of ASMR, it sounded like fun. I wanted a straight fighter kind of character. Went through all the subclasses and thought, that's really interesting. Echo, can do a little Echo thing. So I have a little translucent buddy and I can sort of switch places. That's quite fun. But it's actually incredibly powerful. And as the time went on, I didn't realise when I put the characters together, I didn't look that closely to realise he has like 2 or 3 attacks. And then once I've got
a better version of the Mischief
and a 4th
Cleric.
attack and a say again?
It's like a better version of the Mischief Cleric because the Mischief Cleric can make a duplicate of themselves, but the duplicate is intangible.
To be fair, though, you were playing a Mischief Cleric as a fighter, which is always going to take you a step back because you never really did cleric stuff as Minna. You just kind of did
that's true.
fighter stuff and some magic. It was more paladin, but either way.
Minna was the fun part of Minna was the character rather than the power.
It was but it was a Mischief Cleric as a rogue. Specifically, because it was Arcane Trickster was the
yeah.
I think we were all learning in campaign 1. I mean, Pretty was playing Violet as a fighter with the axes. So
the thing is, like that was my first ever introduction into D&D.
I like also you keep saying this, but that was kind of our first. Like we did do the campaign before, but it was 4E and it was completely different. It was modern setting.
Yeah, we were all learning. It's just the stuff that we did is very funny in hindsight.
So when I say like that was my first introduction, I remember like seeing about it in like films and stuff, and I've always thought that was like a really nerdy fucking game, like way out of my league.
It's super fucking nerdy.
It's not for me at all. And then I get a text off of Alex going, "Hey, you're a nerd too. Play D&D." I'm like,
this is a call out post.
Oh god. I mean,
and I was like,
if you want a perfect example of min-maxing, it was from that original 4E game where John Brooks' character had such high charisma that he could effectively roll a d20 and do anything. He could convince anyone to do anything at any time. He could convince the door to open because his charisma was so high.
Just to not allow you to dig into too much, I've brought up a character sheet here, which is Simon's character sheet from our original modern setting campaign.
Oh.
With a character called Ryger Steele.
Oh, I remember him.
Yeah, I remember
Ryger Steele, who is a dragon-blooded human.
I remember him. Yeah.
With a starting occupation of law enforcement. There you go. Look at that.
Yeah. I remember
He
right.
was a pig, a dragonborn pig.
It's an interesting point though, Simon, because it's
6'9".
not all subclasses are created equal. I think generally the classes, like to compare them, they all do different things. I'd say they're all roughly fairly equal. Not all subclasses are created equal. Like
No.
if you look at the new Twilight Domain cleric. So I run a home game, and we started a new one recently, and I said to them, look, you play any published class, whatever, but if you want to play a Twilight cleric, come speak to me first because we'll need to make some changes because it's so fucking busted.
I kind of wish that I had gone. Well, I don't know. I think Gunslinger was like it didn't really have as much progression in the like character abilities as I would have liked. I kind of wish that that Felix had started as the artificer and then had died and been recreated as a gunslinger rather than the other way around. Because there was so much potential actually in the artificer armorer build. I just didn't get to use because it's like stuff that's helpful over a longer period of time rather than
it's not just that. It's very difficult to learn a character.
There's also that.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's a lot easier to like you have a gun, you can shoot the gun rather than here is a long selection of spells and different infusions that you could potentially be using, and you've got some melee weapons and blah, blah, blah.
The slowly expanding list of artificer infusions, including the slowly expanding list of magic items that you can replicate.
There's a lot of them.
To be able to, level up, and at the end of that long rest, go, you can fly now.
Yeah.
You just have boots of flying.
It's major.
So powerful.
Yeah.
I think the weird thing for Simon as well is that, like, you had Felix, and then Felix died, and you had these, like, almost every session you had a new character sheet you had to, quickly learn. And then you learned, you finally resurrected Felix in the way that you wanted to, and then you had a really complicated, thing for, 2-3 sessions?
And then I missed the Kraken fight, so I didn't have my, that was, I guess, would have been, my first trial fight with him.
It would have been a hell of a trial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kraken fight was fun. In terms of different types of fight, the Kraken fight was fun.
I have a question for everybody.
Yeah.
What weird stuff do you still have in your character inventory? Your personal character inventory that almost is never brought up.
I think I've still got the sex ed book.
So I put basically in everything into the bag of holding, but I have that open, and I fully regret never being able to slip someone the Tutti Frutti potion that makes them fart. We got to the final session, and I looked at the list of the bag of holding, and I was like, I never got that.
You should have brought that up at the campaign wrap up party. Just slip it into the king's drink whilst he's making a speech.
Ray still has a botany book, a flower language book, a Hydra snow globe, a packet of yellow lily seeds from Dina Pharaoh, 2 beaded necklaces, a beaded bracelet, an egret incense burner, and 2 good berries apparently, which are definitely gone bad.
I literally have a sex ed book.
They are 2 not very good berries.
I have a notebook in Fantasy Pen, which I can't remember who gave me that. Zegeth, I think, gave me that.
That would have been Zegeth.
Yeah.
But I've also got, when you create a character, we tend to create it with an item or 2. When I created Tav, the item he had, apart from his sword, was a rope of climbing, which I've had the entire time and never
Just
ever
to clarify,
used.
A rope of climbing is something that you can basically throw up and it'll attach to something and you can climb.
Yep, I know exactly what a rope of climbing is.
That would have been so useful so many times.
Which he gave to a character with wings.
Well, I can buy. Exactly. So I never ever used it. I don't know why.
Do you know how many times we could have used that?
When?
So there were so many times where we were looking at a
There
wall
was-
like,
over that.
Yeah.
Wall, yeah.
But whenever we look to the wall, Tav just goes, "Pink, there's two of me. I'll just carry you."
Yeah,
up."
but like there were situations where like we were trying to work out what the like most optimized way of getting everyone into Melon's bar,
Yeah, look-
and then you carry them down. Like
Yeah,
we could use the rope.
There
When
was
we used to
literally a
jump
bit-
down that hole, like in
Yeah.
hope that nothing was at the bottom of it.
No, it's only
It's the very
30
last
feet long.
episode.
50 feet long.
We had a door and a surrounding wall that we needed to get over.
Yeah, and I used
And,
my
like-
my only fifth level
You
spell.
used your 5th level spell so that we could just walk through. And Mark had a rope.
I had the wings.
I had wings. I could have just carried
Yeah.
them. But
Also,
Edge was-
on the-
Etch was still carrying 7 sketches that he had made for Maya, and Maya's
That's
ring
like
in
all of these
parentheses
down.
"do not lose" in all caps.
Aw.
I do have some stuff on my character sheet. I was wrong. I have 8 vials of holy water that I spent ages trying to make
Oh, yeah.
in handy. I've got a Tarin Tooth necklace. I've got the tuning fork for playing shift, attuned to
Oh,
shell, which was potentially going to come in handy later on. I've got the Lich's Plague Doctor Mask. I've got a book of Dwarven translation, and I've got my autograph and the cooling fan.
I don't have.
Oh, I've also got a.
Or unit.
I've got it down as a continual flame torch, but I think that was the pebble that.
Yeah.
It's just
Mark,
a stone that's
yeah.
on fire, but doesn't produce heat.
Is it still lit
anything,
up?
I don't have anything in Felix or units, but I just looked back at minims and I've got the plant that learned shapes, the plant that made a friend, the plant that could count, the plant that could talk.
Oh, the plant
I've forgotten all about them.
Series.
What a series!
Flint had a few bits and pieces because do you remember his immovable rod? That was really
Yep.
handy. That immovable
Yeah.
rod just came in so incredibly handy. But he's also got cocoa pods because he was learning how to make chocolate. You remember? Flower petals.
Be right back. 1 second.
A mended bow stick. Remember who was it? He had his proper bow, and then somebody
Oh,
I think- was it-
it was Elsie, wasn't it?
Elsie. It was an ordinary stick, and she
I did it
managed
so
to
badly.
glue
No,
it together. and she went,
just to
"Oh, you know."
clarify, you had your mended bow staff, which was given to you by Etch, I believe, who fixed your
Yeah.
bow staff, but then your replacement bow staff, which was a very weak twig given to you by Elsie.
No,
Yeah.
The one I've got down as the mended bow staff is the one that Elsie gave me, which I get because the one I use is a quarter
No, I
staff.
think that one snapped and she mended it.
Yeah,
I'm
I-
pretty
I
sure
did it really
someone else.
badly, and
I'm
it's
pretty
like,
sure
oh,
someone else remembered. I remember specifically someone mended your actual bow staff,
Yeah.
and you
So-
got another one, but
You're
someone
right.
mended your actual bow staff. And
you're
then-
right. But the mended
Yeah.
one I've got down as a
Elsie.
mended bow staff is the one that's not. If I try to hit
Yeah,
it,
so
somebody with it,
Etch
wait.
mended your proper one properly.
Actually,
and
I've got.
you'd also broke the other one, and Elsie went, "Well, I can do that too," and completely fucked it up.
I'm sorry. You're right. I've got 2 of them. I've got 2 mended bow staffs, and the quarter staff I actually hit people with. And I've also got tea, lavender, and chamomile for Elsie.
Elsie's favourite.
Tea, rosemary and chamomile, also for Elsie, and tea, violet and lavender for calming Etch, who's not here at the moment.
I like to think it is canonical that now that the adventuring's all done, it's like a nightly thing for Elsie to make herself a cuppa, a cup of tea.
Oh hell yeah! Like whenever she was like taken, like I would say taken a break, but whenever they were at the guild or something, it would constantly be like she'd go make herself a cup of tea. Remember,
A nice
Flint?
cup of tea. Yeah. God, I've forgotten. So something that Flint never used because he became a rogue as well. He had a stealth of plus 15. He could be completely invisible, but we never really did anything which involved that. He just did lots of running around, smacking people in the face. But he was actually really
The
good.
opportunity presents itself a lot. You guys just never really go with the stealth route.
But I mean, when I say the opportunity, as a party, it existed, but as an individual, it didn't because it'd be like, what should we do next? Kill!
Hey, do you all remember? And I should wait until Greg's back to say this, but do you remember that time that Flint just point blank brutally murdered via fire an innocent civilian?
Yeah.
Yep,
No, I didn't.
Yep. Yes,
Yeah.
you did.
you
Yes,
did.
you did.
You did because I've got it in my notes
Yep.
that Elsie
He
was
was standing-
severely
you
pissed off with
literally
me.
Standing
just-
in the crater of a null magic orb,
Yeah.
which you went to, and there was a person sitting there who was dying, and you blasted
Oh,
him with
yes.
fire.
And you just immolated him.
I don't remember why now. There was
I
probably
don't
a reason.
either.
Yeah, I don't think there was a
you
reason.
just did it. It was like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you literally just did it.
yeah, you just annihilated them.
I do
I'm
sort
fairly
of-
sure we hadn't even interacted with him at all. You were just like, that person looks suspicious. Burn.
I can't. Yeah, probably. I can't remember that. I sort of vaguely remember it.
That was one of 2 times that you like that Flint really pissed Elsie off, and the other time was when these bad guys had like this woman or something with
Oh,
the
yeah,
gun
yeah,
to
yeah.
her head.
Boomstick.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there was a really good reason for that.
I know
because-
there's a really good reason, but it's a really pissed.
No. The real reason for it is that while Alex was describing the situation, I wasn't listening. I was talking about something else. So I was reading something,
How often is that? How often is that the real explanation for you, Mark?
and
Out
I
of
sort of
curiosity.
I sort of came back across and what? Oh my god! So some kid being threatened. I'll better go and help them then. And then it was like, oh, there's someone with a tube against someone's head. Apparently, I didn't know about that.
I was not
Oh, well.
expecting. I was not expecting that you to actually try and call the bluff, which was not a bluff of this dude. So you just step forward. He's just like, okay, boom, just like an actual canonical C1 DBDND scene is of a bandit or like a bandit adventurer blowing the brains out with a gun of
Although,
some
did
innocent lady.
I did think at the time that would it's a bit of an odd thing to do because they were only in the situation they were because they had a hostage, and once they kill the hostage, it was like, okay, we can come and kill you all then.
Yeah, but at the same time, you've got to remember you're against people who know they are in it's a tense situation. He's got a finger against the trigger. You suddenly make a move at a point where he was already tempted to do it. Like, it's not a bluff. You're going to threaten.
I mean, the point about
Yeah.
a hostage is that the person who you are holding the hostage against has an incentive not to kill the person who is held hostage, which is something that you basically completely disregarded, which made the hostage situation irrelevant.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't that it was a weird decision. It was that your decision was weird and in kind
Not
of.
exactly because
It was almost like a kind of miscalculation on their part that you would care about the person dying.
Exactly. But what Flint did was he went out to the child, not out to the bad guys.
Yeah, but it's movement. Movement's movement.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and
But-
then
but I say, I-
traumatized the child as well. Oh,
Yeah,
and then you immolated the remaining party member
I
as well,
started to,
from
but-
the enemy team.
Can
Yeah.
we
That's
just
right.
clarify? No, can we just
I
clarify?
started to, but I didn't.
The child was traumatized by Elsie turning into a werewolf.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
But the
But the person,
the last person, yeah, that was the sort of flaming hands eyes. But somebody stopped him. I can't remember who it was now. Etch probably.
no, I don't think so.
it was Etch.
No, yeah. They
no,
didn't-
someone did stop, and I think it was Etch.
Yes, somebody stopped him. Or they didn't physically stop him. They said, "Don't do that." So he went, "Oh yeah," and then kicked back because remember he sort of went wandering off down the street and sort of went, and that's when he sort of. It was an interesting character development point actually because he was like, "Okay, I've got to take control of this." He's been too. And I was doing it deliberately because I always had him as being a very impulsive kind of person. But that was like, okay, you can't be this impulsive and this powerful. This is too dangerous.
I'm pretty sure it was.
I have
Etch, because he
ADHD.
was, like,
I'm
the dad
impulsive,
of the
but
group.
Yeah, and to be fair,
but I was-
as a story beat,
I
it
was-
was an interesting point of like
Yeah.
this last one who is begging forgiveness. You're just like face fire,
Yeah.
you know, like
I like.
you were burning hands, I believe, like grabbed on.
I'm impulsive. I occasionally buy things on ASOS that I can't afford, but this is slightly different.
In the case of Flint, it was like considered impulse. So for Flint, it was impulsive. For me, it was like, oh, this is a good place where Flint could do something impulsive.
So to switch up a little bit because there is a point I wanted to talk about, which will lead to another conversation. I was waiting for Greg to get back because I was still waiting for part of the conversation. The moment when Barty, you were drunk, and it's not the one that you were asking about, but we'll get to that, Greg. When Barty was extremely drunk and fell asleep and saw a weird outline of
Yeah, what the
Tav.
fuck's up with that?
Oh yeah. When you thought
yeah.
it was Tav trying to take Thunder over your bed and vanished.
Well, yeah, no, that was when you took. That was when you went and spoke to. No,
No, that was the first.
No. So
Situationally, it was Barty, you were really drunk and falling asleep, and this is when you were going to do your drunken talk to the gods, but you can't remember what you were going to do with that anyway.
No, I'm like 80% sure I've sussed what it was.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. With
Yeah.
Tav, you saw an outline of Tav, and of course I was expecting you to be like, oh, there's someone pretending to be Tav. I can confirm for you, and I will let my dad explain in a second why this is the case. That was actually Tav's Echo.
That
Yeah, I thought-
assumed.
No, it was actually Tav. It was actually.
thought
Oh, it was
Tav.
actually Tav.
Was
Sorry,
it
it was
explained?
actually
I thought it
Tav.
was explained.
Nope. It may have been lied about
That
to
you-
you about.
That you took the thing and then went off and did something and then brought it back.
Oh.
That's the other way around. That was Barty took it off Tav.
Yeah, Barty's
Yeah,
the one that
that
went
was
away. That was actually Tav sneaking into.
That's
Barty's
when
room.
That's
It
when he
was.
took the stone,
Nope.
isn't it?
No, it
Get
wasn't.
it.
No.
What?
He didn't get it. So it was Tav, and he was trying to get the stone. So he thought that Barty was drunk enough, and he would be able. Bearing in mind he's wearing plate armor and he's appallingly bad at stealth. But even so, I thought Barty's fast asleep, and I'm not going to move very much. So
Didn't think to take off the plate armor.
good heavens no. So Tav sort of pops into the room, goes to the bag, and then Barty woke up, so it popped out again. And then later on, when there was that situation where Tav ended up with the bag for a while, he at that point bought another bag of holding and took the life stone out and put it into his own bag. So when you got it back again, it didn't have the life stone in it anymore, but nobody knew that. But the reason,
and
You
lied
weren't
to
there.
you.
And
Oh,
then
yeah.
he sent me a message at that point to say, you noticed Tav has a second bag on his hip.
yeah,
As people so far, I just thought it was best not to mention it.
yeah.
So he lied to you at the end that he did that, and you were all like, "Oh, it's because you didn't trust Barty." That's completely not the reason at all.
No, not at all. I mean, it sort of was. I mean, it became a sort of like, actually, it's not bad. It did have it separate, but that wasn't why I did it at all.
I'm going to click back by saying it was Tav attempting to run away with the stone.
Yes, it was.
I guess.
I had worked out quite a complex, and it probably would have worked. I hadn't quite worked out the end bit of how to get away, but he was going to steal the stone and make a run for it once the bad guy was defeated. So his idea was always he couldn't take the stone until the bad guys were defeated, and he wouldn't leave the party in the lurch or leave the world in the lurch. So it was going to be. The reason for all this was because when he left, so at the very, very end, he took his father to go and see his family over in the west coast of Ecte, very, very far. So when he ran away at the very beginning of his story arc, before that campaign bit, he ran away to this village on the west coast of Ecte and met somebody, married, and settled down, and married a human woman. So they had a couple of kids. But of course, he's got a lifespan of 200 and something plus years. So when he got into his late 80s, so was she, and she died. She died of old age.
Bit of clarification with kids in this world with ASMR, you don't get half ASMR. They're either ASMR or the other race. It's like one or the other.
Yeah. So the two kids. So she died at the age of about 85, and he was devastated that she had died, because he's still fine. The kids were fully human. So by the time she died. And he withdrew into himself. His son took over as the sort of sheriff of the town and so on. But when he left, they were in their 60s. And he was looking at his kids thinking, they're going to die as well. And I'm going to be absolutely devastated again. I can't take it again. So once this life stone came up, he thought, maybe I could use the life stone to grant them extra life. Maybe I can extend their lives so I won't have to deal with them dying. Which is why he never mentioned his family. And he was trying to get hold of the life stone with the idea of maybe being able to use it to extend their lives somewhere. And then he changed his plan to maybe I can get Hesag to do it for me instead. But then when Hesag turned up and was really, really faint, and it was obvious that the world was going to be in serious danger unless these stones were used to bring Hesag back, it's like, I can't put my children's lives ahead of the entire world. So he gave the stone back. But if Hesag had been okay, or if what's the chaos god called? Bexlan. If he'd been defeated completely and there was no danger, he probably would have run for it with the stone.
Which would have created a really cool arc for Elsie, because she would have hunted him down.
Absolutely, exactly. He would have expected you to be after him. But he had this idea, you see, that because he can inhabit one of his echoes up to 1,000 feet away, and then he can change places with one of his echoes. So his idea was that he would sort of sit in the corner, look like he was asleep, but actually transfer into his echo, get 1,000 feet away, probably get on the ship, then switch places. So he would physically, so it's like a 1,000-foot teleport effectively. And then he'd be on the ship, and then he would hopefully take over the ship. But he hadn't got that bit worked out, take over the ship and go. Because if he could take over the ship and go, you'd never catch up with him because it's the only ship that's that fast. But he hadn't really worked out the end of the story because by the time it became obvious that he wasn't going to be able to do it because the Bexham was still around. So it was like, oh, I'm not going to. This isn't going to happen. But I had the first half of the escape plan worked out. I was quite keen to do it. Actually, it would have been a bit of fun to be on the run with you lot after him.
Well,
Wouldn't have lasted
interesting
long.
because-
No,
Well, it's interesting because I'm not sure if that's true. I think it probably would have gone for a little while because we had never really been to Ekte, let alone that area of the coast.
You didn't even know that's where he.
We didn't. Yeah,
came
we
from.
didn't.
You didn't know where he came
We
from.
wouldn't have known that that's where you were going.
Also, Ekte is the largest. I think the largest country in the entire
Oh.
region.
All we would have had to go on is any information that we would have gotten from the other ASMR, which they wouldn't have known. Really,
they wouldn't know
anything.
either.
They would have a vague direction from kind of their kind of like hive
Sense.
sense.
Well,
We would have had me asking God questions, which potentially because of the stone, because it's I don't think it was a case of I was able to ask, oh, is it here? Is it here? And Alex was like, yes, no.
We
Um,
also would have had a level 20 Ray who can cast a wish and say, hey, bring us to Tav.
if it was at that point, but also, would you have wanted to potentially use your only wish on that, or your only wish ever? And
True.
we would have been able to see you and what you were doing through scrying, but not know where that is.
Yeah.
So I think once we tracked you down, maybe I think maybe a few days you'd have lasted.
I mean, the weak part in my plan was I'd have to take over the boat, which would involve somehow convincing the captain to fly, because I couldn't fly it. So I need to convince the captain to fly it for me. So that's the weak part. If I could
This is where
convince him
Tav
to fly for me.
finds the captain's children,
Yeah, exactly.
takes
But he
them
wouldn't.
hostage.
So because then what I'd actually do, he wouldn't fly to Ector. He'd have to fly probably to Lord, because he has absolutely no idea how to use this stone. It's like, okay, I've got a life stone. It's like the essence of life. But how do I actually, what do I do with it? I don't know what to do with it. So it would have been, I think probably he'd have flown to Lord first of all and said, help.
It'll take approximately 40 years of research.
Yes.
I have a stone-related question for Alex, because there was a point where, and I don't remember if you guys were deafened through this or not, there was a point where we were keeping the stone in the little secret safe in the guild hall, and I went and took it out and attempted to attune to it like it was a magic item. From the look on Greg and Purdy's face,
I
I'm
don't
assuming
remember
you guys
that.
No.
I don't remember that.
No, so I tried to attune to the life stone as though it was a magic item, thinking that it might be used as something like a magical focus or something that has like charges to cast heal or resurrection or something like that. But it didn't, it didn't work clearly. So my question to you, Alex, was there a scenario where we could have used the stones in a way like magic items, like Draklin did, where he kind of became imbued with power?
Well, Draklin had the help, obviously, we got, but yes, but at the same time, no. It's one of those where they are extremely powerful. I would imagine, especially if any of the stones you try to use, there would have been positive and negative effects. You'd have had extremely good positives and extremely bad negatives. One of the negatives being it would start to tear apart your very big, to the chances of eviscerating one of you purely just through it. The stones are part of the raw magic of what created the entire world. It's like having a jet engine and trying to use it to light a birthday candle. You can do it, but the ramifications are probably going to be quite strong.
Yeah, because we're talking like Infinity Stone from the MCU.
Exactly, they're extremely powerful, and you being able to use them. This is why every time you held them, bad things was kind of happening. If you touched the Death Stone, whoever touched it would have just become a lich, straight up. That's why you fought a Cracker Lich, because it fell onto the thing and it just turned into a lich.
Because I thought it would just do a bunch of damage to us if we touched it, but I thought it was kind of the opposite case with the Life Stone, because it was me and Felix that went to go pick that up while he was still in his robot body. And I said to you, Simon, I don't know if you remember, I was like, whatever you do, you shouldn't pick it up, because if you do, you might just turn into a flesh and blood 16-year-old. Was there a chance of that happening?
I don't think that in particular, like with the life stone, when you were holding it a couple times, I think Ray did it. You sort of phase out of realizing how long things were going. I think it's just such pure energy. I think at a certain point you could focus it towards that kind of a thing, but it wouldn't have immediately happened. I don't really know. I hadn't really thought about it that much because you were rightly so just sort of not touching them because, you know.
The life stone we knew it did extend life because where we found it, there was that.
So the reason that was extending the life of the Dwemer, not the Dwemer, the Durgars, is because it was in a stream of water that they were drinking.
Yeah.
So it was like a very, very diluted part of it. Interestingly, them being Durgar is nothing to do with the life stone.
No.
But their lives will be extended by it.
Some rando clan.
Well, so they were like that temple that you were going through. That what used to be them, and then obviously over time being underground, they sort of evolved into the weird sort of thing. But then also they had those extended lives. Was this? Oh yeah. So yes, technically, I guess if you'd had like a well and stuck it in the well and then been drinking that, you could have used it to sort of extend life. Although that would have had negative effects over time. But purely like using the stone, it would have taken a long time and some very powerful sorcerers and magicians to work out what the heck you can do to try and control it, and probably a giant machine rather than just like the end of a staff.
Mark, I don't remember when because we out of character knew that I've had it way before revealed at the end.
Oh, good! I thought it was my internet going there.
No.
Sorry,
So you roboting
at the same time. I'm going to assume that was my end.
It
Because
was
it all
yours.
happened to you at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Am I back?
Kind of.
Kinda.
Yes.
Okay. All I was saying
seem
is
like you're
I don't
back.
remember when we in character. Sorry, I don't remember when we out of character knew that Tav had kids because it was way before we knew it in character. I don't remember what let it
completely
slip
forgot.
or.
Yeah, something happened and we all found out. And I can't remember what it was, but we knew and our characters didn't.
Was that when we? Was that when
I'll
there
tell you
was
what it
like
was.
the? Was
No,
that when
I'll
there was
tell you
like
what it was.
the
When you
village
talk to your
that was like the guy that was impersonating?
It was when Tav spoke to his mum and
They
talked
talked to
about
her.
children, and that was a scene that you were listening to, but your
Oh, that
characters
was
weren't
it.
present.
That's right.
Gotcha.
That's right. Yeah. So, which I did on purpose. I thought you'd just to annoy you. Just
a bit of plot
now-
exposition.
Yeah, because it was something that you then as characters, as players knew, and you knew that Tav wasn't mentioning it. So I thought that would be an interesting little.
Well, because my character didn't know it and it wasn't really coming up, I completely forgot.
No, exactly.
That's the good thing for Simon is if it's not like important, you forget.
Well, if it is important, I forget as well. Sorry.
That is true. That is true.
We've not had a Greg question for a while, and I know that.
Yeah, anything right on your mind? Questions?
Greg knows all. He has no questions.
Well, I was hoping more people would answer Joe's question from earlier of what was everybody's.
Oh yeah, the alternate plans.
Yeah, if Zegeth came back and if he didn't.
But again, I didn't have any because I was just happy for him to be dead. Well, not.
But
I wasn't
that-
happy for him to be dead. I was fine.
Just happy for him to be dead.
But
No.
that in itself, I think, is
That
super
fucker left.
interesting.
The main difference in Ray's plan, she was always going to leave with Flora. It would just depend how long she stuck around Bayluna to make sure Elsie was not in a devastating pit of despair, with no support.
Yeah. I mean,
Despite her being in like the city she's grown up with all her family.
Yeah.
I think in Tav's case, it wouldn't have made any difference either way. He'd be happy to see Zegeth come back as a friend, but he's used to sort of people getting killed around him in battle and so on. It's like one of those things that happens in battle. So he wasn't that worried either way. He'd be quite nice to see him come back, but he was more interested in saving the world and in sort of getting his parents to see his family and sort of pull the family back together again, because he's learned. I think that what Tav's view was, the world is now a bit safer, let's start building some bridges, but he wasn't really worried that either way particularly about whether Zegeth came back. His plan was always to go back and stay in Bayluna, and presumably he would have done after the bit we saw at the end of the campaign where he was visiting.
I have a question on this kind of. I don't know if this is don't know if this is something we were planning on discussing later, or whether this is an enormous can of, I mean, it is a huge can of worms. What did people kind of imagine their characters doing in the long-term post C2?
That was my next
story?
question as well.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't know if we wanted to save that till second half. And
Maybe we save out the
If you want to have something in the meantime, I can give you some backstories of either or both of Draklin and Eleanor.
Shall I say what my alternate plans were?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
So it was 3. So 1, Zegith comes back, hunky dory, and it'll, that's what ended up happening. So it'll be the kind of the what happens in Bartlett's future. The other 2 were dependent very much on whether Tav died. If Tav died, and again, I don't know if the rest of you, aside from Mark, were deafened for this, but I asked Tav if he was going to die to make me the new Nightwalker, so that I could bring him back alongside Zegith. So if Tav died and Barty became the new Nightwalker, he would have, at first opportunity, basically, gone to the Macoris Islands, stepped into the portal to go to the Empty Plane to try and rally Nightwalkers from other worlds, persuade Stahl, and kind of do as much as he could to bring back previous Nightwalkers. Because his thinking was, other Nightwalkers presumably don't enjoy the fact that if they die, they perma-die. So they would probably want to find a way to bring back previous Nightwalkers and slash themselves if they die. And kind of assemble this kind of multi-dimensional team, task force, I guess.
It's a union.
What a brilliant name for the Nightwalker.
Enter the Nightwalker-verse.
Yeah, about being the Nightwalker and how the Empty Plane works in terms of kind of swallowing up these people who die. Because Stahl, although he is kind of like the main resident there, from what we know, he doesn't seem to know very much about how it works, which I thought was a really interesting way of it, because without I'm not a physicist. I couldn't tell you how our universe works, outside of the very basic things of the things that we've learned from physicists and things that I can observe. So I thought that was really interesting. But at that point of him stepping into the portal, I was very clear with Alex that I was happy for that to be the end of Bartlett's story, and I would have, if Bartlett ever came back, I would have ceded control of him as an NPC over to Alex, kind of for future stuff, and that would have been the end of kind of Bartlett's story for me. If Tav had survived, it would have been a very similar thing, but with persuading him to, because he had said that he would come with me and help. Whether or not, kind of from what Mark said, whether or not that happened is a
he
totally
would have been
story.
open to it, but he wouldn't have worried about it either way.
But my assumption was that if you were going to come and help me, I would have had to have waited to do it for like X amount of time, and it would have been to help set up the kind of the teleportation, which is something I'll talk about kind of when we get to that. But it would have been kind of preparing as much as possible and trying to kind of hurry the process along. I don't think I'm missing anything from there.
Oh, but if he turned into the Nightwalker, he wouldn't have been able to open his restaurant.
No, he would have abandoned that.
It would
He would have
been a
abandoned
nightclub.
that and would not have set up the teleportation circles.
Or he could open the restaurant in the Empty Plane.
Yeah, maybe.
He could have.
Also, side comment, just because it popped into my head as soon as Joe started. Essentially, it was like one of the first things Joe said, like hunky dory, and my brain just went, Rule 34, Finding Nemo.
Oh no. I hate that joke, Alex. Fuck you.
I'm glad you had it.
I heard something, but I don't know what you.
I didn't hear it.
Something
said
about
he
a
wouldn't-
nightclub.
You wouldn't have made a you said it wouldn't have made a restaurant. I said it would have been a nightclub.
Oh shit.
Very good. Very good.
Do you want to hear
Well,
about
very
Oh,
Eleanor,
yeah.
Eleanor de Murray and Eleanor's?
That'd take care.
Yeah.
That has reminded me of something. Sorry, I just want
No,
to
go
get
for it. No, go for it.
Eleanor. I want to know about Emma Luff. What was that
Emma Luff.
dickhead problem?
Which was
Oh.
Emilith?
That was the guy that we rescued from the
Yeah.
Emilith Visimulos.
Oh yeah,
Wait, who?
Soldier
Who?
boy.
from the
So-
dragon place.
Oh, him, yeah.
Emilith Visimulos, whose friend was Gellis, the wizard, was saved by
yes.
his friend Gellis, obviously, as they were fighting the dragon. You see, the funny thing is with Emilith is Emilith wasn't that much of an asshole. Emilith was extremely confused. It's been thousands of
And
years.
a big old
Yeah.
idiot.
There's no idea what's going on. Yeah, he isn't particularly intelligent, but when someone was like, "Oh, what's going on?" It's like, "Oh, yeah, we're just stealing some shit from down there." Like, yeah, fine, not good at taking hints. You were like really upset with him. He was just like, "Okay,
Also-
I don't know why I'm here. I don't know what's happened. I don't know you people. Well, okay, thank you for saving me." And
Also,
then
yeah, you guys
then
were also assholes as well.
yeah, you guys were being
Yeah.
hyper aggressive to him, so he was just getting defensive. Like, all right, fuck you then, and then left because he was like,
Am I
okay,
right in thinking that he is just a guy, right?
yeah, just a guy.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Just a guy. He's a ranger who was alongside a wizard trying to take down a dragon far out of their range. It all went wrong. His friend died but saved him by putting him into that jar. And then you managed to, thousands of years later, bring him back.
Elsie did want to make friends with him.
Did
He
she?
would've- He would have been
Yeah.
perfectly
Did she?
good friends. If you guys had been kind
You were the
Yeah.
one who was like shouting at him the most.
Because the first thing she thought was shit.
Yeah, he
Like-
was proper screwing us over.
Well, no, you were properly screwing yourself.
Alex set us up for failure with that whole scenario.
I
Not
really
at all.
didn't.
No,
the
you set
thing
yourselves
is-
up for failure. You set yourselves up for failure by like unnecessarily going through the dragon's horde before.
Yeah, let's
said
just
it.
sit around for 2 days doing
Wasn't.
fuck all.
He was under a charmed person. We did everything.
Elsie wasn't, because she wasn't like in for any of the hoarding and stuff until they found the
What?
body.
Yeah, she was.
No, she wasn't. She didn't do any of the hoarding until they found the body, and she wanted to be involved in sorting the body out.
No, see,
I
I
don't
don't
know
think
if
that's
that's
true because Zegith was hyper not involved. He was, just for a bit of a backstory, extremely disappointed in everyone, hence why he was sitting away not doing anything, but he was also very disappointed in Elsie for getting involved and stealing from the Horde.
She didn't steal anything though.
You were looking for shit.
Yeah, she was looking.
I
She
still
wasn't
don't-
stealing.
It was.
Yeah,
I like how we're saying
Broken
stealing from the
Horde
horde as if the
taken
dragon
away.
earned this
It's
stuff
salvage, right?
amicably.
What do you say? What did you say, Greg?
I said I like how we're saying stealing from the horde as if this dragon earned this stuff amicably and was
Yeah.
just like sitting on their nice merits here.
Well, yeah, but like
we,
the person who was currently inhabiting the dragon would have been happy for you to take the horde after you turned him out.
we,
You
we were
changed
taking
not being a
from
dragon
the
people.
rich and reinvesting in our community.
That's exactly.
You were like
exactly.
you were like taking from the rich just before the rich took all the stuff to a charity shop.
I like my version.
But the rich was already dead, and then
Listen, Simon,
Yeah.
Simon,
Being
this is coming from a
inhabited
party.
by-
This is coming from a party that covered up the murder of a rich delegate.
Yeah, that's a
after
valid
they
point.
threw him down the stairs. Like, you know,
You know what? I'm
Accidentally-
still to this day
accidentally.
really proud of how quick I came up with that idea.
that guy was an asshole.
Well, we're also this
Yeah,
is
he
also,
was.
also the party that randomly like tore a doctor to shreds.
To be fair, the rich
It
guy
Okay.
we're
wasn't
talking about-
random.
the
Hold
rich guy
on,
that was-
I-
firstly,
I had
the
a
rich guy we're
thought
talking
about that whole
was a slave trader.
situation.
He was a slave
Yeah.
fighting trader. So.
That whole situation with the doctor, the potion seller, the candy salesman, that
Yeah.
was
Oh,
a
God, yes, I
suburban
told
that was a rich suburban collection like community
Is
watch
any of this-
group that are poisoning
Yeah.
dogs because they don't like how loud they bark. That's
Does
what that whole thing was.
Does that justify waterboarding
Yes.
the pharmacy?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
So in
Those
that
people are
situation-
trash fire.
Yeah, in that situation, yes, the pharmacy or the alchemist
Apothecary.
was a bad person. He was creating like basically sleeping chocolates, or like they were focusing on people who were. To be fair, Velka was not helping herself because she was stealing from it.
Oh God, no.
Oh yeah,
But that doesn't make their actions excusable. It also doesn't make it excusable that you literally tortured him, but not water.
Yeah.
You keep saying waterboarding. You
It's not even-
forced him. You forced him to ingest about 2 liters of random. One of the first was like a liter of. What's the thing called? The thing that you take if you have a high blood pressure or whatever it was.
That's
Like,
the shit that makes you pee
um,
real bad.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't that stuff. It was like anti-cholesterol kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You like forced him to take extreme amounts of medicine that was extremely bad for him twice over. This old man, you like
Yeah.
fully annihilated him in a torturous way. It was not deserved.
I was like over an extended period. It's like it's not okay to war crime people who did war crimes.
Like,
But Elsie didn't give
Sorry.
a shit. Her best friend and the only person
That
in
doesn't
her
make
head who
okay.
her best
understood
friend
her.
was asleep, so it meant that you had to torture someone.
Yeah.
We told you she wasn't mentally sound back then.
True,
I
that's
know.
true.
Listen, I agree.
like, that
Elsie
doesn't
wasn't mentally sound,
justify it,
but why
though.
is Purdy trying to justify Elsie's
Yeah.
actions?
You guys got really dark. I'm sure glad nothing like that ever happened to
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing
Yeah, you
like that.
joined after it all
Yeah.
calmed down. It was quite dark for a little bit.
Well, I mean,
there.
we did
Flint was
we
there
did
when
get
you were
we
doing
did kill a child when Barty was present. So
Barty killed the child.
Cannibal.
Barty
Stabby,
yeah.
stabby.
So that's
Yeah,
child.
which Elsie, I will
Interesting point.
put. Elsie tried not to.
Interesting point of the cannibals. It was a family of 3. I don't remember the names, but it was
I
a
missed
father.
this. I missed
so-
this.
Yeah.
So
It
I
was
wouldn't know what happened.
a father, a wife, or I should say, a husband, a wife, and a child, a daughter. And the ship crashed. This guy comes. Like, you had a big fight. This guy comes along in the car. Is like, "Oh my god, I saw the ship crash. Are you guys okay?" Takes them back to his cottage. Like, sleep over for the night. It's fine. Eat some food. Which I believe one of your
I was super suspicious throughout the
Yeah.
whole
Yeah.
thing.
As
one
was
of you
I.
ate the food because the food was, of course, human, or
Yeah.
should I say, some sort of humanoid. And you were suspicious, and that's fine. But just to explanation, they were eventually like sleep spells were cast.
Mm.
They all fell asleep, woke up in the basement, chained up, and that's when he comes in, kind of psychotic. It was like, "Oh well, I'm gonna eat you all, but I'm gonna have a snack first," and cuts off Zigith's left arm, and then drags it upstairs, and they go and eat it.
I'm
Just
still
his
confused
arm.
about how he got Felix to sleep, considering that Felix hasn't slept for like 250 years or whatever.
Magic.
Yeah, magic. The sleep spell.
NPC magic.
you know,
Magic.
Something magic.
the sleep spell
Yeah.
that does affect Felix.
9th level sleep spell.
Like high level sleep spells will always work.
But because it was just after, because I remember it really well, because it was just after we had been shot out the sky in the ship, and we were like, how do they know where we are? They're tracking us, or they're tracking the stones. If they can shoot us out of the sky in the fastest ship ever built, then we're fucked. And I remember I was playing it as being like super like hopeless at that point, because the only reason we hadn't died was because the big Knoll fella had flown away on the Red Dragon, on who we then found out to be Starkram. If Starkram had joined the fight at that point, even not knowing that he was like an ancient and all the rest of it, we absolutely would have died.
Mhm.
But I was playing it as super like hopeless, super suspicious of everything, because I remember I went to go and sleep outside instead.
You
of
did, yes, in the field.
in
Whatever,
the
yeah.
house with everyone, because I was like, no, because either they're gonna be weird because everyone hates us, or they're gonna die because of us. Very like Wolverine and Professor X in Logan style, when they just go stay that night with the family. And I was just like, no, I'm just gonna keep out of it. And
Just
you
wanna
guys
say-
were all wrong.
If everyone had been more trusting of Melon at that point, we could have slept in the amulet and sleep spell wouldn't have done shit.
So
I wasn't there.
I wasn't there.
This is just after we, I think, had essentially accused Melon of being like a psychotic demon who was.
Yeah,
getting-
well, it's
Well,
because
some of us had.
our friend
Elsie, I think specifically, and Barty.
our friend whose backstory was they were sent here as a spy
Yep.
and partially form is like and lose their power, and they're like, oh, man, really wish I had my powers back. Hey guys, I signed a deal with a devil. we had no like prior experience of.
It's just Milan. It's fine.
If you had been like, oh, this like,
But we were
air
fine with Hessag.
yeah, if this like air elemental has offered me powers and stuff, that would have been way less suspicious. We still would have been suspicious, but it
if
wouldn't
they
have
provide-
been like, oh,
Hey.
an actual devil.
Ray
If they
read the
provide- if
terms
they
and
provide a just
terms
bar
and agreements.
acceptable. If they provide a sense of comfort, acceptable. If they provide a jazz bar, absolutely not.
Yeah, not acceptable.
Banjo.
Shows the priorities.
So
I
how
showed
did
you
they-
the documentation.
Hang on,
it was just a
Before
little.
we go before we go on, I was going to go back to with the cannibals. The interesting thing that we were getting to
How did you get his arm off without?
What do you mean? What?
You said he cut Zegeth's arm off, which I had no idea. I've never.
It was like a saw.
So why didn't he bleed to death?
Because he
cauterized immediately.
Or
cauterized
he had like a hot iron or something.
Which I know technically in real life you can die from the cauterizing, but whatever. Okay. Yeah, he had a hot iron to immediately cauterize and mess it up, but Zegeth fell asleep. He just fell asleep. No, he
Fell unconscious. Yeah.
Anyway, so the point was, you
then
then went upstairs, you annihilated these two cannibals because you found out they've been eating lots of different people, luring people in, eating them, blah blah. And then there's the kid, and it was like the kid who, from your perspective, well, are they being forced into this life? Do they not know any better? And of course, you murdered them. And you were like, well, we don't know what would have happened.
She did try to stab one of us.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
The point was, if you had, so when you tried to attack, she tried to stab. It's like, okay, if you had taken her under your wing and been like, it's okay, we'll take you to the next town. Next time you've been sleeping, she'd have been trying to slice one of your guys' throat. She was also completely evil. Excuse me.
But this is, I don't know.
What was that?
Is Melon
My
here?
Spotify started playing through this rather than my.
Yeah, because I remember because I had banished them, so they were gone for like a minute, and we spent that minute being like, "I'm gonna kill the kid." No, you're not gonna kill the kid. Yeah,
because Elsie wanted to adopt her, basically.
Yeah, and then it was when she came back in.
She tried to
She
murder.
tried
She tried
to go for someone with a knife, and I was like, "Bonk!"
You sacred flamed. It was.
Did I say
terrifying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she,
Yeah,
if she was going to play the crying little kid, I'm sorry, kind of can't, and then would have just tried to like just slice one of you guys' throats in the night.
Yeah, because Elsie wanted to adopt her, and then like you banished her. She came back, went to stab Elsie, and Elsie's like, "The fuck!" And then you just killed her, and Elsie's like, "The fuck!"
Yeah, I missed all this. When I came back, it's like Zegeth has a wooden arm or a metal arm or whatever. What?
Yeah, because like the cannibal episode, me and you were away.
Yes.
Where did the arm come from?
He went
Hydra.
to Hydra, and he has a lot of money.
Ah, okay.
So yeah.
Hey, how did they
That's,
shoot us out of the sky, Alex? While we were going full speed.
It's a combination of being tracked by the stones, which you obviously won't take. You're tracked by a dragon, and perfect timing with these bolts assisted by magic.
I put it down as NPC magic.
Yeah, NPC magic. Yeah.
So you're telling me you did like
What
the scene
magic?
of your ship being taken down to the ground wasn't epic?
Oh no,
It was, but
saying it wasn't.
I'm pretty sure the speed that we were going, everyone would have been like thrown off the ship.
Well, no, but you have the
moment-
protective bubble, which stops that kind of thing happening.
So it would have went boom against the bubble.
It wasn't a good scene.
And that wouldn't be very cinematic, would it?
Because it played in really well with the thing of the visions from the memory time stones as well, for me personally. But it was very much a case of, because we had felt so secure on the ship of like, oh, we're zooming around, great, we get everywhere super quickly, who needs teleportation? And it was very much a kind of like a rug out from under us that we were like,
Oh,
fuck,
we
can't
need
go anywhere.
teleportation.
And then being able to introduce the dragon, Starchrome, was quite fun as well.
Yeah.
Just like,
Not
hey, they got a dragon.
But that's
Oh,
kind of
no.
why it was
Oh,
so
no.
impactful, because it was essentially, it was as though our base had been invaded, even though we were basically just using a mobile little base.
Yeah,
Water base.
Turns out they have a hawk.
exactly. The dragons were fun, though. Dragons were fun.
Yes, it was very good.
You want to tell us those backstories?
Yeah, sorry, I kept interrupting you there.
Well, I can tell it after. I mean, we're hitting 4 o'clock now, which is normally our little break time. We can come back to the
The coffee
probably
is
the other
gone.
thing we're going to do afterwards as well.
We were
No
going to
idea.
I think we were going to go
What
one by one and
everybody's doing
say
long-term.
our kind of
What's
future
the-
of our characters.
Yeah, what's the character you go afterwards?
Yes. In which case, seeing as it's a nice close and there's no point in pushing over, Just have a little bit of a break, have a walk around, go to the toilet, grab some food. And I don't mind if you eat, well, don't make mouth noises in the microphone, but I don't mind if you eat food after the break because it's not an episode, so it's all good.
We do it anyway.
I know,
But yeah,
like, you have my permission this
this
time.
time you
so
won't
I'll
mind.
be okay.
We don't
Oh,
need
can you please take
permission.
away your Can you take away your permission? It's so much more fun when we know you don't approve.
I'm happy for you to do it, Danae.
And that's why we're not going to.
Reverse psychology.
No, I'll do it just into the mic.
Oh no!
You intend.
Now.
Hello.
Beautifully timed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, here you go. Now I can show you on camera the.
My key.
Yeah. We have them both on the fridge.
Aww.
I'm eating sausage rolls.
I'm
supposed to be 2
eating
sausage rolls, but that's not really.
a naked brownie.
Sorry, and it's tickling me slightly because every now and again I to rile up Sarah. I call myself a brownie whenever we're talking about brownie.
Oh!
Just
I was enjoying this brownie until then.
It is herring.
It's not a can opener, it's a bottle opener.
Semantic.
It's meant to be. Look. It opens bottles.
Not those bottles.
I don't know what you're talking about. Someone sabotaged your washing room. I need explanation. I mean, it feels as though you are rightly so to be pissed, but
And that's why I don't like communal washing rooms.
yeah, I've had communal washing rooms a couple times. Biggest problem was always people getting impatient and like taking your stuff out and just leaving your wet clothes on the floor. It's like,
Yep.
I get it, you want to wash your stuff, but I've got a timer on my phone. I know how long it's going to be. I know it's only been about 2 minutes since it was done. It has to run for like 40 minutes to an hour. I'm not going to sit in the room.
The communal washroom I had was at a council flat. So my clothes would be taken as well.
It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, mine was at uni, so people are less likely to take clothes, but I'm sure they did every now and again. Frustrating, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the old days when I used to go and use a laundrette.
Laundromat.
Yeah, a laundromat. And there again, I used to have to sit and watch it because I couldn't know where to go. It's just like,
Yeah, the only
Sounds
reason I was able to
miserable.
go away is because, you know, it's right next to
but at
where I
uni it was
actually live.
different. Yeah, at uni we had the same sort of thing, and we just wandered off to the Union Bar or whatever.
I feel like we're going to get an explanation in a second.
What of? Oh, the
Herring.
sabotaged washing
Well,
room.
not an explanation of herring. I don't think anybody can explain that. But
Wow.
Hey, who remembers our secretary's name?
Well, I went down.
not me.
I have it written down somewhere.
It's Fran.
That was it.
You alright? There you go. Went to put in your next load of laundry. Found that some
Oh my good grief!
had opened up the lid to the slots where you put the washing powder and stuff. So when they were filled with water and sprayed everywhere, they also turned off the heating in the drying room.
Why? Why do people do that? That's stupid.
Because some people only get enjoyment out of the despair of others.
Annoying it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look at
You know what? I'm
90% of
missing
people online.
C2 already.
Missing C2 already?
Doing these talks is just making me
Yeah.
miss it.
Yes. Yield. No one ever did. No one ever did. He said yield, and no one ever did.
You need a higher
Actually-
intimidation stat.
Yeah.
How high of an intimidation stat would you need for literally anyone to be intimidated, though, Alex?
It depends
I mean-
on the other person. Also, so I was watching a TikTok recently of like someone saying it needs to be adjusted to allow other stats to replace the base stat for ability checks, if it makes sense. You know how before I've said you can do an intimidation.
Yeah, but
check
use strength
using
all the time for
Yeah.
intimidation.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I can't think of it all the time, but for you guys, if you wanted to be like, hey, can I use this, but then give me a good explanation as to why, not just because it's a high stat. Like, obviously, it's them using, like, I want to convince the door to open. Like, but in a real sense, if you're like, I want to do this, is that a thing we can adjust to use my my high stat, I'd probably be more okay with it.
It's
Maybe
true,
stuff
because
like
like-
nature, which has never made sense that druids will be super wise, but then be terrible at nature because it's an
Well,
intelligence
exactly.
stat.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
so
Well,
fucking
I was
funny
gonna
to
say-
me.
With
Is it on
intimidation, right?
individual skills or for class, like stat?
Well, the idea is just the more like open idea of like, well,
How would it
anybody
really
can
work?
say my character is really intelligent, but not very charismatic. But can they use intelligence to to work out exactly how they should persuade this person? Like, give me like a good explanation of why you should use an
Yeah,
instat
yeah,
instead of a cast stat.
Like,
But in case
oh,
of-
I've studied body language. I know it by the book.
Yes,
This should work.
But I was thinking with Tav, right? So you've got Tav, who's nearly 7 feet tall, wearing armor with a big sword, and there's 2 more of him standing either side.
Yeah.
All towering over some halfling, but his intimidation is 0.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. But it's
it's
also
like,
a different kind of
and they go-
intimidation. The other side of it is it's
Yeah,
a different
exactly.
kind of intimidation. When you intimidate somebody with words, they cower down, whatever. But if you intimidate someone with your size, they might run away, they might react differently. But you could do, if you were like, I want to use my strength as intimidation, or constitution as
Yeah.
intimidation. Constitution probably, because you were like, I'm big, I'm a huge man, and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, should we get back to the?
But you could use strength because you sort of pick him up by the
Yeah,
scruff
the-
of the neck kind of thing.
It's a strange thing with all the charisma based skills because unlike any of the other stats, they kind of intersect with the role play element of the game in a way that none of the other ones do. Like an athletics check, you're never going to get up and do a backflip
No.
right.
Right.
instead of a roll. Whereas with something like, say, intimidation, if you say, I'm going to pluck your teeth out one by one and feed them to you, that is a real world kind of a role play thing, and that
You
might
can
influence-
tell how intimidating it is, exactly.
yeah. It's a very strange intersection of the game that I don't actually think happens in any other circumstance that I can think of
Not
outside
really.
of, like the kind of rather not outside of above and beyond the general kind of role play.
Yeah.
Mm.
Intimidation and persuasion.
For grapple checks, you now have to do arm wrestles.
Yeah, because if it was perception checks in real life, I'd fail all the time.
Yes.
Do something that's not me, I can fail everything.
Anyway, let's just count back in because I'm keen to learn about more of the future stuff of your characters.
I want to know how well we're getting through all of Greg's questions as well.
Listen, I just know there's a lot to talk about. I don't have questions set up. Just, I know we can talk for hours, and I want to be able to talk for hours.
I think he's riling you up.
I know, but still.
It's a bit of both. I was genuinely curious, and I like to needle.
Really?
I'd never noticed that.
This is why he fits in so well, because gaslighting is what we do.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's
let's
what
go.
I'm used to in my younger days. Gaslight.
Oh, you want me to? Yeah.
If you want some help with the counting, Greg, I can,
Mm-hmm. 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to Dice Breakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, Purdy, Mark, Late Simon, and Joe, my wonderful players. We have so many questions, I'm sure, to continue on with, including the futures of characters, and I'm sure many things that will come up in the meantime. But if you are interested, I have a 1 and a bit page spread of Eleanor's backstory and a page and a bit spread of Dracklin's backstory, which I can skim through on its basic level if you
That'd
want
be
to know.
interesting. I
Yeah,
would
please
be
make us
thinking-
hate them more. Thank you.
Eleanor Demure, for a little bit of context for anybody who doesn't remember, is the elf who forced Tav to fight his father and was a little bit psychotic. A little insane. The first line of his backstory: Eleanor is a ruthless killer from a broken home. Originally from
What?
Kurum,
No.
Eleanor's elven family was the slaves to the rich, serving their every whim and need. Eleanor was born into this life, but something was always not right with him when he was growing up. His families were slaves to the Begruin family of the family of Dralin Begruin, one of the lords of Torhen, and had been for years, which is something names that would make some more sense to Dad because of Flint stuff. Eleanor was hard to control, and a menace to his family. He'd always be caught breaking rules and talking back to the Begruins, sullying the Demure name and putting them on thin ice. He would be seen outside torturing birds or other small animals that he could find, sometimes bringing them inside and experimenting on them in cruel and unimaginable ways. When he hit 27, remember he's an elf, He finally snapped when his father was murdered by Dralen Brugruen during a beating. His father was receiving this beating because the food had been slightly overcooked that day. Eleanor was listening to the beating through the door, and when the sound suddenly stopped, haunted by the silence, he went to see his father dead in a bloody pile on the floor, barely recognizable, and Dralen holding a fire poker covered in his father's blood. In a fit of blind rage, he ran at Dralen and beat him to the ground with his fists. He didn't stop punching until his fists were raw, and there was no solid left of Dralen's head. But it did not stop there. He proceeded to pick up the decorative sword from above the fireplace and walk through the mansion, killing everyone connected to the Brugruen family one by one. Once he was done, he walked back to his family's residence, soaked in blood, to the horror of his mother. Realizing what he had done, she smuggled him out of the country, eventually sacrificing her life for his so that he could make it past the border. He spent the next 200 years training and practicing, collecting a large bandit army in preparation to take on the world. He learned to harness the power of fire to his advantage. He was noticed by Draclin only recently and recruited as a lieutenant to his army. Once the plague doctor was dead, he's brutal, manic, and can snap on a dime, doesn't like to be tested, and usually responds to most things with violence. He has a posh but calm, creepy voice. That's just my note at the end for how I meant to speak as. So there you go. A very psychotic
Lovely
background.
Lovely.
A lovely
Norman
guy.
Bates, is that you?
I love it's like you kind of understand why he murdered everyone, but at the same time,
yeah.
I say Viva de la Revolution.
taking down capitalism one murder at a time. Draclin is or was a hobgoblin. I don't know if you ever knew that he's a hobgoblin, but he is.
That was one of the only things we knew about
I
him.
think you have to be in there.
A hobgoblin from the Credit tribe deep in the west of Ecte. Hobgoblins themselves are fairly rare in Shell, so the few that do exist keep to themselves and out of other people's politics and lives. Excuse me. They generally are considered war tribes and small in size, but great in fighting ability. Most armies strive to convince the hobgoblins to join them, but never succeed. Some hobgoblins leave their tribe in search of a goblin horde to lead, a respected path in the hobgoblin community, and some accept their place in the tribe, possibly heading to be the leader at some point in their lives. Draclin was a fairly simple soldier in the Credit tribe. Sorry. I have misspelt it in one of those. Average at fighting, and that was about it. He was generally mocked when he was younger for his smaller frame and generally less muscular body, which led him to being reclusive and very impersonal in his later years. Most from his tribe avoided him, and most disliked him, which didn't help when he got into an inevitable fight with the son of the tribe leader, Mechlin. Mechlin was beloved by all and generally a very good second-in-command. This, of course, made Draclin terribly jealous, and eventually they fought. Though Draclin may have been fiery in spirit, he was still not good in battle and was easily defeated and expelled from the tribe to the wilds of Ecte. He did his best to survive, but managed a year, but was never good at hunting, so became massively malnourished and unhealthy. Almost exactly a year after his expulsion, his weakness became too much as he fell to the ground, unable to pick himself up. He stared into the night sky, watching the rainbow belt slowly drift, accepting death, almost eager to finally have an end to it all. But that was when he saw a flash of the belt, a flash of red and black which grew larger and larger until something landed next to him. He couldn't move to see what it was, but he could feel the raw power of whatever this creature was. It spoke to him in an echoey, faded, gravelly voice, powerful in nature. And then this would be Bexlin's voice of that. You have been beaten down by life continuously. I can give you power if you work for me. Become my champion. With little left to live for, Draclin said yes. Within a second, he felt the most pain he's ever felt in his bones as his muscles grew in size. At the end of it, he was a massive, standing at around 10 foot tall, as muscular as he had ever imagined, with giant red and black wings having grown from his back. He felt powerful and could feel magic pounding through his veins, ready to kill. There you go. He was given one simple request: find the stones and become a god. His story that isn't written there is he was convinced that if he had managed to get all the stones together, he would become a god. But in true reality, Bexlan was just going to annihilate him and just become the god himself.
Bless him. I actually feel sorry for him.
Yeah, I feel
it's just a massively happy background, but it doesn't make him a good person.
Oh God, no.
I'm all right in thinking that. Second?
Sorry, we were both talking. I was saying you go.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to say, I'm all right in thinking that the first time we came across him was that when Tav and.
It was the prologue. It was the introduction to
Tav
both
and,
Tav and Felix, alongside some temporary characters.
When was it that? Because I remember the bombs turning up early. Because Flint got killed by bombs.
That was earlier in late in season 1, when down at one of the corridors you were fighting some hobgoblins and they exploded, and that was a thing that they were using as an attack method. But the reason you didn't see much of it later on is because they had done a lot of stuff generally, but then Dracklin had realized as a tactical point, inevitably you guys were going to collect all the stones and come to him anyway. So what's the point in him going out there and ruining all of this? He might as well collect his army, make them powerful, and then wait till you come and get him. Which didn't work quite as he expected, obviously.
No, I was half expecting those bomb things to make an appearance at the end, because that was that one where Flint.
Well, they did.
He dropped the bomb, which went off, and then the two guys either side exploded, and he got hit by 3.
Yeah.
Which was
they did turn up in the fight.
Yeah.
In the fight in the war, there were some of them running through with these explosive Capril E. It's the fuel. But obviously the other problem is they were running out of Capril E because they'd stolen a big tub of it and weren't able to recreate it.
Oh, that's right. I remember. Yes. Sorry, Joe. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, because I remember when I took the stones and would have recalled myself back to our like little southern bunker.
Mm-hmm.
Greg, you said about he's run off to take them to, because you didn't know where I'd gone, to take them to Dracklin. Did you think that I had been kind of playing the double agent the whole time?
No, not the whole time. I honestly I didn't know. It was just worst case scenario came to my head, and I'm like,
well, there was the beginning of the campaign the beginning of Barty, where you were all convinced that there was something that he was hiding.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
You were like, he's too nice.
None of them have asked me about it, which is weird.
Well, because I'd forgotten all about it. But now you mention that, yes.
At some point, I had convinced myself, no, there's no way. But then when you had ran away, I was like, oh my god, he's a genius. I was like, no, Barty, he's a smart boy, but he's a simple boy. I don't think he'd long con us like that.
Bloody dumb. No, it would have been kind of amusing if one of you had just been like, and now I'm taking the stones off. Oh, that was a hell of a moment, though. Like, to have you explain to everyone, like, so we kind of just ran off with the bag and the stones.
The thing is, like, I was pissed off with how, like, it all ended with Zegith, because technically Barty blew him up. And then the next thing was that Barty ran off with the bag, and I'm like, the fuck is going on here?
But of course, nobody knew that Barty had disintegrated Zegith.
No.
Yeah.
That's just to hold his name.
Zegith wouldn't even be able to tell you when he comes back because he was dead when it
Yeah,
happened.
He has no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then at the same time, did you want to know that he turned into a zombie that was about to come up and try to kill you? Like, no.
Oh god, no. But it was just the fact that, like, as a player, I knew all this.
But as a character,
And then, like, Joe makes Barty run off with the bag, and I'm like, what the fuck is actually going on right now?
Exactly, yeah. Well, I mean, when Tav did get the bag back, or when he came back and Tav took the opportunity to get the bag, because he'd been trying to get a hold of the Lifestone for ages anyway, it did occur to me at that point that actually, if Barty really is, if there is something going on here, if I keep one of the stones, at least one of the stones somewhere else, they can't get hold of them, as long as nobody else knows it's there. So there was a sort of second level of, I'll keep it anyway, because it is quite useful to have one of them when nobody knows it's there. The only problem with that was, of course, if Tav had died, nobody knew he had a stone.
I was going to say, that would have all worked had I not been sent a message because of my passive perception saying that I've noticed that you have a second bag. Because that was my assumption, was that you had put one or both in there.
Yeah. But it would have been, but that was, there was, I presume there wasn't a sort of anything particularly, it was just Barty just doing impulsive things.
Yes.
Also.
We're going off to try and threaten.
Well, see, I still don't think that I threatened him.
So the reason I said threaten is because we had the talk and then we RP'd it, and I think in one of those you definitely made more of a threat because you took out the stone and were like, if you don't do it, there's going to be problems. You definitely threatened him.
In the one that didn't end up being reality, the one that we did after the session, I think because we were rushing it because the session was over, I think it probably came out as a bit more threatening.
But either way, you took out the stone and were like, I have a stone, I'm really powerful. And you took that as a threat anyway. Like, you were saying things like, you're going to help me. It was a very, like, you're not going to have a choice in this. And it was a kind of a threat adjacent kind of thing.
I think that Stahl is just insecure. and so he sees it as a threat.
From his
That makes me
perspective, he's been
think.
helping you out. He's been helping you out an absolute bunch. Then you come out just like, now you're gonna help us because the conversation was, and you can go back and listen to it. The conversation was like, Barty saying, "You go, how do we get him back?" And Schnall being like, "I have no idea, literally none." And Barty being like, "I don't believe you. How are we going to do it?" He's like, "I don't know." And then Barty being like, "You're lying. I'm going to make you tell me." And then going away, Schnall just like, "I don't know. I got no clue."
What a good wholesome incentive to go and find out, though, eh?
Mm.
Go and help out your best buddy Bartlett.
I really hope at some point in the future we encounter more works by William Wigglesrod.
Yeah.
Which one did he make? I've forgotten.
Palmio and Tuliet.
Oh,
Where did I remember that? Where did
I
that
can't
come in?
remember when that came up.
Where was this? Place of the True Creator. This this was right after Hisag had us, because it's right above. It's between learning of Place of True Creation and all the gods. So I think it must have been at the Necromancer's lair. Maybe the Necromancer was reading Palmio and Tuliet.
I don't remember. You had a book from somewhere. You went somewhere and picked it up.
One thing
Oh.
I do want to ask: what happened to Star's little minion that kind of ended up
Oh.
falling in love with us? That?
Um,
We never found out what happened to him in the end, but he stayed with us.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's
No!
he's in my sort of headcanon, he kind of just like chills at the guild hall. Sometimes he's not always there, but like he just kind of sometimes is there. I think at the start of C3 he's probably not around anymore because the people that he was kind of like close to.
Oh yeah.
He's not there
Alex.
because he's just in the.
Can he be the mascot of the sports ball team?
He's more of a stray cat than Concord is. Concord, also, by the way, a kind of pear.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, Concord's great. I love Concord.
I've also just realised as well, all of the naming stuff has happened while Simon's not here, and he was
Oh
antsy
god,
about
yes.
it.
I had one other question written down to ask Alex. Were you afraid you were actually going to kill us in the final fight?
No, because there was no way I could kill you. Like I could maybe kill one of you, but realistically, as I was doing that last fight, I was not holding back. Like I was fully trying to annihilate at least one of you, and I got two of you down. But you got two clerics just coming back up. Like
I was down to one.
the difficulty came down. The difficulty was, of course, having two layers of fights. I knew that you'd do the first two pretty simply, but I also knew that you'd use a lot of your resources fighting the first two to then have to fight the main guy. It was not as difficult as a fight as you may have thought. From like you guys weren't struggling. You were low health at some points, but having two clerics, like two level 18 clerics, just meant that basically you could keep going.
You cracked it. If
and
it
I
was just our
considered being
normal
like,
fighting conditions, it
yeah,
probably would have been in a lot more
possibly
danger.
I may have been able to take one of you down. But
That poison is nasty.
yeah, and this is the
It
thing.
removes
I
abilities
considered-
to do anything.
Exactly. I considered being like, oh, yeah, maybe I won't have him do it. But like, I like the idea that Dracklin's sword attack and stuff like Dracklin's sword attack doing like 60 damage per hit, making you realize like he's powerful. Like that's just like a normal hit on average is doing a butt ton of damage. I wanted that kind of a thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, it's nice being the last fight because it doesn't matter if I kill you. Realistically. Like,
But I would say, I mean, Tav, I thought he's like a tank. He's got 230 odd hit points, and mind you, to be fair, he deliberately went and flew over a fight, but he ended up on 1 hit point, which was that on purpose? Did you actually?
I rolled it. I genuinely rolled 75, and
I had 76 left.
It's so
When
funny
things like
because
that
there was
happen,
something
though,
that
it really.
you guys forgot about with that I wasn't expecting it to be like a lot of damage, and then when it looked like it was going to be, I was like, oh, they've totally forgotten. If that had taken you down to 0 crashing in, you would have sprung back up to 1 because you had a death ward on you from before the fight.
Oh yes.
And you would have been okay anyway.
Oh yes. But even I never thought I was going to get anywhere near it. But there were some big damage shots and things in that fight. It's good fun, great fun. But it's like, oh my god, a couple of more of those, I'm going to be dead.
How did none of them power word kill us?
They didn't have power word kill.
excited!
What?
Oh, actually, do you want to know what the characters were like? They're based
Oh,
on.
classes. Yeah.
Sure. I'll do Dracula last, but going through them all, the Plague Doctor obviously was based on a lich, just like a standard lich. Životny was based on Bale. I think I've told you that before. Bael.
Yep.
I think I've told you that before. And then Orm was based on Geryon, which is a devil, a snake-bodied devil.
I remember being surprised at that because he's one of the Lords of Hell.
I mean, I just use the stats with no context. It's just easier to have a base thing. Eleanor Demure was based on Balor.
Balor?
Balor. I believe another.
A Balor, gotcha.
Yeah, sort of devil, half demon. They're huge fiends, demons.
Yeah.
They got big flame whips, which I didn't. I used once, but didn't really have it as a flame whip. I had because obviously he was like proficient with fire, but then obviously the Firestone was the thing. He didn't have it, but the Firestone sort of power was being imbued into him. Hence why he exploded at the end of his life. Then Creek was based on a Drow matron mother, which obviously makes sense there. And Drachlin was based on Zariel.
I did wonder.
How do you spell that?
Zariel, who is a devil, Lich Fiend.
She is the Archduke of the first layer of hell. She is the general against the demons of the abyss. She's a fallen angel.
Challenge rating 26.
In classic D&D, not in this.
Yeah.
So if you play the pre-written module Descent into Avernus, that's all about Zariel's kind of fall and all that. A really good module, actually. A lot of fun.
Oh, speaking of fucking noisy pack in there. Speaking of like character, like the enemy and what they're based on. I'm gonna be like honest with you. You know the whole like they were the enemies were larger than average. Like
those machines.
Kobolds were larger. No, the kobolds were larger than average. There was a point when you'd fought them a couple times, and then I think I've been showing one of you in the comments like, oh yeah, they're the kobolds that are like a couple feet taller than the average, and I was like, oh, I fucked up. I didn't realize that they weren't meant to be that tall, and I was like, yes.
Yeah, you probably said something at some point. It's like, yes, they're 5 feet tall. Thinking, oh yeah, that's normal kobold height.
Yeah, and then later I was just like, oh fine, I'll make it a thing that they've been making, which makes sense anyway. But when you said it, I was like, yes, they are larger than average. That is a thing that I completely knew.
I feel like I remember you making a face.
Probably.
Because every once in a while we say something and you make a face and you're like, okay.
It's easier to go with that, you know.
Do we know when Simon's coming back? Just because the whole thing about character's future was from his question, so I'd feel bad starting without him.
It's Simon.
I say okay. One thing I will do then, I can have a look through some of my my notes, see if there's anything interesting that I wrote down that you didn't know.
There was a lot of Etch's backstory that a lot of people didn't know.
Ooh.
There's a lot.
I've also got a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So obviously we go off the plan quite often. But is there any point like we went off what you had planned for us that you really wish we'd stayed on track and did?
It's hard to answer that question because there's two tactics that I use with the expectation that you never really follow exactly what I want. Firstly, my campaigns are skeletons. They're written as a outline that I can fill in with improv as we go. And secondly, if you go wildly in a different direction and there's something that I really wanted you, like a point that I want you to hit, I just recontextualize. So you never really like go. There's times when I'm like, oh, I didn't expect them to do that, but then it generally comes back round to what it was needed, or I just change how the story was going to go. Like more often than not, I'll just like, okay, they weren't interested in this thing that I sort of hinted towards. They are interested in this. Let's just improv for now, make some notes, and then just write down that story. Because
so have you ever hinted at something and we've not done it at all, and you kind of?
I can't remember. I mean, the thing at the end there, you're not talking to Bexlan. I can't really think because it's so like skeletal, like, possibly, but I forget the things because I don't think about them. Because in my mind, if you're not interested, then I'm not interested because I want you guys to be having fun. So therefore, I'm just going to focus on whatever you were interested in.
Oh, I can think of one. the blade of death from the Perwelven Temple that you gave Etch.
Yeah.
I feel like you had said before that's like you could have looked into that a lot more. You know, the weird branding that's on its hand that resulted from that.
I didn't really have anything written from that.
Cool sword.
I probably could have created stuff from that. I think I was surprised that you didn't look into it, but I wasn't expecting you to. That was just like a sword replacement. There is one thing that I have written
Forced
down.
sword replacement. Made me get rid of my old one. Rude
Salted potatoes. Potatoes.
Oh yeah, potatoes. Yeah, I think Etch still had some of those in his
Walkie-talkie
bag.
necklaces.
Mm-hmm.
Walkie-talkie necklaces. Amulet looks like little lips. Touching lips works like walkie-talkie. Everyone can hear. Range of 1,000 feet. They do have a range of 1,000 feet, which apparently at some point got increased to anywhere. Fun fact. Yeah.
We have special ones.
Yes.
How quickly did you find that in your notes there?
That is the second page. Oh well, it works.
I have a question for Greg about the future related to his character Ray.
Okay.
Not Ray's future, your future. Are you going to, with your C3 character, are you changing up how you do their backstory so that I don't guess it as quickly?
Joke's on you. I don't have a backstory yet. I've got a lot. I've got a lot worked out for my character, but no backstory.
The moment when Joe, you were going through a prediction. I don't know what episode that is, but I'm pretty sure if you watched both mine and Greg's faces,
I wasn't there.
Oh, you weren't there. Then
yeah, that was when I was at my sister's graduation. I was watching on my phone and just going.
I'm pretty sure I'm sitting there going. Because I'm just like, oh boy, oh we really worked this one out. Oh damn! Like it was just word for word, like what was written in Greg's backstory. It was a lot of fun.
You didn't have all the specifics, but you had like the whole overarching idea. Yeah.
Hey, remember that time that you paid a child to do your bidding?
Yeah,
I do. In the
we bought them from the underground of Cortia, right?
Yeah, Elsie was not impressed with that one.
The Hidden City. I can't remember what it was.
Oh yeah, you were really upset about that.
Yeah.
You bought a child slave.
No. That we rented their services to go pickpocket somebody.
Yeah.
I also have in here. I'm going to show you this.
We didn't own them. We hired them to do a job.
Yeah, I know.
And Elsie immediately sent them back home.
You supported small business in the local.
Exactly.
Very small business. Exactly. Yeah.
It helped both the parent. Okay, well, so the parent was kind of like pushing the child onto us for a service because we were asking around like how may we get a service like this, and the parent was just like, my child. And we're like, okay.
So I wanted to show you this. That there is the start of a table of. Can I do this in a the days, which eventually turned into an actual thing of how many days you'd been away from Veluna, because I was tracking how much had been changed by the Azima. So I have like a proper little list of how many days was between, and I have it on here as well.
I remember you talking about it, and we were all really anxious. Like, oh, we left, and now things were going to hell. Fuck, we're all dead.
It was a total of, since you went from Veluna to Melnor, all the way back to coming to Cortio, and I stopped tracking it, it would have been 54 and a half days, but the Asimar had been in Veluna for 30 and a half days, which was fun.
Yes, that was fun when we turned
I did find in my notes that Elsie wasn't really unhappy about the
Yes.
being there.
It was very
She was so angry. Although
I know.
it's funny because we mocked
Elsie
her,
was
but
angry and racist.
Yeah, you approached it incorrectly, but at the same time, it's one of the times that you probably reacted. Your suspicion was probably warranted. Let's be real. Benby does have a second name. His name is Benby Dumble.
Benby Dumble.
Oh, I remember that now you said that.
Benby Dumbledore?
Dumble.
We made that same joke when we found it out.
Yeah, probably. You're not very original. Although I think your name changes like Benby Bembington or something. Oh no, that was I didn't. That was for the thin guard in
yes.
Steppy Steppington or Steppy Stepson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Steppy Stepson.
I tell you something we spent a lot of time on and never got used at all. was the when Flint became a rogue or a thief. We created the thief marks. Do you remember? You and I sat down
spoilers,
for ages
it's going to
and
have some
worked out-
use in next campaign.
Oh, good. We took a long time working that blasted
Thieves
thing
can't.
out.
Thieves can't.
Thieves can't.
So thieves can't. I have, and I've shown you all this before. I have custom thieves can't.
Yeah.
Which I think I ended up showing you guys. In
Well, you and I
prologue.
sat down for ages
we
working it
created
out.
It's not going to be useless.
Alex, did you say thieves can't? Like
Thieves can't. Whatever.
Can't.
It's
thieves
CANT.
can't use this thing that I spent
It's
ages making.
CANT. It's
I always thought it was thieves can't.
Is it not
It is
can't?
It's can't,
It's cant, as in
like incantation. Can't.
incantation.
Oh.
And I know
It's
that
not
this is
an
going to
incantation,
piss.
it's
I know
a
this is going
language
to
thing.
piss Simon off, so I need to say it. Etch's backstory is 10 pages. Because I remember you being pissed off that Balmutz was like 3. So when I was making it, I remember being like, "This is for Simon."
In fairness, how old is he?
Hold on, I have it written down here. It's broken down into sections, like chapters of a book. Where'd it go? The last section's really long. He's 477 at the end of the campaign.
Yeah.
So that's what, like 6 lifetimes? I'm
Yeah.
surprised that it's only
Yeah.
2 pages.
Yeah, but most people don't write out. They're more like, oh, he's an old elf and things happen in his life. Like they just extend.
Oh no,
that,
this
you
is
know.
Greg.
I mean, again, Felix was 200 years old.
Yeah.
I didn't write.
Sure.
He
I
had
don't
been
think
a
I
house.
wrote any backstory actually. I don't think anyone.
Except he had been a house the whole time.
Yeah, but like quite a lot of things happen in houses.
Well, that's true.
Generally.
I
I've
was gonna
broken it
say,
down
sorry.
to sections of ages 0 to 46, 47 to 200, 201 to 329, and 330 to 400, and then 401 to 476.
I'd love to see what you do for your C3 character.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's not going to be nearly
I
as
would.
much.
I would.
They don't have 476 years of stuff to write, so.
No, because I mean, I've already sort of got you guys to make them younger characters. Generally.
Yeah.
Things happening in houses.
That
I
won't
was,
stop Greg.
I was going to say that Joe has told us all about how the names came about.
Oh yeah, you've missed it, Simon. I
And you
explained
missed it
the
twice. Twice.
Now that everybody knows except for you, Simon, do you have any last guesses about?
So it was something that I'll briefly repeat it off. It was something that I said to Alex when I made the character of, because I'm crap at names. I hate coming up with names for characters. Well, I'll just put in like this little like scheme, and then if anyone notices, it'll be really funny. But if no one does, like that's fine. It's obscure and very little. But Desavir comes from the French word for like dessert, so pudding. And Bartlett, his parents, Pharrell and Gifford, his restaurant, D'Anjou, cat called Concord, and his now twin called Williams. They're all different kinds of pears.
I think I did guess that at the time.
Did you?
I don't
Because
think you've ever
Concord,
vocalized it.
Concord is a pear.
I don't think you've ever vocalized it.
Yeah, you've never said it.
I think I thought that at the time and was like,
But
nah.
with
because
Bartlett-
Concord is a pear and it's a very specific like
with
name and
Bartlett
like
and-
cookery as well. Like,
with Bartlett and Williams, that is actually the same pair. It's known by 2 different names in different parts of the world. So they're all called pear pudding, which I just thought was really funny.
So
I
the
think it's
future,
funny.
the future.
There's a
of
lot about how I
characters.
make my characters, doesn't it?
Yes.
The-
I want to know your C3 character's name.
Not allowed yet.
I know, but I.
The future of characters. Let's start with the simplest, Elsie.
The simplest.
List.
Is that an
In
insult?
Yeah.
the human lifespan being the shortest.
Oh, wow.
Although I guess Barty
Dark.
is, but, you know.
I thought you were saying that she was dumb.
And Barty's up.
Wow!
I didn't say it, Alex said it.
Fine. Good knack, I would have thought.
Because okay, so now Elsie and Zegith back together, married as of the end of the campaign. I mean, imagining they just live a sweet old life, growing old together.
Yeah, kind of. She kind of takes on like building the guild up properly and running that for a long time. She goes to uni for some learning. I always thought like business studies, something along those lines.
The uni wouldn't be in Veluna. Well, actually, I guess there is the university in Veluna, but that isn't really for that kind of thing at that point.
It's like a postgraduate.
She would go to some uni somewhere, like try and do part time at a uni, because she wants to have some official like learning done, because she's never really had a chance to do it. The only chance she's had anywhere close to learning was with Lord, and then she had to go off and save the world. So she never has done any official learning. So she wanted to do that part time whilst running the guild, and then
go back to Lord.
I wasn't quite sure if she would go back to Lord or not, because
She's a
like,
level 20 sorcerer.
she's learned what she needs to know in that sort of aspect, and I doubt he could really teach her how to run a business.
Oh, he's definitely
properly.
more powerful than her still.
Oh yeah, but like she doesn't need to know that anymore, really. She knows enough to survive and save a world, so.
Yeah,
and
those
then-
are two things. Those are the two things that are on par: surviving,
Yeah.
saving the world.
That's just personal survival and everybody else's survival. That's what it is.
Surviving while saving the world.
When Betsy dies, she takes over the running of Dugnut's Dream.
Dugnut Dreams again.
Yes, which, if it is not renamed by that point, she will rename it to that. And basically,
Copyright infringement, I believe I came up with.
well, I don't care. Elsie bloody takes it.
Can you please show us the
Because
pattern?
technically, she
Plot
came
twist,
up with
Elsie went to uni for law school, bitch.
yeah, and Elsie came up with the name for your place. So
That is true.
switcheroo. Basically, when she kind of gets to the point where she's done running the guild, she will then focus all of her time into the bar tavern thing. She has a small little family.
And you know they're providing
There you go.
catering services.
You know, kids. I can add on to that also Velka, of course, being friends with you the whole of that time. Velka's got her own sort of a thing, but she's the most important thing is Velka is friends with every generation of, at that point, Bolins, but like Bolins and Longwinds.
Oh
Mostly
yeah,
Longwinds.
Velka, like once Elsie is like permanent in Veluna again, Velka is her everything. Like,
Exactly, they're good friends again. But she just
Yeah.
means, because for elves they get used to this idea of, well, my friends will die, but their children survive, so I'll probably.
Yeah,
You're friends with a family, you're not friends with a person, because you can't be friends
Yeah.
with a person in the same way. Same as Etch, really.
yeah. I always had this like weird thing in my head that like maybe Elsie's kids would grow up to call him something like Pawpaw or something.
I don't think
Like-
he'd allow that.
No, he wouldn't allow that.
Well, no, like it wouldn't be Etch.
Actually,
It
no,
would
do
be
you know
some
what?
form of like.
I think Etch wouldn't like it, but he would allow it, and he'd be like, oh, okay, fine. And at some point, he'd be like, yeah, fine, all right then.
Yeah, like it'd be one of those like. What's the word?
It's Professor Vasvayas to you.
He would grudgingly.
No, it'd be like some really like. I can't think of the word for it, but nice name that the
Endearing.
family like all call him. That's it. Endearing name. That they all call him whether he accepts it or not. But they
Yeah,
all
exactly.
call him it.
You can just imagine him. He's coming round, and all these kids going, Papa, Papa, and he's going, don't call me Pawpaw, Papa. Yes, what?
And I think they would have probably had the same with Maya, but depending on how Maya reacts,
Maya would
because
love
I
it.
can see Maya being a bit more like scary if she's like, "No, you're not calling me that."
I
that's
think
fine.
I can actually see her. She'd be fine with it, and
Yeah.
she would start calling him Pawpaw when the kids are around. He'd be like, fine.
She'd be like,
Maya
go
would
tell your
soften up
papa about that thing.
Maya would soften up when Maya and Etch had their own kids.
Yes, which I really want to hear about Etches.
Yeah. Same here.
I think that would be very soon after the campaign ends.
Just very quickly. So Zegith then, having been brought back,
Mhm.
confirmed no longer the Nightwalker can
Mhm.
have kids, because I
Yeah.
believe that was one of the things of as Nightwalker you can't.
Well, they
have
could
them.
adopt.
Well, as Nightwalker, there would have been issues, but he's been brought back. So again, sort of getting into it now that I can, with him being brought back by Hesag, he didn't. It wasn't like his soul was brought back from hell. Like he didn't exist anymore after he was killed. Like that was the thing of being the Nightwalker. He didn't exist anymore. But Hesag is literally the creator of life on Gel, so therefore can just like use information to just bring back the idea and concept of Zegeth. So he
So it's a
is
whole new person.
Downloaded him
exactly. He's
from the
technically completely anew, and hence why he had to use like living matter to sort of recreate. Although she didn't have to. But she
And
did
why
at
he's
that
got
point.
no scars or anything.
Exactly, no scars. It's just a fresh body as like just a print, basically.
So
yeah,
is he like an idealized Zegeth then?
No,
is he
no,
the
he's
ideal
human.
man?
For Elsie, maybe.
The Rick and Morty thing of you put on the helmet and it makes the thing of how you perceive them to be.
But yes, no, he's basically just human again. I did consider going back to like Weedy Little Zegeth, but I thought Hesag wouldn't do that because Hesag didn't know Weedy Little Zegeth.
I must admit, that's what I thought you were going to do.
I
I
was
was
really
dreading
hoping
that
you
bit.
would.
I was dreading that bit.
I was really hoping you were going to.
It would be funny, but it didn't make logical sense. Which, in this case, for Purdy's sake, I was like, yeah, let's go with the logical path. But yeah, there you go. Kids, future. There's stuff that I want to say, but I can't because it's to do with C3 that you guys wouldn't really know yet, so it's there.
I think Etchemai would have had a kid within like a year or two after campaign ends. I think that would be the only kid they have. Maybe one more. And then Etch keeps doing his thing. He keeps running his shop. I don't know how much Alex and I have talked a lot about Etch.
Yeah, none of that stuff.
I don't know how much I can.
Yep, you're good.
Okay.
None of that.
C3 is going to open on all of us looking up at this giant golden statue of Etch in the activity center.
I can say he retires from the council at some point.
Yes.
Because he doesn't want that shit like that.
Which is no surprise at all.
No.
Yeah.
Maya probably sticks around in it for a while, actually. She enjoys
And-
being the Council of Trade.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much because a lot of it will possibly come.
Yeah. There's stuff that will be made obvious, but I know the one thing you kind of want to say about the shop.
that and just like his work with the crystals in general, but I don't want to.
I just want to know about the family bit.
But what about Ray? I mean, Ray's. So I know, but I know.
They travel a lot, and I think once, if the tunnel to the Feywild is set back up, they probably travel over there as well. And if other connections are set up, they travel as much as they possibly can. And as they are, they spend like a few weeks or months in each place, just causing some mischief. I was thinking like Ray sets up little challenge rooms, like escape room type things that are just like magically running controlled if somebody finishes them. Some more dangerous than others, with clear warnings outside so people know what they're getting themselves into. But yeah, just kind of leaving their mark across all of Shell and beyond.
I mean, the beyond bit is more difficult. You would, at a certain point, be able to go over to the Feywild again. It's a weird. So for most people, you travel to a different plane, I will call it, a different world. The Nightwalker equivalent, like the protector of that world, will be like, nah, you're not meant to be here. For those two, because they've been allowed on Gel by Schnell and also by the Nightwalker, and have also originally from Feyvel, they can kind of slip between the cracks if they're careful about it, and as long as they don't do it too often, they can kind of
I
just
thought
like
we were setting up
get there and be fine with it.
a solid
The
tunnel.
teleporters are all over the rest of the world. I don't think the solid tunnel between the Feywild and
Because we had
Giant.
talked about it at some point of building some
I don't
connection.
remember these discussions.
I have no memory.
As someone say it with confidence first, and that's the canon one.
I will bring up the moment in the episode in which you said it and send it to you.
I'm pretty sure you said something about it.
It depends
It
if I
was-
said it as a concept as Zegeth, or if I was just like, yeah, that's a thing that exists, or if that was because I don't know, because the way I know now, I know a lot more about the future now that I have written more about it. It's how it's set up. It's unlike.
C3 crashing down around Greg's ears right now if this thing doesn't exist.
No, that's just my headcanon for.
I know for sure that there wouldn't be like a connection between the two because Schnell wouldn't want
True.
that open full connection, but slipping between the cracks for the two of them would be possible.
All right, then they do that. And I think at some point they adopt, and there is a lineage of adopted Ray, Laura.
Do
That
they
may or may not appear.
do they double barrel names? Do they use one of the names? Do they choose a new name?
I mean,
What's the
they
lineage?
just have one name.
That's true.
No, but I say Ray doesn't have a last name, does she?
No, I thought they did. Either way, fun times.
Ray, because Ray likes Flora, loves Flora. You could say she's a lot like a British chain of like flower deliveries, and that she's into Flora.
That silence says everything. You're muted, Simon. But I think we all know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, exactly.
I really enjoyed
I
that.
said, so this is Joe's final episode on the podcast.
I'm disappointed that didn't get a chuckle. I really enjoyed that.
Sometimes they hit, sometimes they do not. Funny silence.
Excuse me.
Oh, also, you won't have heard when you first made that joke. Literally, you made that joke, and I went, ugh.
I do like.
Only response.
I do like that Etch and Elsie will probably be having children around about the same time.
Yes, but here's the fun thing: they wouldn't really grow up together because elves mature over 100 years.
Yeah, I
whereas,
know.
Humans mature over 20 years. So
That would be like really weird.
it would start with they're both cute babies. Your Elsie's kids would turn into toddlers and have fun with interacting with babies. But by the time Elsie's kids are like 20, they'd be looking after.
They'd be babies.
They'd be like babies
Yeah.
for Etch's kids, and then they'd get to the end of their life just as Etch's kids are getting mature. Which is this is where it's so weird to have human and elf.
So it would
friendships.
be. So
Yeah.
they would end up as babysitters for Elsie's great grandchildren.
Exactly. I also like to imagine that at the end of Elsie's life, Zegith would probably pass away first. Old age or casual, that kind of stuff. For the last 10 years of that, it is Velka is purely just looking after Elsie, because Velka that is still perfectly fine. This has only been
A matter of
pretending for
interest. Speaking of Velka, you know that she had the black.
Yes.
Did you have any idea what was going to happen with that, or just stop?
If you Lord looked into it, stopped it. It's not reversible. The whole point there was more the dragon or the wyverns. If they're out of control, one of the things they can do for their reproduction cycle is steal people and then transform them into wyverns.
Huh.
Hence why there's part of that protection from the Nightwalker to stop that from happening.
Okay, fine. So
But it was stopped halfway. So she would have turned into wyvern, but she's in a weird halfway house. Or not even halfway.
So now she's like a half wyvern that can also turn.
She's not
into
a half
werewolf.
wyvern. She's more like a half dragonborn, because she has
But-
arms and sort of chest of.
What happens when she
scales.
turns into a werewolf? Is the werewolf also
Oh,
half
I
dragon?
didn't see it, but to be a bit meta, yeah, it would not be a werewolf. It would be more like a more
wyvern.
humanoid, more humanoid wyvern type thing, like a giant, terrifying beast of
Wow.
strange.
You know what's
Werewolf.
Thank you.
That would-
you know what's
that would be
really
good.
A
interesting
wyvern.
is the weird disease that we had Fryn have in the beginning, where she was half of her body was scaly dragon stuff going on before she was killed.
Yeah.
Just a weird connection there that has no. It's not actually connected, but
Retrospectively, it could have been, yeah.
well,
But sorry, I interrupted. You were saying so Velka would be looking after Elsie and
Velka
Harold.
would be looking after, taking care of Elsie in the last few years.
Ah, I like that idea. I like that picture. It's a nice picture.
That's really sweet.
Well, of course she would, But again, for elves, she doesn't grow old. She sees Elsie grow old and has to accept that that's how this happens. There's no reversing that, And the relationship changes from mothering, or like, I mean, you were both sort of young, so like friends to you ending up kind of mothering Velka to Velka looking after, you know, her mum at the end of her life kind of thing. Because bear in mind also, she doesn't have parents. She has obviously got sorry, I managed to make myself bleed. She has obviously got Etch and Maya, but Maya never really accepted her as a kid, and then it became more friendship than not. Well, to be fair, at the time when that kind of happened, it was like Veiluna is crumbling. We need to save it, you know.
Which is like valid.
Yeah. Etch saved Veiluna, but didn't save the world. Just left that to other people.
Easy.
So what about Felix's future?
What about what Felix?
Yeah.
There is some stuff I do know about that I want to bring up with you about Felix's future, because obviously the concept that he doesn't die, but I don't want to talk about it because it would be C3 stuff.
Commit seppuku basically if he wanted to.
Yeah, I mean the first question is, does he decide to move himself on, or does he stay in existence for up until C3 and more?
Here was my kind of concept for that. So, with the kind of newfound abilities associated with, I mean, on paper they're due to being an artificer, and the armor specifically, in the kind of infusion thing. But the way that I kind of explained it in lore was that he was kind of piecing off a little bit of his soul and infusing it into whatever object it is. And so I don't know if it was, I don't know if I'd specified or whether it was made clear from the little flashback thing from when he was in contact with a life stone. Felix is like kind of when he was a child, he was the son of a potter in the village that he grew up in. And so I kind of think that at some point Felix kind of gets tired of exploring the world and settles down in Veiluna and starts kind of making pots again, just as like a kind of just a potter and then selling them. And that through whatever kind of, I don't know, whether it's inspiration or whether it's intentional or whatever, that every time whenever he makes a pot, it just like has a little bit of his spirit in it. And that eventually he just makes enough pots that he just runs out of spirit and then dies, I guess, or passes on.
That's cute. I can imagine a situation where, because he's in a robot body, he makes a pot, and it's like a sad scene of like, family sort of thing, and and makes the pot, puts it on the shelf, goes down, sits at whatever potting table, and then just the machine it just stops.
Just quietly stops.
No dramatic ending, just stops, and then someone finds him. Someone finds him.
I'd like to think that he was like that takes a while, and that in that time he's like becoming more of part of the kind of Veiluna community, and he gets to kind of experience the kind of village life that he didn't have as a kid. And all
I can imagine that thing happening over maybe like 200 years.
Yeah, something like that.
A couple hundred years, yeah.
Enough to become like, a known and recognized part of the community.
Yeah.
I think Greg had the same realization that I did. And I will say, I very much enjoy that ending. But it puts pieces of his souls into objects and is the son of a potter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say is Potter and when he was a child who died, I was going to be more Harry Potter, the boy who died.
lived in a cupboard, was a cupboard.
That was a house.
I was going to say make sure not to trap any elemental demons inside of your pots as you're making them. That's how Melon happened, and historically not looked upon.
I really enjoy that of kind of like the kind of the warrior hanging up his sword kind of thing, and a nice way to kind of simulate like growing old and more frail.
Do you know what? It gives me obviously a robot, but it gives me like massive Uncle Iroh vibes.
Yeah, that too.
It's like if Wally was crossed with Uncle Iroh.
Uncle Wally.
But like everyone loves, good old Felix the Potter.
Yeah.
with a mysterious. Why is there a gigantic like battle robot making pots? That,
Exactly,
that
yeah.
sounds like the kind of thing you'd meet in like during the campaign. You go to a town and there's a there's
Yeah.
a potter, there's a robot,
Here's a
7 foot
question,
tall.
for you, Simon, and obviously this is something you and Alex can work out another time if it is the case. Would they have things like artificer infusion, like effects? Would they be magical items in and of themselves, or would they just be long lasting?
I figured it was kind of long lasting, or I guess potentially, I don't know. It might just be that like if food is stored in them, it stays fresh for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'd say like
I
minor
think
effects. Yeah, I'd say
Like
there'd be,
the forever
minor
shiny
effects.
enchantment that Ray had on her pot.
That's what
Yeah.
I think there'd be very minor effects.
Awakening, things
Very
like that.
minor effects that can like not even like as much as a jug of like everlasting water or whatever. Just like food can be stored in it and it stays fresher for much longer. Or maybe just like you put it as a centerpiece and the house just feels more comfortable and warm. You get that
Blessing in
nice.
the house, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Like it could be all sorts of small things because it's only a tiny bit of the soul over everything.
A calm emotions pot.
Yeah.
Would it be ironic as well that technically those pots are machined? They're handmade, but they
Machined by hand.
Are they handmade?
They have to be labeled machine by hand.
He just kind of converts Transformer style into like a lathe.
Wait, how do you think clay pots are made? Wait, but does he have like a clay injector like on his wrist, which he can like use to make all the details?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to. I think that he probably works with Etch and like Botano to like create kind of, I don't know, like hand attachments or something that would help.
Like cake decorating tools, but for clay.
Yeah, well,
And
I mean,
eventually
clay
they
has,
figure out what
there
the
are
crystal
there
does.
are implements that you use as a potter, so
Yeah.
Eventually they figure out what the crystal in his chest does.
it's actually it's a forever shiny charm.
No, maybe it's a transformer charm. It gives him the ability to transform into a lathe.
It's a projector, so he can just trace the out of the
yeah.
That's why we couldn't figure it out, because it's a rather mundane effect
kinda
comparatively to
Okay, how about Barty's future?
I was gonna say, what about Unit?
Yeah, what about you?
that's
Oh,
true.
Unit, yeah, Unit.
The last
Oh,
time we
Unit's a
left off,
bird.
Unit was a bird.
Unit's having a great time having it as a bird.
And though technically druidically you cannot, your wild shape runs out.
Can now.
It's one of those things where like it's so passionately done, like the magic just it sticks. And I think at this point, Unit could possibly turn back into a Formicid, but like would actually be more difficult to do.
I think
He'd
it's
squawk a lot.
I kind of think it's more like that his actual race has shifted,
Hmm.
and like he's not actually using wild shape now. That's just his form. And were he to wild shape, he could wild shape back into a Formicid, but that wouldn't last for very long, if that makes sense.
Would
Yeah.
he ever fly back over Veluna to kind of like just
Oh yeah, he's flying
fly
around.
over? Yeah.
He's shitting on everybody
Well, I mean-
all the time.
He's
Just
but I don't think he's. The thing is, I think he was probably like quite tired of the need of like responsibility that he had in terms of like essentially potentially being responsible for saving his entire people, and so like the enjoyment that he has from just burping around is that he doesn't need to worry about that sort of stuff.
Was he a
Sure,
bird flying over the final battle?
Yeah, he
He
shat
pooped
on
right
Ex's
on
head.
Bracklyn's head. Yeah.
To be fair, that
Right in
story
the
arc,
eye.
the story arc of Unit turning into a bird and then realizing how freeing it was, and then eventually going away by just like not really saying goodbye, just turning into a bird and just kind of flying away, is firstly very anime, but secondly amazing.
Yes.
I love it.
yeah, absolutely.
It was
Very Brother Bear.
Hmm.
It was a
It is
great.
very
It was a
cute.
great sort of.
I will say, I thought the moment that you two chose to change characters was perfect, like timing in terms of arc and how the kind of the overall story had gone, and your personal stories with like a big kind of send-off event at the same time. I thought worked really well.
Mm. Yeah, it was a good good moment, a good time. But Barty's future.
So this is the one for So this was part of my one of 3 plans. So Tav survived and was the Nightwalker. So assuming that he is setting up teleportation circles kind of around the world, do you
Well,
have...
I was going to say there's a little bit of like crossover, ish. And I will say from like the perspective, and you do need to pay attention to this, though you are looking down, Father.
So I was looking back to see at what point I switched to characters. Carry on.
So you would, after like a couple years, you would have been approached by Stahl, or you probably would have approached Stahl to say, we made a deal that we would create, actually probably not even, maybe like 6 months, we made a deal that we'd have specific teleportation locations that are open and crafted carefully using both the Nightwalker's power and the Dragon's power, which are spaces which you can teleport in the world without tearing through like the fabric of their home, without being disturbing, but they are specific points. You know, they're basically teleportation circles. So you would approach to start that little project of deciding where they're going to go, and the arduous process of actually creating them, because it's it's not necessarily an easy thing. It's a very skilled crafting type thing, which comes into the same context, I know, and I'm going to speak a little bit for you, so be more than free to interrupt me. Barty was planning on going around with Tav, and this would have been discussed at some point. You just sent a message, and where the locations of those teleportation circles, or at least some of them, not necessarily all of them, would be restaurant locations for Barty's chain. Yes?
Yes.
So there is this like
That's
arc
really
in there
cute.
of spending a good few years setting up at least 1 or 2. There's more teleportation circles. In fact, I can tell you vaguely how many there are, and it's a lot. But 1 or 2 of these teleportation circles in each of the countries is set up in a restaurant. Maybe not in Lesdwin. Probably in Lesdwin, because they will expand out much later. No, probably not the restaurant in Lesdwin because of how it currently is. But the point is, you'd have gone around creating those. The number of is it this one? Teleportation locations. Oh God, have I put it on here? Yes, I have. How have to actually count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in Carmenthia. 4 in Fleury, or like the Florian couple. 4 in
Dorna?
4 in Demore and Demoth. 4 in Ferron Major, 1 in Ferron Minor, 1 in Forth, 2 in Dina Faro, 1 in Lesdwin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 in Kugarum, 1, 2, 3 in, let's change name, where's the other one? Zhen, 1, 2, 3, 4 in Ekte, 1 in Miaro, 2 in Kidman, and 1 in Vasagal, and none in Hybris because nobody lives there.
I was going to say, is there one in Hybris, the least visited restaurant in the entire world?
That is 34 if I counted those up as you went along correctly. So
there's about 34, but I don't imagine all of those will be restaurants.
What about the one in underwater? The restaurant that he's going to make underwater.
Yeah, well, that's of course that's a separate one.
There's no teleportation circle underwater, but there might be a restaurant under there.
Yeah.
Damn.
So with it 34, so Bartlett and Williams would suggest to Tav about keeping all of the ones that he wants to be on the grid, as it were, for people to use as methods of transportation rather than to get to secret places that he might want to set up elsewhere. He would suggest that all of those should be in the restaurants, because the restaurants are temples. So it's basically the same spell that I used to set up Dogging Out Dreams again as the field hospital. I would use, and that's why Williams went to the other side of the world with Tav. And what they're splitting the work between the two of them. So they go to a location agreed with Tav of where one of these teleportation circles is going to be, and every day for a year they live there, rather than every other day they live somewhere. They live somewhere for a year, and every day they cast Temple of the Gods, which it's the thing that sets up. It's a 120-foot space. You get to choose how it's decorated and all the rest of it. So basically, setting up this thing magically, and so it
What's
comes
the spell?
with Temple of the Gods. It's a
And effectively,
seven-
if you do it for a year, it just creates like a solid building.
yes, and it becomes permanent after a year, and so the caster chooses how it goes, and it comes with various protections. So you can choose types of creatures that the spell opposes when you cast it. Choose more of the following: Celestials, Elementals, Fae, Fiends, or Undead. So they would do it opposing all of them except for Fae, because he knows that
Yeah.
still trotting around somewhere.
But if you do Celestials, tap
Yeah,
on the
Celestials, yeah.
Well, do ASMR count as Celestials?
No, ASMR don't count as Celestials.
I thought they did.
No, ASMR are not Celestials. Celestials are another race. ASMR have Celestial genealogy inside them, like they are
Same
rooted
thing
from
with
them. But it's in the
tieflings,
same way
I'm
that
pretty
tieflings aren't devils. They just
Oh, fair enough.
It's more recently that like the new races introduced have had like Fae, like
Yeah.
you're able to be detected by Fae speaking the classic one.
It would basically be to oppose everything except humanoid, like everything from that list except for Fae, to stop things like devils, demons, zombies.
Wait,
kind
but
of that going
if
through. So it
if
would
demons
stop a
can't
lynch.
go in, does that mean that Melon can't visit?
Demon's a devil,
Oh,
or Melon's a devil.
Well, he's still,
Demon's
he's
a
still
devil.
a
Demon's a
fiend.
devil.
He's still a fiend, but I imagine if he's in his little space, then probably that would work.
Yeah. He probably wouldn't be able to come out in there.
Couldn't
And I
summon
think
it.
actually, probably to a certain point, you'd have diminished power inside one of those. Wouldn't make much difference, but like you wouldn't be able to use all of your spells
Yeah.
inside because he's being suppressed.
Well, it says on here, so because it doesn't entirely block them, it says basically if one of the creatures that the spell opposes attempts to enter the temple, which I guess this would count as, they've got to make a charisma saving throw, which is like your super high
yeah.
save, I think. Yeah.
Forget
On a
about it.
failed save, they can't get in for 24 hours. But even if they can enter the temple, so if they succeed the save, then they basically when they make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, they minus a d4 from the roll. In addition, sensors created
pacifist,
by
man.
divination spells can't appear inside the temple, and creatures inside can't be targeted by divination spells, so you can't be scryed on, that kind of thing, inside one of the things. And then whenever a creature regains hit points in there, they gain an additional 5, because that's by wisdom modifier. The only problem is that so they can't be dispelled by dispel magic, but a disintegrate will instantly destroy them. But there aren't that many people casting disintegrate, and disintegrate I imagine would blow up most buildings.
I also hope they're not casting it in a random restaurant.
No.
So we
Yeah.
have a safe location to not ever be scryed on, or whenever
Well,
this is.
if this is hundreds of years in the future, who knows what kind of magic has faded? But to begin with, yes.
I can tell. Who knows? I know. I do at some point want to go through with you which of those locations of the 34. I'll probably give you about. Well, you're going to do one a year, but in terms of like buying permissions and getting the money to get the land and stuff like that, you wouldn't get all 34 of them. 36, whatever it was. But I go through with you which ones of those will be Barty's restaurant things. But yes, it would take a long time. I think making the teleportation thing would take about a month. Making the temple would take about a year.
Well, the thing that I'm hoping would speed it up is that they would also be using their divine intervention as often as possible to attempt to be like, hey, please make this just today.
Yeah,
Can
but
we
the way
set up
it's
this
worked
franchise
we've had it is
everywhere?
that it never works.
But the way that the restaurants themselves would look is the way I
Like a
described it to Alex.
McDonald's?
A message. No, but close. It would be
Winnie
like
Hut Juniors.
the layout of all. I don't know what that is. But the layout of all of them
Wacky warehouse.
would be the same. They would all have the same kind of layout, and it would be similar to what I described with Miss Mary's Mistake, where every town has a place where the locals go, and it's great. I described it as kind of like a bit of a dingier version of the How I Met Your Mother bar. But these wouldn't be dingy. They'd be the kind of the really cozy and nice. But they would all be a slightly toned down version of TGI Fridays, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Rather than it being all kind of old-timey. I think Simon was upset by that.
No, his headphones, I think, stopped working.
Rather than it all being kind of old-timey American memorabilia, it would be things from the local community of that place. And so the fee that is charged to use the teleportation circle is used to run the restaurants as non-profit, and any profit is reinvested into the community. And that way he's kind of achieving the thing of making community pubs and a place for people to make friends and have good food.
This is gonna fuck up Alex's plan to make a hyper-capitalistic real...
Everything that you know, Greg, you are not allowed to say, because trust me, it doesn't fuck up any of my plans.
As per his kind of God's wishes. But with the two of them doing that from opposite ends of the world, you know, even if it was all 34, it would take, and they never got a divine intervention, it would take them, 17 years each. So by the time that they finished, they'd be like 50. And at that point, it would be likely that one of them, probably Barty, would go and make his last restaurant in the Tri-City, Malabi, and get himself kind of a ring of water breathing, so that he can kind of go and live there, while Williams would kind of oversee the general running of kind of the network of
chain
restaurants. And they would kind of take it in turns to go where most needed for their kind of clerical abilities of healing. Like every single day they would find someone to cast Regenerate on, if they were on their way to somewhere and weren't casting Temple of the Gods that day. Because it's the most powerful free thing that they can do. So, just passing someone on the side of the road who's lost a foot, be like, there you go, got your foot back.
Stop by the local hospital, cast Prayer of Healing.
Yeah.
Thank you for helping to fight capitalism. We appreciate you, Barney and Williams.
So they'd probably spend, because they wouldn't be able to travel everywhere quickly, they'd probably spend the next 20 years doing that. Kind of building the kind of the network that would let people kind of advance through the world.
Start up Doctors Without Borders.
Yeah, before kind of like retiring, and only then in like a semi-retired state, because they would then be able to have much easier access, because Bartlett would probably, because they would all be temples, they would both be able to teleport to them, the ones that they have built, using Word of Recall. So he would probably just cheekily do that after sending Tav a message saying, I'm just gonna pop to the temple.
No, you wouldn't need to, because since the teleportation circles only take a month, they'll all be there before the shops are there. So you can just use the teleportation circles.
Yeah, but if there's not one in the
apart from the ones where
in the Triton City, he would use that to kind of pop back and forth.
Yeah.
That would kind of be his kind of.
What are the restaurants called?
They would all have different names that kind of. Some of them would be named by people in that local area. Some of them would be named kind of after things about the Strangelings, like it was where he asked Elsie to name the first one. So the first one to be set up would be the Strangelings Rest in Veluna. But yeah, it would be named after local things for the most part, and then some of them would be Strangeling related.
At some point, I'm gonna crack a call with you, Joe, to like write down this stuff in more specific detail for things that will affect, obviously, the future of.
Yeah.
Can I make my guess as to what I think Alex is going to do with it by the time we get to it in C3?
Completely dishonor any of Barty's wishes.
Right. So my guess is that it will be largely the same in terms of the aesthetic of them, but in terms of the running of them, it will have been transferred to some kind of company that is charging loads of money for teleportation.
I think that's probably
for no discernible reason. Yeah.
And they're really a shell company as well.
And then Tav, obviously through like every now and again having to set up a thing.
Yeah, and if it only takes you a month, you'd probably just get a message every month, be like, "Want to pop over to this place, and then and I'll see you in a year."
Thinking about my sort of idea of what happens to Tav after the end of the camera drawing out with him and the family. So he would spend the next couple of years before all this starts, dotting between his family. His kids would probably stay where they are in the village where they wouldn't want to move, but he and his father would pop over from time to time, and then he would be just make sure that family are all happy together. At this stage, he's not really the Night Walker properly yet, so he's always considered himself as a fighter and a sort of champion of the oppressed. So he would be continuing to do what he has always done, which is go around looking at. Within Veiluna, he doesn't need to be a keeper of the peace. He wouldn't try and get involved with the Platinum Guard there, or whatever they call themselves, the Celestial Army, because that's all fine. It's all under control. His father's now retired, so he spends some time there, but he'd be going out and about, probably mostly in the local areas, just going around, keeping the peace where needed, carrying on like a sort of an adventurer, effectively. And when Barty starts to put together this network of teleportation rings, he'd do that. But over that period of time, I imagine in that 30-year period, his kids would eventually pass away because they'd be in their 80s, 90s by the time that was all finished. His father would probably pass away as well, I should think, because he's already considerably older than he is.
Not in 30 years.
I don't know. I can't remember.
I reckon because
how much older he is.
It's written down somewhere, but I reckon he's still got another like. Well, probably less than that, actually. Yeah, probably about 30 years.
I was thinking that. So by the time all this is finished, his family he'll have his grandkids will be getting old by now. But also, I imagine by this time the sort of Night Walkerness is starting to take a little bit of an effect. He's less concerned about the family side and people. He's
30 years, not so much. 30 years is more, you become a bit of an introvert, but not like
exactly. He's more interested in. He'd be very keen on looking after the teleportation circles and also using them to go around and continue his idea of keeping the peace.
Well, I mean, after 30 years, you'd have learned to Tav can traverse the world with literally zero effort. He doesn't need to use the teleportation circles. You just walk through the fabric of existence.
And he'll be using that to continue doing what he was doing, which is trying to sort of right small wrongs, not save the world, that doesn't need doing anymore, but he'd be sort of righting small wrongs. Perhaps every now and again going to the king, saying everything going on in the kingdom that needs sorting out. He'd be just trying to make himself useful, basically. And of course, eating in the restaurants, which he would enjoy immensely. And telling jokes.
He has a stand-up set every Saturday.
Perhaps in those first few years.
That is absolutely lethal. A person who tells dad jokes and can walk through the fabric of existence and appear at any time.
No.
And he's immortal.
Yeah.
See,
you're lying in bed, it's like 1 a.m, you can't sleep, rain's pouring outside, and suddenly a voice right by your ear just goes, "So why did the chicken cross the road?"
Why couldn't the bicycle stand on its own? It was too tired.
I think
eventually generations of kids that are scared of the monster in the closet that tells really bad jokes.
That's just the part of Monsters Inc.
Edge probably contacts Tav for advice on raising a kid.
Tav is just Monsters Inc.
Would you ever find out your good friend Roger Miller, who kept telling jokes about his kids and showing books?
Roger Miller?
Roger Miller was my one-shot character from the prologue, the guy who was like, always on about his kids.
Yeah.
I'm so angry that person is existing in the world. Just like, where are you
God,
from,
can we
bud?
go to uni with one of his descendants that has got really worse jokes?
If you haven't chosen
Miller,
a descendant of Roger Miller, I'm going to be very upset.
Would Tav and Barty, because Tav is so keen on trying to understand humour, and he thinks he's got the hang of it after a few years, would they set up a comedy club?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going
mean-
to say, would he become like a PhD in like entertainment arts?
Yes.
If you wanted one of the
Teaching at the
restaurants to be a
university.
comedy club instead, he'd probably do that.
But I was thinking,
It would just be a comedy
and
club that serves food.
Lack
I mean,
of
but-
Glee Club.
Oh,
wouldn't
could we
last.
make the Strangelings Rest Comedy Club?
yeah.
No.
No. Don't tarnish
Or maybe-
our
I
memories
mean-
like that.
By the time the C3 rolls around, it probably would long since gone. But they might have comedy night or something. But so that's Tav. So for Flint, on the other hand,
Yes, please tell
Oh,
us about
I mean,
Flint.
we can go into detail. Well, so here's the. How much do I want to? Yeah, it's fine. I don't mind the meta. Do you want me to do? Because I have like more in depth, I believe.
we have
notes
spoken
beforehand,
about
but,
Flint's story.
You don't
So-
mind Flint spoilers, but you mind Etch spoilers. Okay.
Edge spoilers will make a difference to perception of C3.
If you,
So-
if you didn't so
Okay.
heavily involve your backstory in the literal fabric of
It's your
the
own
reality
fault.
of
Okay,
this
I
story,
didn't
then,
do that.
Because you chose.
Alex
'cause you
saw
chose a
that and was
character who
like,
lives so long.
we really like this place, and now
I mean,
this is where we
I-
live.
Alex saw that and said, "Oh, Greg has already written 10 pages of my world's exposition for me. I'll probably use that rather than think of it myself."
400
Well,
years of city history? Yummy.
Yeah.
I reckon that Flint's future could absolutely impact C3 if someone is playing a zealot barbarian of Flint.
Well, so here's the thing. So you all know that Flint, as Locke, went back to.
It's my deity.
Well,
He-
so Flint. Hang on, let me get through because all this is Flint as Locke went back to the to Elesdon and went through the ranks, just being a monk, trying to sort of get up to the top. It with the idea of being able to get up to where there is a split and go back to his parent. Also doing a lot of research into how to open the rift, possibly contacting Zegeth every now and again, like a little bit of a back and
Definitely,
like
yeah.
really
And
subtly,
Alf.
because obviously you're not want. Well, yes, but also not wanting people to realize that there's a connection there, because Locke is meant to be a completely like new.
Meeting
Person.
him in a park dressed as businessmen and bringing over a briefcase on a
Eventually-
bench that's got lots of little diary notes in it.
Eventually, he manages to open up this rift up in the top of the tower. Flint, and this is after like a good few years, manages to open the rift and actually go through to see his parent. But when he goes through, the material body, his
Halfling.
halfling body, is left behind, undamaged, kind of just a dead body, just
Oh.
no soul, no nothing left back. Whereas the fire elemental appears through, which means back in Lesdwin, Locke is found completely unknowing how it's happened, just dead. And it's very sad. There's a funeral and all that kind of stuff. But it isn't passed as any kind of bad thing, as no one's murdered Locke. It's just kind of a sad occasion. On the other side, in the fire plane, within a few hours, Flint is met by the White Flame, which is the fire plane's equivalent of the Nightwalker.
Ooh.
Because, and it is explained that Flint, though technically is a fire elemental, and seems as though Flint would be from this plane, when Flint was born, he was shown into Gel, so by the laws of how this all works, he is actually a native of Gel, not the fire plane. But they make a deal, because Flint's like, well, I just want to be here as long as my parents are here. I want to spend this time with them, and once they burn out, I will return. We'll make a deal. I will return, like the day that they burn out, I will return back to Shell. So there's a good 5 years where, nice happy ending, Flint gets to spend those years with their parents, getting to know them, both being fire elementals, woo, flaming everywhere. And eventually, that's the sound.
Down in the fire
his-
park.
Eventually, his parent does burn out, as they do, and the White Flame, within 24 hours, returns to
Don't
him
you
and
just
says,
taste it when your parent burns out?
But the White Flame reappears and says, right, it's time for you to hold up to your end of the deal. So he gets taken back to the empty plane. He gets taken back, and it involves, and this is just a little fun thing, it involves like the dragons, but there's a fact that I don't think I've told all of you, that in different worlds, they're not dragons, they're only dragons on Gel. It's kind of like where you're from is how you perceive them, or they, kind of like a chameleon circuit type thing. They fit in to what it is. So in the fire plane, they look like phoenixes.
In the fire plane, they look like police boxes.
And I know what you're asking. Like, oh, how come we went across to the Fae and they were
Yeah,
dragons, right? Is that a question on Greg's mind there?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, well, that's the question. The
It
point
is
in there
now.
is, firstly, I never said there were dragons. I just said there were big black beasts in the sky. And secondly, the dragon that you went on stayed as a dragon whilst you went over.
Well, so they could have been black bears.
Could have
Could have
been.
been anything. They're just flying black beasts. But anyway, so it's a
Crows.
and they came through. Anyway, he arrives in Lesdwin, having come back as a fire elemental, because he's a fire elemental. He doesn't have a body anymore. But the monks, at first curious, like, what is this thing? There's a creature. Is it dangerous? Is it not? They use magic. They recognize and eventually work out that this is Flint. It has the energy of Flint, after their investigations. And everyone thinks that Flint has returned from the dead to once again be a prophet of Helm. Because the symbol of Helm is the palm with the fire and the eye and all that kind of, like, it sort of curves back around anyway. So he spends a while helping out the town and being an icon. And after about 30 years...
Absolutely iconic.
Exactly.
Absolutely iconic.
after 30 years, it actually burns out once the town has become safe. Because there's a lot of, like, with the fire elementals, their lifespan is not a determined amount of time. It's more when it's the right time. One of those, like, when is the right time? Who knows?
When
But
there's
you
a
know
heavy
when,
rain.
Yeah. It's like a Charmander.
Monsoon season, no.
Not a monsoon. It'll kill.
Anyway,
But like little kids in the town are like, water fight, yay!
anyway, so when there's less of a threat from the dwarves and stuff, Flint burns out. But then Flint is continues to be revered as a godly figure throughout history, and like is written about. So there's Helm and the Prophet of Helm. It's very like God and Jesus kind of. Flint came back as a flame, as literally as a flame, to be once again the prophet of reborn as the prophet of.
Thinly veiled
Helm.
criticism of modern religion.
What? No.
I see it as very. I see it playing out very Life of Brian. Where he's in the hole and he's like, "I'm not the Messiah," and they're like,
Exactly.
That's what I was saying.
So modest.
I can see that. I mean, absolutely, I get because when he comes back, remember that they already think he drove away the Dwarvish army and has saved the city.
Well,
So he
they all
comes back
watched as he annihilated an entire army. He
Yeah.
actually ran across.
So when he comes back,
Good times.
they are all like, "Oh, he is the prophet. He is the Messiah. I'm not the Messiah. I'm not the Messiah. Honestly."
He's so
So-
modest.
I need to go watch that again now.
Can there
So
also
you
be a
can't-
fashion line made after him?
Unlikely, because it's a religious group. But I mean,
Well,
I mean, that's
Maybe it's the
that's
capitalist.
his story. So he comes
A
back.
TR.
He comes
He gets
back.
better.
It gets better. He comes back and tries to help out as much as he can around the city until eventually everything calms down, and at that
Yeah.
point he burns out.
so from your guys' in C3 perspective, you wouldn't know anything about like Helm and the Prophet of Helm. That's a very like a Lesdwin specific
Yeah, if
religious.
you were in a lesbian, you'd know all about it.
but that's
in
just
a
reading
les-
about this
in
in a
Lesbian-
newspaper on the other side of the world.
Exactly.
Yeah,
In
you've
a
heard
lesbian,
about
it's
it.
a big thing, but around the rest of the world, not so much.
Well, because so
Helm's
much of the world is
Messiah,
like there's so many
Messiah.
gods and all this kind of stuff. Who...
I have a question.
Yes.
So, would the sending, because sending works across planes, it's got like a
Mhm.
5% chance to fail or something. So Barty would every so often, not loads and loads, but definitely with multiple times within a 5-year period, message Flint. So would he be like in 25 words, be like, "Am back home, very hot here, coming back when parent dies."
Unit would hate this.
So we would know that he was. So like if we hear.
Oh yeah. I mean, the
random
strange
body
things.
stopping.
The strange things would know because they know that Locke is Flint, so he would have kept in touch over that period of time up until and then when he went back, he can't contact you. But when you next contacted him, be like, "I found my way through. I'm back in the fire plane, but I will be returning sometime soon."
And then, like, it's only 5 years after that, so all of you still alive. Would it have like vague reports of like this flame coming back in Lesdwin?
The
Like,
Prophet
if you're
of
looking
Helm.
into it, you find exactly the Prophet of Helm, and you'll be like, "All right, he's back then."
Upon reading that
Right.
headline, Etch would have sent a message, since he can still do that once a day, saying, "Hey, careful not to start a cult."
This was what I was going to ask. Was like,
late.
what if in future, what if in C3 one of our characters is like a cleric of Flint?
You couldn't be a cleric of Flint because Flint isn't actually a god. Helm is. You can be a cleric of Helm,
Maybe
but
a
Flint
Helm, yeah.
isn't actually. It's just been badly perceived.
That's right.
Hang on.
Against.
But
and
if
he
you
keeps
believe
saying,
hard
I'm not a god. I'm not a god.
What the power of friendship?
Can I get this right? So,
Hmm.
we have Mark's D&D Dicebreaker's career of characters ending is one ends up as an archdevil, one ends up as a deified prophet, and the other is the immortal arbiter.
It survived.
You know, it's really funny. So,
Maybe they were right. Maybe D&D is a power fantasy.
well, can somebody say power complex?
Well, the rest of us are like, we'll open some restaurants and Simon's like, I'm gonna make pots until I
Unit's a bird.
That is, yeah, somehow extremely on brand.
I think for C3, we all need to take a seminar run by Mark on how to end a character
Yeah.
career.
How to succeed in business. Oh dear, oh dear.
That is amazing, actually. No.
Ah, dear.
This damn game.
Ah, fantastic. Oh dear, oh dear.
Funny.
You either become a potter or you become a prophet. There's no in between.
Dear.
Or a bird.
Or a bird.
Bird.
Oh dear, excuse me.
Right, as we're rounding, I mean, there's still like you know.
I become a potter, or
half
you
an
live
hour
long
left, but
enough
as
to
we're
become the entire.
Well, I want to have you improv some stuff that happens to some of the NPCs.
There's
Like,
only
how-
NPCs. What who do you know about?
How's it all go with Valerie? How's
Well,
her?
well, I mean, Valerie's
Yeah.
a fairly simple one. I mean, she's got the 2 shops. She's happy with the 2 shops. She just wanted.
Yeah,
wanted to
she
expand.
No,
expanded.
she just wanted those too.
No, she just wanted to expand further than that. She just wanted to be on the other side. I mean, Corsia obviously constantly progressing. There is like a Corsia's progression as a city is stilted, is halted,
Stultified?
is
Stultified?
seltzered. What's the word I'm looking for? Is
Stunted.
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 Is stunted by. Is stilted the right word?
Did
Yeah.
work, yeah.
Stunted.
Okay, there you go. Anyway,
is different.
regardless of
Stilted's
my
like kind of wonky.
idiocy,
By Veluna.
is held back by Veluna because Veluna explodes as a city because the strangelings generate a lot of revenue and it like constantly powers the city. So it can like really brings up. But for her, a couple more. I mean, her life's fairly simple. It like goes along with the shops. Eventually passes down for some like proteges, and retires. Obviously has to stay inside. Is a vampire, but
Doesn't really age.
Yes and no. I mean, there is like a natural life cycle for vampires as well as not. It is longer, but it is not immortal.
Oh,
What about the king?
Speaking of the vampires, did we ever figure out why the ASMR turned onto Team Genocide and destroyed the vampires and the bugbears in
Well, so,
their-
like-
so the thing about
like
the
all
Ceres
army-
Islands-
regimes, they're controlled by fear.
well, with the Ceres
Yeah, that's about right.
Islands, the thing that happened there is there was a tension between 3 different things because the island is sinking, resources are starting to run out, and there's 3 sides who get tension between them. And effectively, it's a decision made by the high ups of the Celestial Army that it's misinformation mixed with just like misunderstanding from fear. Is they're going to attack us, so we have to attack them first. Because if we let them attack first, people will. And it just starts, and then it goes on forever. And they are the most powerful of all of them, so they win. What'd you say?
I said a preemptive strike.
Yeah,
Exactly. And of course, that
Captain
isn't.
Picard would
It's
not
not
approve.
exactly. It's not a good method, but that is the reason why it started, and they just annihilated. And
That is
the
powerful.
vampires turning into a vampiric mist is mostly because, like, as a collective, they're so angry that they basically turned into a mist. They stayed alive, didn't quite die naturally. So
I have an additional question. which
Yes.
you've designed the map for C3, and I did see this on there, so I'm guessing it doesn't currently exist, but a good idea. Memorial for those lost in the dragon attack.
Yeah, so it's something you brought up before, and it isn't written on the Valen map, but there would be a memorial of like all the names of everyone who was lost. Very like you have these parks where it's just lots and lots of like
Mhm.
these
Yeah.
little mini monoliths that have all the names. It would be that kind of thing. I don't know where it is. I will at some point write down, but that would
Yeah,
be
because
there.
that's something that Elsie wanted to do as well.
Question.
That would be there. And for the clarification as well, there is no like bigger plaque for those who are quote
Yeah.
more important. It's just
Yeah, yeah.
everyone is as important as each other,
Yeah.
so no one gets a special name written in there.
Question. What happened to the tiny little island from the final battle that's just in the middle of the ocean on the other side of the world?
It was crumbling when we
Dissolved,
were
didn't
leaving.
It was crumbling, so
Oh,
if
did
you-
the whole island crumble?
yeah, if you
I
were
thought it was
sticking
just a
around,
building.
it cracks, it crumbles, and eventually
I thought it was just a
it still
building.
exists as like rocks in the sea, but like as a livable place, it's not really.
What
How
about
fun.
the king? The king of Corsia.
Well, he
Um,
is still the king. And then he dies.
Spoilers.
There's some
And
stuff
the
in there
idiot,
that is
awful,
written in.
horrible prince man takes over, presumably.
There is some stuff written in that would make sense. I mean, this is stuff that your characters would kind of know, but wouldn't really know. You would be aware that as C3 starts, it is Theron Bragan who is now the king, who was the one that
Is
you
he the
didn't like,
dickhead?
the prince that you don't
Mhm.
like, yeah.
Can he be not
Um,
so much of an asshole?
But there was
Yeah.
it was a pretty international incident that you guys would have heard of. That at some point you would have heard of it after the fact. It's one of these things. But the king died due to malpractice of magic to a point where the king couldn't be brought back. So therefore, like, he was slightly younger than was meant to be, like at about 800 rather than full life.
Oh,
And then
fuss.
I mean, there's, obviously there'd be rumors all over the place. Of course, it
Hmm.
was an assassination attempt. People were like, no, don't be stupid. But yeah.
Who else was
And
there?
anyone that knows Theron personally would be like, he totally fucking did.
Obviously.
What other characters are there?
Anyone who knows him personally would have known that Theron really respected his father.
But also was a
Bullshit.
total asshole who really wanted the throne.
From a meta point of view, no, he'd never kill his father to take the throne.
Not even accidentally.
I mean, I don't know if you could say anybody would intentionally kill someone accidentally.
No, intentionally or accidentally.
He doesn't happen to get himself
Like-
a power-hungry wife, does he?
Or like he didn't want to kill his dad, he just wanted to have like a life-threatening stroke there.
Oh,
No,
sweet.
he
fine.
wouldn't do that. No, he respects his father as the king.
How about my favorite
Oh.
NPCs of the Jester?
Oh, the
Favorite
Jester.
NPCs. And the Jester, yeah, I mean,
Ooh,
there's
ah.
a lot of them there. They would have obviously had their own individual lives, being the crew of the Jester for a while. Of course, they have the flying ship now, which means their import-export business
The Flying
booms.
Jester.
Exactly, the Flying Jester, the import-export gets a lot bigger. They would also have a side gig every now and again of saving some people, and non-confirmed, but I'm in the idea of having one of, because there's going to be guilds all over the place, one of the guilds being called the Flying Jester, and it being like a result of that kind of thing, because they are in their own sense kind of a tiny little guild. I don't know what that would be, but like the point is they kind of go around helping people, but also transporting things, and then they'd slowly be replaced, move on, and eventually it would settle and no longer be like actually the Flying Jester, but it would just be the concept of the guild, which doesn't have any of the original members, of course.
What about Captain?
Captain,
Yeah.
so with him,
finally hunt down his family.
so he always goes and he sees his family a lot. It's just whilst you guys are doing shit, he just flies off and sees
No,
his
I
family.
think he was talking about assuming.
Yeah,
Kat-
does Elsie go and hunt down?
Oh, I
his
see.
family?
Why
No,
would
Kat
she
was the
hunt
one that
down
was
his
gonna-
family?
Oh, was it you? I knew someone was super keen to go and meet his family. I thought it was you.
Oh, I thought you meant hunt down like.
Yeah, I did as well.
Yeah. I thought you were talking
No,
about the
Not to,
abducting
like,
them
stuff and dab them
to.
on the wall.
Oh my.
Oh,
That's
Simple
fucked
enough.
up.
It was simple enough. He'd spend a few more years flying around. He'd be helping out. I mean, like on the payroll officially after a few years of the Strangelings Guild Hall being the official transport, because
he would. He would join eventually.
yeah, eventually it would be like, yeah, might as well. He wouldn't ever join the fight, but he'd always be like, hey, we need to be over here. Can you get us over there? Yeah,
He's
sure.
a getaway
okay.
driver. Yeah.
We'll have to
Exactly.
get him like a team hoodie or something.
Cortana as well.
but-
oh my god, we need team hoodies.
So Captain Botane, he
Is he
would have
like
done that. He
RPA?
would have done that for a good like maybe another 10 years before his retirement. He's got a couple grey furs coming through to spend time with his family. At which point, I haven't, I obviously have no confirmed names or anything. I haven't really thought of them, but there would be a replacement to fly the vessel. It would become the vessel. But then when the Strangelings were disbanded, the vessel probably would have been sold off as well, because the
What?
university doesn't need.
What?
Well, the university doesn't need a flying airship.
It would probably just be privatized. It'll be turned into like a tourist trap.
I mean,
It's like
capitalism
You two
gives me
can
a
write in
headache.
this
it's like that fucking ship in the Thames that you can pay to go and have a walk on.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God. Sit on
That's
it,
true, actually.
hovering above town to have dinner on it for $500.
Yeah.
like,
Oh my god, yes!
Like
You also
It becomes a
asking-
restaurant in the sky.
Yeah,
You were also asking about
Jesus fuck.
Bertano.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, just become a
Bertano
permanent
would've-
restaurant.
No, he would have started up a shop in Veluna, a little clock shop, just fixing repairs of clocks.
Could
and
work with
making
Etch.
timepieces. Yeah, he probably would have some things with Etch
Clock
as well.
shop.
He makes timepieces. He likes making timepieces. Sometimes it's big grandfather clocks, but some small timepieces, and still has the artificer stuff, but it's again small charms. He doesn't really bother with making big powerful things. It's like, well, I just like nice timepieces.
Can they call their joint shop the Golden Clover?
I wasn't imagining they have a joint shop, but like if you want them to,
I
then
want
sure.
them to now. Immediately.
That's literally what I just said. If you want
I
them
want
to.
it. I want it now.
The Golden
Etch's
Clover
shop is
better
now
than
the Golden
Betch,
Clover.
is what I thought of.
Better than the what?
The Betch.
The patch.
It's a combination of names. Yeah, sure.
Bertano
You're
and Etch.
gonna have to write down the name of the Golden Clover, because I ain't writing stuff down right now.
Stop
If you
trying to
want
make
that
Betch happen.
No
Yeah.
one's trying to make Betch happen.
I
Joey!
think Joe is.
I thought he said
Me and
it's better than
Amanda
Betch.
From like 2002.
What do you say?
I said me and Amanda Seyfried are trying to make it happen from like 2002.
I'm just gonna put it in our DMs, Alex. 'Cause
Sure.
I don't have a pencil and I don't want to stand up.
Any other NPCs?
The dragons, or do they just kind of chill?
So Raren would be looking after the city. There's not, but like in the years, there's no attacks on Veluna. But there is that promise of protecting Veluna. It does mean that there's like no one wants to, like Veluna becomes a very powerful city pure from two reasons. One, because there's a dragon protecting it. Two, because the strangelings are protecting it. Like no one's ever going to go in there, so it really burns the city. But yeah, the dead ancient dragons would be replaced by the next like oldest or biggest ancient dragons all over the world, but you wouldn't really know where or how. Like dragons don't really approach that often. Every now and again there might be dragon attacks, but it's not common, especially not from the big dragons, because they just like end up taking on the horde of the old big dragon and then surviving. They're basically lazy. Yeah, and Rayorin would protect the main city. The others would go back to where they were, except for obviously Hyla not being around.
I want to know what happened to the original Puffed Up Adventurers Guild from Kugaram. Because we went there, and I was
Yeah.
going in and just like taking them over.
They've been guaranteed made completely defunct after this whole Strangeling Saves the World stuff.
Exactly. So effectively, so you all know, and there's going to be some C3 stuff. Ooh, if anyone's listening to this far into these two episodes, then congratulations, you get C3 stuff. But the world has got a lot of guilds. It's basically been taken over by the large overscaling Adventurers Guild, and then there's a lot of sub guilds. Like there's guild supremes in each of the countries. I think that's what we call them. And then there's loads of guilds below. But they wouldn't be one of those because the Strangelings, being a really powerful guild at that point, they're the ones that incited this boom of people creating guilds. That's a really good way of making money. Let's commercialize guilds. But in terms of, they saved the world, they'd be like, yeah, we're still really powerful. And people would be like, yeah, but have you ever saved the world? It would bring doubt on. And I think over like a good few years, it would eventually be reduced down to like minimal, like not really any funding because no one believes them anymore. And also other guilds would be starting up that they were like, there's so many guilds, what are you doing? You're all show and no throw. And eventually it would be taken over and brought up as a different guild under a different
E-bag
name.
incoming.
They go through the character arc of Gilderoy Lockhart,
Basically, yes.
Guild
But, I mean,
a Roy
Elsie
Lockhart.
would-
You joke, but like it's kind of the same thing. Like in his context, he steals from other people's victories, which they kind of were doing, but not quite. But the idea of them faking that they've saved a load of things and then it becoming very apparent that they haven't actually done it. Because there'd be like, a lot of people saying like, "What were you doing when the world was saved?" And they keep trying to lie that they were there and stuff, but eventually
They
it's like,
were
"No, you weren't."
They were washing their socks that day.
Exactly. It's like there was a battle between all of the like powerful figures on the world. Where are you?
Well, no one told us the world was in danger.
It was sort of-
Elsie would definitely buy like the 6 foot tall owlbear plush and keep it in there.
Oh
like,
yeah.
or something.
God, I wanted to buy that so bad.
I know.
What
That's
about
another. Sorry, I was just gonna say another thing I add on. I'm sure. I mean,
Ray and Flora would still be in contact with Elsie, who'd still be running the guild. So, like, other side of the world request comes in, they could be like, "Yeah, we're there already. We could take care of that."
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, they could just ask Tav to just walk over.
yeah.
yeah.
Single step.
For the beginning, but they also have the airship, so it takes to get across the world a night.
Well, it would have
Ray
to
and
be
Flora
that
in a carriage.
It would have to be that Ray and Flora went anyway, because the rest of us are all still wanted in Cougarom.
I think we've been wiped of that
I'm
now.
not.
Tav's okay.
Oh
Felix
yeah,
isn't.
those two aren't.
There you
It's
go.
only me and
That's
you.
fine.
So did you say you'd be
Tav and
wiped of
Felix
it? Have
both
you
said that.
met the dwarves?
No, we haven't.
I mean,
They saved the world, but they're still,
yeah, they're still banned from here.
Exactly.
400 years later, they're still on the wanted
Yeah,
board.
still wanted posters, yeah.
I don't know how
And
long
there's
these people live. I don't know.
What was the I forgot his name.
Read these people.
Barnaby, what's his name?
Barbara Ann?
Barbary.
Say again?
But
Benby.
Barbaran.
You're talking about Benby?
Benby. What did he get up to?
Oh, well, so he was the receptionist / assistant to the mayor of
Yeah, I remember that.
town.
And he married that other receptionist, didn't he?
No, well, yes, he obviously they had moved over. I mean, standard family, like they just
other
grow up, have some
receptionist.
family. Rather sadly, any kind of like idea of his legacy is kind of removed from the world when Cougarom invades and removes what's it called?
How
Jen from the
fucking could
from
you?
the world.
How could you?
His descendants aren't necessarily dead. They probably live in Ecte now, though. But like,
Right.
that's
Oh.
You'll end up at university with Benby Miller Jr.
Oh no!
I really hope so.
I was thinking
Wait,
that,
Benby Miller. So
I was going to say Miller.
Yeah,
Where did
yeah.
Miller
yeah, so
come from?
like Roger Miller
Roger-
trying to
Roger
work
Miller.
out where the
Roger
kids come
Miller's
from.
family is gonna end
Roger
up
Miller,
Is
yeah.
that is that like
Oh, Roger Miller
bad
and Benby's
situation?
family.
or like they married like their daughter and son married or something? Like
No, I
Okay.
was thinking it could easily be Morialis because the Tav's descendants all live in Ecte. So if they're
Yeah, but, like,
from the south,
I
of
assume
the
there are a lot of people in
Yeah, I
it.
was going to say Ecte is like
It's not
the
like
size.
there's
Oh,
one
yeah.
name.
like
But could you
China.
imagine it? We go to
Slash
uni
Russia,
with a Benby Morialis, and it's like,
No way, right?
So-
No way.
What happened to
He
the?
speaks like Tav does, but in Benby's voice.
Oh my God.
I think we have some business to do here.
I think you should
Hello.
yield.
Hello,
Hello.
friend.
Yield.
Friend,
Friend Jonathan, nice to meet you.
Anyway,
That cracked me up a little bit when you were saying about your wife as well, Mark, because
Yeah.
the idea of Tav waking up in the morning being like, "Greetings, wife Martha."
That is pretty much exactly how I see it working. Yeah.
What happened to the Dragon Horde guy then?
the Dragon Horde guy.
Oh yeah, the one
The
who
guy that
rescued-
we all yelled at.
He fucking
Yeah.
got run over by a carriage.
Defrosty the no longer snowman.
Dragon
Yeah,
Horde
what if
guy.
he just died like 5 minutes after leaving the airship?
No, I imagine again. That's not a very interesting future. He would probably not want to do the adventuring thing again because it messed things up. But he'd spend a while, like a good while, trying to understand the current world. Like
The
things have
modern world,
changed a
yeah.
lot.
It's
But
just,
he
it's,
doesn't.
just, it's just the unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, basically.
But he wouldn't move out of where you were. You were in.
Elsie will probably
Maro,
try
I
and reach
believe.
out to
Well, and Maro,
apologise for
yeah.
being such a
Yeah,
bitch.
so he'd probably just find settle down in Marrow, possibly
Aw.
find a partner, husband, wife, whatever, and just live out a life. Nothing particularly special, not going out, not searching for the strangelings. Probably doesn't have any malice against you guys. You would realize,
Oh, Elsie would
after just,
definitely
like,
try and find a way to reach out to apologise for being such a...
There would be a picture of him in the Marrow restaurant saying "Do not serve."
Oh,
I want to know: did the guy we went to the southern village just before we killed the lich?
Don't.
Did he
No.
end up just in a bar with a knife in his back?
Oh!
which was this one?
This was the bragger.
Benningham.
Yeah.
Yeah, Benningham.
Benningham.
Oh, Benningham.
because you defeated him fairly strongly. No,
Yeah.
no. I mean, his shenanigans wouldn't change much once you'd gone away. He'd just go somewhere else and do the same
Yes.
shenanigans.
The legacy
He's just in
continues.
a ditch somewhere. Someone gets tired of him.
Okay,
he'd
the
have
most
moved on.
important one of all,
Mm-hmm.
Steppy Stepson.
Yeah.
I
Does he
mean,
become-
Steppy Stepson.
Very important person.
I think Steppy Stepson is. Where were you for Steppy Stepson? I can't remember which town that was. It was. I'll have it in my
No, I
notes.
Were we
obviously.
in fourth? No.
No, it was
Mm.
southern Carmanthia.
It was like.
Bear with me.
absolute-
I can find it.
I know you described it as being. It's basically like Nowheresville, like just in the middle of absolute nothing.
Oh, maybe it's.
I thought it was a modestly sized town. Because there was like
Yeah, well-
warehouses and shit.
It's in here somewhere. God, freaking so many different things. I have to try and find.
If you're curious about it, you can check out the prologue. Now available on youtube.com/DicebreakersDND.
Oh, it's not /Dicebreaker D&D.
It's like /channel/Dicebreakers D&D.
No, it's not. We don't have a personalized channel because we don't have enough subscribers.
/user 13982.
slash the Dicebreakers
What
crap.
the hell? Where is it?
Hey, who remembers Unit's number? While Alex is looking.
I was actually looking at that and I wanted to ask Simon about it.
475832.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did that number come from?
It was a random string of numbers.
Oh, not a secret number.
I generally wanted some like reason behind it.
I always
My social security number.
default to 24601 because I'm a basic musicals bitch when I need a random string of numbers.
What did you say?
I always default to 24601 whenever I need a random string of numbers because I'm a basic musicals bitch.
I
Trying
can't
to
find
work
it.
out what that means.
Either way, Steppy
24601 is Valjean's prisoner number.
Yeah.
Steppy Stepson
Apparently I'm
would have
not gay enough.
probably. I mean, he'd have just gone on with his normal stuff. Like he would have continued on being a guide, of course, helping out the town. I think he probably would progress through, like classic bumbling through, getting up there a little bit. He's very passionate, and at some point would have been offered to be like a higher up in where he is, like progress like further and further, and eventually would be like, you know what, I don't want to keep getting this. I want to focus. Like he'd have a family. I want to focus on the family. He'd make the choice of family rather than work because that's who Steppy Stepson is. But there's some little Steppy Stepsons, Stephanie Stepson or whatever, moving through.
Oh!
And then eventually he
Stephanie
remarries and there's a stepmom Stepson.
And they get a dog and have a Staffy Stepson.
there's definitely
And then they
a
move to the
Stepson.
steps as well.
Every generation of Stepson is still part of the guards of whichever town it was that I can't remember. Even to this day, probably there's a Stepson as part of the guard. None of them are ever at the top, but they're always there. They're always, they're always
Wearing a
Stetson.
Wearing a Stetsons.
yeah, the Stepson Stetson. Maybe there's one branch
Oh,
where
no.
they do make a hatter company, and it's Steppy Stetsons.
Stetsons, yeah.
Can that please be a magic item shop in C3 in Veluna? And
Steppy Stetson.
it's
Steppy
all
Stetson.
regular magic items, but they're all hats. Like, you want to
Maybe
Glove
not
of snaring is a hat.
Stetson of spider climbing.
Maybe not.
It's made of
Luna,
silk.
but maybe in existence. Who knows?
And all the things that are hats are no longer hats.
That's funny.
like the shoes of disguise.
I'm trying to find this. Like it's in
That's
here
son of the
somewhere,
manta ray.
but
What was that?
for some reason I can't find the.
I enjoy the idea of that, where it still kind of like puffs out into
Yeah.
the thing that
there
lets
it
you
is.
fly. It's like a fucking parachute.
Yeah. That's enough feather
No.
falling. It doesn't protect you. It's just that it falls at the speed of the feather, and you fall to your death.
And you have
then
to try and hold on to it, but you
down.
can't.
Oh, it's so dumb.
Also, the idea for that came from in actually, funnily enough, the Descent into Avernus campaign I was talking about earlier. Cam ran it, and my character had picked up he was actually a Warforged in that time. He picked up a towel from some rando's house, and he just started collecting towels. And so Cam there's a wandering market in Avernus. So Cam homebrewed a few magic item shops, and one of them was Bed Bath and Beyond Reality or something like that. And they sold things like the Towel of Destruction, the Towel of Toweling, stuff like that.
Towel of toweling.
Merthin. It was in Merthin.
There you go.
The final thing that I haven't brought up is, as usual, I have stupid quest names, which are usually puns. Do you want me to run through some of those because they are amusing?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go.
Is this going to be your last thing?
Yes,
I have something before that then.
go for it.
Greg very much wanted to know what my
Yes.
drunken
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yes, I completely forgot about that.
and
Go for it. Yes.
I think I sussed it out. So before you came on, Simon, I joined the call as soon as it started, and I was like, I've had a little look and I can't remember, and so I went back further and I rewatched basically that entire conversation
Wow.
of like 35 minutes of the whole thing to be like, what was it? And I'm like 80% sure I know what it is. So we had talked about again, going back to the whole thing of being able to just bring people back from the dead and being able to bring you guys back from the dead. But if I die, then that's it. And I said in that, I said, "Oh, it's all right. I'm gonna talk to God about it." And I just kind of left it there, and we just moved on. We didn't really make a big deal of it, except that I think one of you said it was like, "Oh yeah," because I was saying about opening up a restaurant in Malawi. That's what retirement's going to look like for me. And they're like, "Oh, what if you die there?" Simon, I think you said, "Oh, you might drown or something." I was like, "Oh, drowning in an underwater city." So I'm pretty sure I was going to ask, and it was a badly thought out idea in character. Out of character, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have worked. But I was going to ask Alex in a divine intervention, had it worked, to make me immortal.
You know what? Now you say that, I think you may have brought that up to me at some. Like, it's sparking that you may have spoken to, because I think you may have sent a message that was like, I don't think it would work, and they would. I'm happy to accept the consequences, but I would ask to be immortal. Like, I'm sparking a little thing.
I think it was something like that.
Yeah.
I think what you're talking about is, I think I probably sent you a message about it. The thing of accepting consequences was, I think there was something that had happened where we didn't have either like the diamonds to do it, or I didn't have the spell prepared or something. And I was like, I think I said something along the lines of, could I do this? And then you determine the consequences. And if that means that I like lose cleric levels or something, then that, then so be it. I think it was something like that.
I don't remember. I really don't.
That's really funny.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I was gonna say make me immortal, and yeah, you could have turned me into a lich, you could have turned me into a zombie, it could have
turned you into a house.
Yeah, it could have been really funny in that it works, but the request is so out of the deity's power that nothing happens, and it just would have been that it might as well have not worked. But yeah, I think that was what it was.
When you were talking about that, I was just thinking, how terrifying would it be if you could like talk to the deity that you worshipped, and then you wake up one day after like a massive night out, and you're like, Oh god, I drunk texted my god again. What did I say? You can't remember what request you made to your god.
Looks down at your hands, they're bones. Oh,
Not again.
Not again.
Simon, I'm pretty sure you just described the backstory of like half of all new Warlock players.
Yeah. Yep.
Anyway, I'm gonna take some of these. And some of them are bad. Some of them are worse.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I will tell you that Eldeath's Light was the name of the Lifestone sort of quest, and there was also Finding Tavern there. And the Truecat Stones, you knew. You probably didn't know that the Cracker Lich is called, or like, sort of unofficially called, the Angel of the Cathoran Gap. Just a fun little thing.
Okay.
The original one where you were investigating, like the prologue where you're investigating the explosive stuff, is called a volatile situation.
So does
Just meanings.
Yeah.
Bexland's Lie and intro. When you were on the island of Delore, it's called Delore. I wasn't very inventive with that one. The one where you were brought, your ship was brought down by Zavotnia, is called Down to Gel, which is obviously a play on Down to Earth.
Yeah.
I have two very similar ones because I'm obviously very lazy. When you met Hyla, I've named it Hyla and Nice to Meet You.
I have to go. I'm ending this.
The one where you met the white dragon is called Ice to Meet You.
Oh my lord.
The one which was about like you guys learning about the gods is called Powers Combined. And that's like a general one of like those things. There's Sports Ball Rules, Angel of the Cathoran Gap, Stone of Karathul. When you met Merle, he's a bronze dragon, so that one's called Third Place.
Question, Alex.
Yeah.
So the one about all the gods who kind of create and regulate the earth is Powers Combined. Isn't like By My Powers Combined the Captain Planet thing?
Possibly, I don't know, to be honest.
It is, yes.
Maybe, there you go.
Alex, I have one request for C3. Can you just start telling me the episode titles by the names of the quests? Because these are great.
Oh my god, yeah!
And they'll make no damn sense.
The one for the Golden Dragon was called Winging It.
Yeah.
Then I've got a couple in here. Barty, when you were talking to when you were still on the things that was called the Threat. Elsie, I believe when you were talking to Hessag, that was called Last Hope. In Hydra, that was just called Upgrades. That's boring. Ray, your one where you lost connection to Lady S is disconnected. The one where you get when you get Melon is called Pots of Trouble. And then there's the one.
What about the cannibal one?
The cannibal one.
That must have been.
I believe
It'd be like eaten out of house and home.
No, that's inside one of these quests, so I don't think it has its own.
That was
That was in Dungeon.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
But that's all. That's only S2. S1 has many, and I'm not sure I'm going to go through all of them. There's the Temple of Marwalaeth. There's actually, I think I've studied these. Another one for the Cause. Kelm's List, the Job. These ones don't have quite as many. There's so many of those though. Oh, the one with Harl was called the Town with 100 Aces. That's quite fun. When the Magic Stops is when you found the what's it called, role models, when you were terrible role models for that kid who you murdered a lady in front of.
Yes.
Black Knight. A New Arrival, of course. None of these are particularly Masked Victory. There you go. There's one that's a pun.
Masked Victory.
That was when Flint, you were being a superhero. Reunited Tal, the Fisher. These are all kind of boring. Oh, I remember when I wrote out like the Crystal Experiments diary and gave you all the pages individually. Progress that story. That was fun. I think that's all of the ones that are worth bringing up, to be honest. Because there's a good few, yeah.
I don't know if I showed the rest of you guys what Alex got me for Christmas. If it'll focus.
Oh yeah. It's it's a pop socket, which is the thing that.
Oh, I like that.
Oh.
And it's of
the Strangelings.
Which I think I posted to you guys. I had.
That's really clever. That's really clever.
Yeah. So as we round up this, have you enjoyed C2?
Oh yes. Yes.
Are you excited for C3?
Greg is holding up the metaphorical closed book on the campaign at the moment.
I mean, I'm gonna have to buy a new book because this one starts with it says the Well of Gel, but it really is the C2. I mean, I guess I could technically write through this one, but I want a new book. I like excuses to get new books. But there you go. Are you excited for C3? I mean, like, obviously, it's in Division. I've been talking with a lot of you about a lot of fun stuff. It's a lot of fun stuff.
I am indeed.
But then next week we get to do a little one shot DM by Greg.
Yeah. Go back to the
And we all
Feywild,
have to be super
bitches.
nice to him.
I need to make a character.
Yes.
Mhm.
We're going to the Feywild,
I
and
will.
then that will take 1 or 2 weeks, and then we'll be going on to a
I'm going
mini
to try
campaign.
really hard to make it take 1 week, because if Purdue's not there for the second week, it's going to be kind of difficult to explain.
Charlie!
But the-
I decided to take my birthday off, unlike you. Decided to DM on your birthday.
Ugh.
The weeks after, or whenever after that one, it's going to be a mini campaign by Joe. So
Oh,
Yeah, just like 3 weeks. Is anyone actually? Is anyone not going to be around for some of those weeks? If anyone's not around for all of it, that's fine.
I'm
If anyone's
not
off for some
around
of it,
for
I
one
do
week.
not know.
awkward.
I
There are
don't know
some
what
bits I'm not
days
around
of the
for.
week are.
Hang on.
My
They're all
my mental
Saturdays.
energy is rock bottom moment.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's,
Saturday
that's
the
not what I
9th.
meant. The date.
okay, so it's going to be
Saturday the
it might
19th.
be the 19th.
On the
which
19th of
course-
March. On the
which of
19th.
course-
On the
So-
19th.
so-
On the 19th, I will probably only be here for the first half.
Then we might as well take the week off.
Yep.
Because it's either going to be the end of Greg's or the start of Joe's. And having 2 people not there is going to screw with somebody.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
So we can still, the rest of us can still come on and maybe play like some of the Silent Year or something.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be good.
Like I'd be happy to do something, but you can take a week from those campaigns.
Take a break from campaigns.
The quiet, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
I have a general question for us all to potentially end on, of having now, because this is end of season 2 of second campaign, so I think all of you have now played various different characters and like classes and that. What kind of class do you think you would be if you were a D&D character?
A banana.
Ranger.
Probably
Me?
a wizard.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'd probably be.
Or a-
Do you know? I think you're asking this question incorrectly
Half-
because everyone
halfling.
has
I'd be
everyone has
halfling.
personal bias. We need to go around and ask what everyone else would think each
Oh,
That's a
person.
good.
God.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
yeah.
I tell you what, I'll do it. Since I asked, I'll do it on going round this way on my screen. So
I was
Simon.
just gonna do group discussion.
Oh, okay, sure.
We'll start with Simon because you said it.
So I was gonna say, Simon, what do you think Alex would be? But if we were doing group discussion, then sure.
Wait, so
What
are we
do
talking
you-
about Alex or are we talking about me?
You.
We're talking about you now.
You
what
Simon.
do we think Simon would be? I think
Present.
wizard possibly, but I'm also feeling like a sorcerer with wild magic.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
thinking of
Yeah,
Wild
it's the
Magic.
random, isn't it? It's the chaos.
Yeah.
Right, it
Yeah,
is
yeah,
actually, yeah. You're right.
Yeah,
Chaos
that'd
and not working for things but still having the magical result.
be- yeah. I like that. Yeah.
Seeing as you were going to go the way around me,
Alex.
Bard.
You.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah, Bard
yeah,
I feel-
storyteller.
That's the obvious one.
Yeah.
The obvious.
Yeah, but the obvious
Yeah,
one is the
For
one that.
obvious reasons.
Right.
But
yeah.
bearing in mind, he can ride a horse. He can
Okay.
use a sword. He can use
Okay.
rapier.
Sort of stuff.
Mhm.
He
So,
can use
yeah,
a
that's true.
shotgun. I'm
Okay.
thinking more of something like a cavalier type.
yeah, but I'm lazy and fat now. So
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah.
Yeah,
Swordmaster
Bard,
Bard.
Bard
Alex
definitely
is
Bard.
like-
You'd be a
doing
lazy fat
exercise.
cavalier, but yeah, that. He'd be the
Swordmaster
one saying-
Bard.
He'd be
Pop it
multi-classing
at the
between
bar.
the two.
I'm an old
Yes.
ranger. That's what it is. I'm multi-class. I'm ranger, but I'm actually bard. I used to be ranger, now I'm bard. There you go.
Yeah, Ranger Bard. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Got one
Plays a
level in
guitar,
Ranger.
but plays a guitar on a horse.
I mean, I do play the guitar and make music, so that is also.
There
a
you go.
thing.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah.
I mean, artificer maybe
Artificer. Yeah.
I like
for
making
the
things,
creative
that's true.
streak.
I do like making things. I think it's more
Yeah,
likely
that's
to be
true. That's
Yeah.
true.
What would Elsie be?
Elsie. You mean
Who's
Elsie?
Elsie?
Well,
Oh,
she's
Elsie.
a
I
sorcerer
think Elsie
with
would
Wild
definitely
Magic.
It's the end of a long session. My brain is not. working.
Purdy. Ooh, what would Purdy be?
What would Purdy be? Did it have to be polite?
What did you just say?
Nothing. I didn't say anything at all. Not a word. I wasn't even me talking.
Does it have
somebody
to be
else.
polite?
Wow.
I'm feeling. I mean, I'm definitely feeling like there's a little barbarian in there. 'Cause
Rogue.
I would like
I'm
to
thinking
rage.
rogue.
Monk barbarian?
Yeah.
I would like to rage. It does feel like it'd be
Yeah.
quite strong.
A monk
But at the
barbarian.
same
is where-
time,
where
at the
I'm
same
like-
time, you know your stuff around your crystals and all those sorts of things. So it wouldn't surprise you if you were more in like the druid or
Druid, yeah.
Druid, yeah.
See,
yeah.
I've always thought of myself as a
Okay.
ranger. Because I'm
I
really
mean-
into nature and everything, but
Rangers and
You
druids
are?
are similar in
I
that.
think,
Yeah.
I think Druid, because
And-
I can imagine you being nice to small animals and being into, but you using your magic to sort of
kill
Help
people.
yeah,
help nature
Yeah.
and use trees to kill people. I can see you doing that.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I've never even thought about druids.
We could do
I've
druid.
always just gone towards ranger more than anything.
This will take half a second. What do you think my dad
Warlock.
would be?
Sorcerer.
Warlock.
I was going to say wizard, but apparently it's three answers.
I feel like that's ageist, Alex. Just because he has white hair doesn't make him a wizard.
You're right, he's too dumb for a wizard.
I'm too dumb for this. I can read more or less. Excuse me.
No, I would say
Ranger?
wizard. He is unfortunately very clever.
Yeah.
I would enjoy being a wizard. I can imagine myself, if it was in a fight situation, I'd be the one with the book open going, okay,
Yeah.
I'll just stand over here, you carry on.
But except you'd be a wizard, except you write your you write your spells like code.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
You're
Yes.
a code wizard.
I
Bless
can
you,
imagine
Simon.
myself being a research wizard, creating new spells. Someone's got to write them.
You think modern wizards would carry around a spellbook on a tablet?
Yes.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Yes.
In Eberron, the setting, there's an item called a dragon shard, which is basically a
That's
tablet
incredible.
that you inscribe instead of a
That's
spellbook.
wonderful.
I
They,
thought,
they've thought of
do
everything.
you think Mark might be a College of Law bard?
I was
Yes.
thinking potentially another bard.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know. I think he's got some bard in him.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at bard.
I can have a level of
Someone's
bard. I'm good
I
at
can see that
storytelling.
Bard wizard. Bard wizard. I'm a ranger
Yeah.
bard. You're a wizard bard.
A whip bard.
Greg.
We're bard.
Greg druid.
Yeah, I was about to say to me, Greg would be a druid.
I mean, I don't
Barbarian.
know how into mushrooms
looks,
he is.
he looks the best
Barbarian.
at that.
Doesn't have to be mushrooms.
I see. I would have said College of Creation bard for Greg.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go there
That's
as well.
true, actually. Yeah.
I still
Yeah,
think
yeah, yeah. That's a fair. Yeah.
I say druid,
I
but then me and Alex know how much he likes mushrooms and moths and
Hey.
yeah.
Say.
So
Yeah.
Do you say Fae or
I said
they?
no, they.
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 I'm still trying to get used to the change in pronouns,
Hmm.
and Alex calls me out when I miss up.
I
That's
just
good
call
to
myself out when I-
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So far we have Wild Magic Sorcerer for Simon. I put down Swords Bard for Alex. I feel like that's the easiest way to cross Ranger
Yeah,
and
works.
Bard
Yeah.
together. We have Just Druid for Purdy. I put Scribes Wizard for Mark because that's the one that's more to do with like books and research and all of that. And then we have Just Druid for Greg.
And then
finally-
you, Joe.
And then
Okay,
yeah,
so I've known Joe, and Simon will agree with this. I've known Joe for the longest time. Joe is definitely
Yes.
a bard. There's nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
a
would
bard.
say
nothing else
bard.
apart from a bard. Absolutely zero chance.
I would also agree that I am a Bard.
College of
In
Lore.
terms of what you
I would
are,
say- I would say College of Eloquence, maybe.
I'm thinking College of
Oh.
Glamour. It's definitely glamour.
Oh well,
Oh,
you look at this beard.
Or College of Whispers, actually, because College of Whispers couldn't pretend to be glamour and that is.
You know, I think it might be College of Whispers.
There we go.
College
Yeah,
of Whispers
that's fair.
bard. So
the
basically,
naughty bard.
we've got 1 and 2 halves bard.
This party sucks, guys.
Well,
Most folk are happy to welcome a bard into their midst. Bards of the College of Whispers use this to their advantage. They appear to be like other bards, sharing news, singing songs, and telling tales to the audiences they gather. In truth, the College
Yeah.
of Whispers teaches its students that they are wolves among sheep.
How are we all
I'm going
spellcasters?
to end this before
Oh.
it goes on forever because I am going to.
We're all nerds. That's why we're all spellcasters.
Yes. we're all
Yeah.
nerds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And there's-
Um,
none of us are going to go in there with a sword sticking.
We're
Definitely.
going to have to end up.
Outside physical
We're gonna have
activity?
to end up. We're going to have to end up.
No,
I'm
we
sure there'll
don't.
be many more
Eh?
questions. Yes, we do.
No.
It has been
Hey,
wonderful.
hey guys,
It has
how
been
about
wonderful.
that?
It has been brilliant. Absolutely, it has. It's been really good. And Alex,
I'm still not ready to let them go.
I'm not.
I am.
But I have to say, I was impressed by the amount of detail in the world, in the campaign. The amount of
Kudos,
detail
Alex.
has been fantastic.
Honestly.
Absolutely.
You guys
Thanks
want to
for
hear
running it.
about Etch's first 50 years alive? Gotta...
Thank you, everyone. Awkward wave.
How about the next
And goodbye to campaign
150?
2.
Okay,
Bye,
bye.
Tav. Bye, Etch.
That's
Bye,
right
Etch.
after Veluna
Bye,
fell.
Phoenix. Bye, Barty.
Okay. All right. Yeah.